Dear Lord and Father of mankind, forgive us of our foolish ways. Father, as we meet this morning to deliberate matters pertaining to the welfare of our country and your people, especially as we go through these challenging days, we pray for your divine blessings on our deliberations, dear God, and help us that you may give us clarity of mind to discuss the business pertaining to your people. These and other mercies we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you. Just short. All right, members, we're going to jump straight into it. It is our intention today, we're going to take the supplementary budget. What we're going to do is ask the Ministry of Finance to come first and give us an overview. And once we finish the overview of the Ministry of Finance, we have invited each ministry on a half an hour lag. So we'll take the Office of the Prime Minister after Finance, then we'll take Economic Growth, Health and Wellness, etc. as we go through. Please use your mic.
You're saying you're going to be using half an hour for each ministry?
No, I said we had invited them at half an hour staggered, just to hopefully, some we may take an hour, some we will take half an hour, but we just staggered that everybody didn't come at the same time. So we have ministries coming between now and 1:30, but there will be no limitation. Members are going to examine the budget as is their duty and right. So we'll take it as it comes. All right. I have, just for the record, administrative, we have the minutes of the meeting held on June the 3rd. That would be with the St. Anne's Municipal Council, Ministry of Tourism, and the Ministry of Local Government. Any corrections? Could I ask somebody to move for confirmation? Member Daly, seconded by Member Clark. All right. Any apologies? No? Okay, so let's move on. Could we invite in the Ministry of Finance? All right. FS, Deputy FS, welcome to PAAC. We are going to move as quickly as possible to try and. So, what I will do, FS, is allow you to introduce your team, after which I think maybe it's important for you to give us your brief, and then we have here the Auditor General's validation, and we have not a presentation, but a submission from a Planning Institute, which those are two of the steps that needed to be taken to put the budget before Parliament. So I think if we can take those as quickly as possible, take that section first and then go into the second will be good. FS, I just say to you, are you comfortable now that all the steps necessary that need to be taken have been taken now that this is complete and we're good to go with this?
Yes, all the steps have been taken.
Okay.
Chair.
As I said, FS, I think it's just important for us and the PAC, as part of it is it's part of our duty to ensure that things are done in the correct manner, and certainly you, as Ministry of Finance, have the duty to ensure that everybody, all the other ministries, are operating in the correct manner and follow all procedures, and we at this level have to set this example. So I'm happy that we're finally fully on track now with the supplementary budget. So what I will invite you to do now, introduce your team, and then you can lead us through as you feel fit. There would be nobody here from the Auditor General, but I take it you could just advise us as to what the Auditor General's report says, so that we're all clear here of the parameters of this supplementary budget. Over to you, FS.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I have with me this morning Mrs. Loris Jarrett, Deputy Financial Secretary, Public Expenditure Division, Mr. Trevor Anderson, Principal Director, Fiscal Policy Management Branch, Ms. Sonia Dresicki from the Debt Management Branch, Mr. Courtney Williams, Deputy Financial Secretary, Technical Coordination, Ms. Alicia Bish from Public Enterprises Division, and Ms. Cheryl Sylvester James from Public Enterprises Division, and Ms. Dan Black, Deputy Financial Secretary for Economic Management. We also have the PIOJ. Okay. All right, so the first supplementary estimates would have been tabled some time ago by the Minister in Parliament, and it essentially indicated a significant adjustment arising from the COVID-19 impact on the country. Behind the adjustment is really the changes that had to be made to our forecast for the macroeconomic indicators. So we are currently expecting to see at least a 5.1% decline in real GDP, a 1.1% decline in nominal GDP, inflation at 4.3%, and a 32.6% decline in imports. This, of course, contrasts with what we would have presented at the time of the budget, which had growth, real GDP growth of 1.2%, nominal GDP growth of 5.7%, inflation of 4.4%, and a 1.3% decline in imports. So this is what would have driven the adjustments to that are reflected in the supplementary estimates. The substantial adjustments to the macroeconomic profile necessitated reformulation of the expected revenue and grant flows. The revised profile indicates a loss of $81 billion, or 3.8% of GDP, and this is 12.3% below the approved budget. Mindful of the need to balance debt sustainability with maintaining the country's socio-economic fabric and providing essential public goods, the government of Jamaica has opted to run a primary surplus of 3.5% of GDP in 2021 and to return to the expected to return to the targeted 5.4 in 2021-22. The 2021 budget, which was approved by the House in March 2020, provided for total central government expenditure of $853.5 billion. This was comprised of non-debt above the line expenditure of $528.4 billion, of public debt service of $287.8 billion, and non-debt below the line expenditure of $37.3 billion. The first supplementary estimates now provides for total central government expenditure of $838.2 million. And this, of course, is a reduction, billion, and this, of course, is a reduction. Yes, it says million on the table, so it should be billion on the paper. This is comprised of non-debt above the line expenditure of 505.2 billion, of public debt service of 295.7 billion, and non-debt below the line expenditure of 37.3 billion. The non-debt above the line expenditure of 505.2 billion reflects a net reduction of 23.2 billion or 4.4% below the 528.4 billion that was captured in the approved estimates. Included in the net reduction is new expenditure of $27.1 billion, and that is directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the gross reduction on non-debt above the line expenditure is $50.3 billion. So we have actually reduced the approved budget by 50.3 and then added back new expenditures to address the COVID-19. The revised non-debt above the line recurrent expenditure is projected at $459.1 billion, comprising compensation of employees of $221.7 billion, recurrent programs of $237.4 billion, after accommodating for the new COVID-19 related expenditure of $24.8. This accommodation results from reallocating $19.8 billion within the recurrent envelope and transferring $5 billion from capital expenditure to the recurring budget. The $24.8 billion of new expenditure for COVID-19 related activities under the recurrent budget has been allocated to MDAs as follows: $17.4 billion for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and this is comprised of $14.3 billion for the core elements of the COVID-19 allocation of resources for employees program, which is being managed by the MOFPS, $140 million also here, grants to the 14 municipal corporations, $3 billion grants to the self-financed public bodies, and these are NWC, 1.8 billion, UDC, 1 billion, Port Security Court should be 78 million, and Bureau of Standards, 75 million. The 140 million for the municipal corporations will be passed to the Ministry of Local Government. Also included in 24.8 is $1 billion for MICAF in relation to the CARE to provide assistance to farmers and fishermen, 200 million, and that's comprised of 200 million for the farmers and fishermen, and for production and incentives program, 800 million. There's 140 million to the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for poor relief, 40 million to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to provide grants to the disabled community, 189 million, which is through OPM for the Constituency Development Fund, that was 3 million per constituency, and 6 billion to the Ministry of Health and Wellness to finance various aspects of the COVID-19 response. The 24.8 billion of COVID-19 related expenditure in the recurrent budget is reflected under activity number 10668, COVID-19 response. So this is a new activity that we have added to clearly identify the COVID-19 related expenditures. The reallocation of 19.8 billion within the recurrent budget to support COVID-19 activities was undertaken by reprioritizing some discretionary operating expenditures and transferring and deferring some payments to financial year 2021-22. Just to note that the 7 million allocated to the Public Accountancy Board is actually not related to COVID-19, and we will adjust this. It was so reflected in the supplementary that was tabled, so we will adjust this in the standing finance by a standing finance committee amendment. Focus areas where spending was reduced across all MDAs include traveling, which includes foreign and domestic travel, as local and foreign subsistence, hotel accommodation, mileage. The mileage that's included excludes the JDF, police, and RADA, the traveling actually. It includes overtime, the filling of vacant positions, and payment in lieu of leave, training, workshops, conferences, food and drink, advertising, and public relations. So that is across the central government. We have sought to significantly reduce these areas in an effort to identify where we could reduce. Obligations deferred to 2021-22 include the grant to Students' Loan Bureau from the Education Tax, 2.978 billion. The NHT employers' contribution arrears, which was just a balance of 0.378 that was during this fiscal year, and preparatory works for the census, the 2021 census, 927 million. On the capital side, the first supplementary estimates proposes capital a net reduction of 28.1 billion or 38% of the approved estimates. All major projects have been affected, including 3.7 billion contingency for the new public investment projects which were slated to commence in this fiscal year. The capital adjustments have been affected by delaying the startup of some sub-projects to later in the financial year and deferring the commencement of new public investment projects and sub-projects to 2021-22. Disruptions in the global supply chain caused by the COVID-19 pandemic are also a factor in the projects that have been identified for delay. COVID-19 related expenditure of 2.3 billion is reflected under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the following purposes. 1.1 billion to provide additional support to PATH beneficiaries in May 2020 under the COVID-19 care program, and 1.2 billion transferred from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information school feeding program for disbursement to parents of PATH beneficiaries through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to maintain the provision of nutritional support to PATH students over the period April to June 2020. Appendix 2 provides information on the capital projects that have been reduced. Public debt expenditure is expected to increase by $7.9 billion from $287.8 billion to $295.7 billion. This is directly attributable to the higher level of depreciation arising from the COVID-19 impact on the country. Self-financing public bodies. A number of self-financing public bodies are forecasting significant fall-off in revenues given the impact of COVID-19. Consequently, the revised projections for the group of self-financing public bodies for financial year 2021 reflect an overall balanced deficit of $41.7 billion. This represents a significant deterioration of $24.9 billion when compared to the approved budget deficit of $16.7 billion. In order to offset the impact of the decline in revenue flows, some entities plan to reduce their operating expenses by implementing a number of cost containment activities. Given the gap in operating results, some self-financing public bodies will liquidate their cash or investment reserves to finance their operating deficits. Others will receive central government support to meet their obligations for the financial year. So basically, the deficit has significantly increased, but it does not correspond to an equivalent increase in loan resources. A lot of it is going to be financed by existing resources or from the central government. Public bodies whose operations have been significantly impacted by COVID-19 include Airports Authority of Jamaica, Bureau of Standards Jamaica, Human Employment and Resource Training Trust, National Insurance Fund, the National Health Fund, the National Housing Trust, National Water Commission, Port Authority of Jamaica, Port Security Corps, Petrojam Limited, and the Urban Development Corporation. As indicated earlier, the government will provide some funding for NWC, 1.8 billion, UDC, 1 billion, Port Security Corps, actually 78 million, and Bureau of Standards Jamaica, 0.08 billion. So we have the usual summary table of the central government operations attached as Appendix 1. To the both in nominal terms and percent of GDP. And we have Appendix 2, which provides the notes on the capital reductions. I don't know if you want to go through that.
Just give us the big, not the narrative, but just the big.
All right, so for the capital reductions, we have the OPM, Office of the Prime Minister, going down by 2.5 billion. As comprised of National Identification System, Jamaica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, and the Basic Needs Trust Fund. Yeah. All right. We have MEGIC at 12 billion. The Ministry of Finance, 5 billion. The Ministry of National Security at 6.2 billion. Ministry of Education, Youth and Information at 847 million. Ministry of Health, 643 billion. MICAF, 1.3 billion, and the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, 1.2 billion reduction. Those were all reductions. Okay. So that is essentially it for the summary of the supplementary estimates that has been tabled.
Okay. All right. So, members, I'm just going to take the macro first. So we will move now. FS, would you just say something on the Auditor General's validation?
Okay. So, as you are aware, the Auditor General has reviewed the submission from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, as well as had a look at the supplementary budget, and has validated the indication for suspension of the fiscal rules. This, of course, was facilitated by the amendment that was made to the FAA Act earlier to include declaration of a disaster area under the Disaster Act, Disaster Management, Risk Management Act, as one of the conditions under which suspension could be achieved.
Okay. So we then move on to the Planning Institute.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Chairman and members. I'm joined from the PIOJ by Mr. James Stewart, who is the Senior Director in our Economic Planning and Research Division, and of course Mr. Hugh Morris, who is our Chief Modeler. You'll see him on a runway. It's a bad joke. And so he's a Chief Modeler in that division, Director. And so our report, PIOJ's initial projection was for growth of 0.6% for fiscal year 2019-2020. However, given the impact of COVID-19 and the associated measures put in place to mitigate the spread of the virus locally and globally, projected growth for fiscal year 2019-20 was revised downward to 0.1%. This was based on a projected decline in the January to March 2020 quarter of 1.7% based on preliminary data received. The outturn for January to March 2020 largely reflected the impact of, one, the implementation of measures to manage the COVID-19 pandemic commencing in mid-March, to include the closure of international borders to the movement of persons, which curtailed external demand and essentially halted all tourist-related activities. Implementation of curfews, which restricted opening hours of some businesses and adversely impacted the demand for some goods and services. And closure of all schools and the implementation of general stay-at-home and work-from-home orders. 2, lower capacity utilization within the mining and quarrying industry, following the temporary closure of Jamaica's largest alumina refinery in September 2019 to upgrade its capacity. And 3, a continued slowdown in construction-related activities consequent on the ending of major road infrastructure projects, the slow startup of new projects, as well as a slowing in building construction activities. The contraction was partially tempered by an uptick in agriculture production, as well as increased manufacturing activities. For April to June 2020, growth prospects for the economy are generally negative, based on the anticipated impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to a fall in demand for goods and services amidst the full rollout of measures to contain the spread of the virus. To date, over 7 million COVID-19 cases have been confirmed globally, many of which are from economies of Jamaica's main trading partners. The US, Jamaica's main trading partner, accounts for the majority of confirmed cases globally, followed by Brazil, Russia, and the United Kingdom. This will have significant impact on external demand for Jamaica's goods and services. Measures including the closure of Jamaica's borders to passenger traffic, restrictions on opening hours or operating hours, as well as physical distancing protocols, have negatively impacted key drivers of economic activities, such as hotels and restaurants, manufacturing, transportation, entertainment, and construction services. Spillover effects are expected also to be felt in related areas, such as wholesale and retail trade and finance. In addition, the continued contraction in the mining and quarrying industry due to the closure of the Gisco Alpart refinery in September 2019 will exacerbate the negative impact on economic growth. The construction industry will be negatively impacted due to a downturn in new startups, as well as a halting of some ongoing projects during the period. With respect to the electricity and water industry, data for April 2020 has indicated that electricity consumption has fallen by 6% due to lower electricity sales in all categories except residential, which grew by 15.2%. This is partially attributed to the implementation of the daily curfew, work from home, and Tana Your Yard initiatives during the period. All other customer categories recorded contractions in sales ranging from 11% to 45.7%. This outturn is expected to continue until these initiatives have ended. For the water component, data for April 2020 indicate that consumption increased by 5.8%. This performance can be attributed to a general increase in the use of water for sanitization purposes in both residential and commercial establishments, as well as the stay-at-home protocol, which resulted in increased water usage at home. With respect to tourism activities, a sharp decline in stopover and cruise passenger arrivals is anticipated during the April to June 2020 quarter. This sector is therefore expected to record the most severe contraction in activities in areas including transportation, attractions, entertainment, and hotel and restaurant services. An additional factor that has come to light is drought conditions that is expected to negatively impact the agriculture industry in the April to June quarter. Rainfall data for April 2020 revealed that all parishes received below normal rainfall, with 7 of the parishes recording a meteorological drought. These 7 parishes accounted for 56% of domestic crops reaped in the January to March quarter. And we note that Kingston and St. Andrew are grouped. And so the parishes recording drought included St. Elizabeth, Manchester, St. Catherine, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, St. James, and Hanover. For the fiscal year 2020 to 2021, our revised outlook. The impact of COVID-19 will also have implication for the outlook for fiscal year 2020-2021. The initial projection of 1.2% growth has now been revised downward to a projected decline of within the range of 4 to 6%. The services industry will record a significant share of this decline, particularly in the hotels and restaurants, other services, and the transport, storage, and communication industries. With regard to external demand, despite no restrictions on merchandise trade movements, Jamaica is expected to be impacted by the downturn in global economic performance, as key trading partners are projected to record contractions in output. It should be noted that these projections are updated regularly as new information becomes available, and thus the information is very fluid. For fiscal year 2021, the key assumptions underpinning current projections for economic performance are: 1, there will be no major second phase outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Jamaica and globally, and that the rate of contagion will remain within manageable bounds of the health sector's capacity. 2, there will be a gradual relaxation of measures that restrict the movement of persons as countries gauge its impact on the spread of the virus. 3, there will be lower international and domestic demand associated with an increase in unemployment rates, as some firms will take longer to reopen. And 4, all schools and educational institutions will resume operations by September 2020. And finally, there will be a return to growth performance during the January to March quarter of 2021. The extent of the decline is contingent on how soon the initiatives to boost economic recovery become effective in Jamaica and its main trading partners. In terms of our main trading partners, their post-quarter performance for the USA, recent news from the USA, Jamaica's main trading partner, revealed that the unemployment rate in May 2020 fell from 14.7% in April 2020 to 13.3%. This improvement was above expectations for a continued decline, as approximately 2.5 million non-farm payroll employment were added in May 2020. So that's some good news. It should, however, be noted that the unemployment rate of 13.3% in May was 9.7 percentage points higher than the unemployment rate in May 2019. As another point of reference, the unemployment rate for May 2020 is still higher than the unemployment rate the US experienced during the recession from December 2007 to June 2009. And so the US unemployment rate for June 2009 was 9.5% and subsequently peaked at 10% in October 2009 following the recession. For Canada, data on the labor market for April 2020 for Canada revealed that the unemployment rate increased by 5.2 percentage points to 13%, with employment declining by 11% to 16.2 million persons. In April, more than 1/3 of the potential labor force, that's some 36.7%, did not work or worked less than half of their usual hours, illustrating the continuing impact of COVID-19, the economic shutdown on the labor market. For the UK, information up to March 2020 indicated that unemployment was 3.9% for the January to March 2020 quarter. In April, jobless claims went up by 69.1% over 1 month. However, based on the survey of business undertaken in the UK, between May 4th and May 17th, 2020, 79% of responding businesses had applied for the coronavirus job retention scheme, and 28% of the workforce had been furloughed. Other impact of COVID-19, beyond GDP and employment, other socioeconomic indicators are expected to be negatively impacted. These include the poverty rates, which are expected to increase given the expected decline in GDP and employment. Remittance inflows are expected to decline due to a higher level of unemployment and lower GDP in Jamaica's main source markets. Lower prices for Jamaica's main exports, for example, alumina, which will have implications for investment within the industry and how quickly Alpart restarts. And educational outcomes, With reduced contact hours between students and teachers for some segments of the population, despite interventions from the Ministry of Education, this would have implications for educational outcomes in the short run and productivity in the long run if measures are not put in place to address this shortfall. And finally, the debt to GDP ratio. We expect an upward trajectory reflecting higher fiscal deficit and lower GDP. As the government implements measures such as the CARE program to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on Jamaica. For fiscal year 2021-2022, the outlook, we project that the economy will grow within the range of 2.5% to 4.5%. Growth is expected to be pushed by a general rebound in all industries, especially in tourism-related activities. It is not anticipated that the economy will fully recover in 1 year. Similar to our estimates for fiscal year 2020-21, this projection will be updated as new information becomes available. And I can end there. Thank you very much.
All right, members, what I would do now is let's just, if there are any questions of the Planning Institute, we could take those, and then if they can always stay, but if they would like to go, we can release them. Just on a point, the GDP. Give us an idea of what was happening last year and leading up to March of this year, because it appears to me that, well, January and February seem to have been pretty good. March, somewhere around the middle of March, we cut and went down, but we finished the year at 0.1%.
Yes.
It appears that we seem to have been having a sort of GDP leading up to the pandemic. If we take the pandemic out, that we were having some challenges before. I don't know, but if you could just broaden us on that, because sometimes we have a problem and we don't know we have a problem. And now with the pandemic, we forget that we might have had a problem before. Was there some problem leading up to that?
So thank you, Chairman. So recall that we had indicated before that we had quite a bit of momentum being developed in the economy, as you saw, the continued low unemployment rates and the jobs being created against the backdrop of increased macroeconomic stability and the reduced debt to GDP ratio in terms of downward trajectory and debt. But we indicated last year around, as we were speaking to projections in the fiscal, around the fiscal numbers, that with the closure of the GISCO ALPAT, we'd have seen some setback and some revision on the numbers. We were still projecting the 0.6% growth, which would have continued our growth trajectory, but then because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So just as you've said, so the January to March numbers were still strong in some cases. Agriculture continued to grow, manufacturing continued to grow. The unemployment rate as at January 2020 was 7.3%, continued. But then because of the impact as at March 10, we recorded our first official case of COVID locally and began to implement some measures. And already would have begun to see from our main trading partners some of that impact already starting as a lead, if you will, impacting us. So that was some of what we were seeing. Also, we saw that with our construction, a lot of our construction-related activity, we were seeing the ending of the mid-P infrastructure projects, and even those other projects that were to start following the ending of the mid-P program were slow in starting, where there were some delays instead of that seamless start. So we saw some slowdown there. But generally the conditions, as you've heard the International Monetary Fund and others saying for Jamaica, that because we went into the crisis, into the pandemic with such a strong macroeconomic framework, then that would have augured well for the country overall.
Chairman, I just wanted to be a little bit more specific. What was the outturn in the quarter ending December? And could you compare that with the previous quarter last year?
0.9? December was flat, correct. So you would have said that we ended with the outturn in March would have ended, and in some persons recorded to say ending the
No, man, I want to
quarters
be
of
very
growth.
specific.
But to be specific, and I'm
Yes.
answering your question, member, to be specific, the December quarter was flat. Quarter was flat. So again, I did mention flat means 0%. So not negative, not positive.
0% growth.
Correct.
Right. Coming
Correct.
from the previous quarter where you had some growth.
Correct. So all
was that growth?
quarters, 19 quarters previously were growth.
No. Could you just give me specifically the quarter before the December quarter? What was the growth
That's
number?
for the September quarter,
Yes.
0.6%.
All right. And by December, you had a decline to 0.
Yeah. All right. So
So the point I think the chairman was trying to make is that we were seeing the decline in the performance in the economy starting back earlier in the year. And just to be clear, GISCO happened sometime before.
no, just the September quarter.
No. When did GISCO close?
September.
September 2019.
If I can help the member, but you would not see the numbers showing up until probably the third to fourth quarter, right?
Yeah, so October to December.
Right. So
Yes.
the October to December quarter, you would have seen the effect of GISCO
Yes.
itself.
Yes.
But and I think, despite all the strengthening, the macro and the fiscal numbers and everything, we have not been able to see the growth numbers overall. Even with GISCO in the game, right? The numbers have still been anemic, right? And I think with GISCO out of the picture, the numbers would have fallen because we are very dependent on the mining itself. So I think part of the concern is and what it has been showing is that even with GISCO in operation, we have still not been able to see the growth numbers. And I mean, we have seen 19 quarters of growth, but the growth has still been anemic in those 19 quarters, or most of those 19 quarters. So I think what members are really trying to find out is what has caused us not getting more growth.
All right, so thank you very much, member. And when we say anemic, we put in context, huh? Because if you continue to grow, remember it's year over year. So the growth is growth, it's increase. So you say you'd want higher increase, and we understand, and we've been at pains to say that as you look at, as we did the sectoral breakdown, so we had the drought conditions in agriculture, and we're trying to build resilience in the sector. Because it frustrates many that you can have the best projections and then because of the conditions, weather conditions, those issues. But then we said, if you had the startup of the construction activities with the ending of the mid-piece, so a lot of what you had seen over the time was a combination of a number of things. And so the decline is more than just GISCO, largely GISCO because that was a significant impact in terms of negatively. But you saw the winding down of the major infrastructure development projects. And the anticipated startup for the follow-on projects, there was some delay. So that would have spoken to some of that also. And then we speak to, of course, just generally, the ongoing, as I said, building momentum in the economy, ongoing build-up. So if you speak to, there's something to be said that as jobs were being created, I remember we had this discussion, and the concern was the types of jobs being created, and people are saying, well, we want more higher value added. Remember we were speaking about the nature of in the BPO, and we said there was training and capacity building in train, no pun intended, but in place to ensure we get the more higher value added types of jobs. But we agreed that as the jobs numbers increased, that it would have impact because of increased consumption activities and what it would mean for reductions in the poverty rates. So while while we speak to the September closure of GISCO, remember before we had indicated that there was a slowdown because at the time they thought they could reduce capacity while undertaking the building, the modernization. And then, as you know, later they took the decision to close altogether, right? So before that, we had seen some slowdown in that industry, mining and quarrying activities, because the first initial decision was to cut back while trying to facilitate some retooling activities. But then looking at the overall conditions, they thought for the 18 to 24 months period, they would shut down to try to get things done in a faster way. And of course, as we've said, it's going to be contingent, of course, on the global environment in terms of aluminum
the
prices.
Director General, we were seeing a trend, 0.6 in September, 0 in December. Isn't it true that the trend was continuing? Gotten worse by COVID, but we were seeing a decline in the economy, January and February as well. COVID might have accelerated, but I think the figures are showing that we were already in decline before COVID.
Positive? All right, so the original March quarter was growth of 1.7. That was a projection. So to make the point that if you're looking at the September...
No,
for this March.
no, that can't be.
No, correct. No, my fault. Go ahead. What was the March?
Sir, I think
Yes. Yes. All right, so 1.7, 1.3, 0.6. And did we have a projection before for the March? Of what? For the March quarter. So the original January to March 2020 quarter would have been 0.7. I said 1.2, so my apologies. It's 0.7% growth. So I'm making a point to say, right, because I know, just to clarify, elucidate on the trend. So we'd have seen, even with the flat December outturn, we were projecting some growth in the March quarter of 0.7, and then that now had been revised to negative.
But why were you, what is that projection based on? Especially as you're seeing the quarter before that a decline, why would you have projected 0.7 growth?
So we anticipated at the time a continued expansion in tourism. We saw air seat capacity, room stock capacity, so continued build out in tourism, one. We had anticipated strong outturning agriculture, which is what you actually manifested, because because of COVID, everything, most industries declined, agriculture still grew by some 7.8%. And so that was a result of what we had projected because of favorable conditions for planting. So a number of things going. Manufacturing grew also, even with COVID impact in March, because the rest of the quarter leading up was very strong. Manufacturing and agriculture were the only two industries to have grown for the March quarter, and I think electricity and water supply. So those combination of factors and the outturns is what the projection.
So just to be clear, are you saying that the month of January and February, we're seeing growth
for tourism?
No, I'm talking about overall growth. I'm not talking about your projected growth.
No.
I'm talking about your overall growth. The quarter ended up negative 1.7.
Yes.
We're looking at the quarter before, 0,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And logically, it would appear that the economy was declining. You're attributing this decline almost solely to COVID, but it does appear that the decline had started from the quarter ending December, which was 0, and continuing to the end of March quarter.
All right, so no, right. So it's not. So the outturn each quarter is as a result of a number of factors. And the best way to break down is that you would do it on a sector basis, industry by industry. And so if we speak to, and you know extremely well, member, that if you have the downturn, the negative impact on an industry can be as a result of just the weather, adverse weather conditions. That may impact some industries more than others. Typically, agriculture had been the most sensitive to weather conditions. So for us to say that even though we had a flat December quarter, and your question is, well, how would you project growth if 0.6 in the quarter before and 0 is the next? And we say it's not linear. It's year over year looking at the conditions that would have persisted in a particular quarter. And those conditions included favorable weather conditions to allow strong production in the agricultural sector. It would have included a steady build-out of capacity, both in room stock as well as air seat capacity in the tourism industry. It would have included, we'll say, manufacturing activities that would have seen an expansion in that industry. So we are saying it's a number. So we anticipated a 0.6% to close out, but that was revised down for the full year of 0.1. And yes, a lot of it is COVID, but then there are other things that would have mitigated to ensure that it would not have been worse in terms of outturn. So just to be clear, it's not fair to say there was a downward trend in the growth numbers and so COVID would mask. We say no. As you look at the breakdown, you are seeing a number of factors in play, because then of course as you would have started the new construction activities, particularly residential, non-residential construction activities, infrastructure development, that would have been an uptick, despite the manufacturing, the mining and quarrying industry having the closure of Alpart.
Doc, I think what we're sort of getting at, and this is not the primary target of our discussions today. Okay. We've had this discussion before, and I think that we can, at some point, come back to it. Sure. But what I'm picking up, and certainly for me is a bit of a mystery, our economic program basically is hinged on, we want to bring down our debt to GDP. This will allow us a lot more latitude with our spending, allow us to target areas, and if we're able to push ahead with tourism, BPOs, agriculture, mining, if we can do those things, we get growth. Based on that, in 2016, there was a determination and a committee set up, the Economic Growth Committee. The ministry was called the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And the target was to try and get 5 in 4. Let's get 5% growth in 4 years. Now, I'm just saying that if those things are so, then if 4 years later, 5 in 4, 4 years later, in 2020, after 2016, we are, as you're saying, having 0.6%, 0.6, 0%. And every year, we have the same discussions. There was a drought with the agricultural sector. If not, there's a problem with Gisco and mining or something else. And quite frankly, tourism every year is going ahead, and BPOs, but for some reason it's not translating. And I don't know that we can get the entire answer here. And every time we have a meeting with the Planning Institute, we have this discussion. But I think that maybe what we need is a report that sort of looks at it, because what it occurs to me is that we have a lack of resilience. We have some problem why we always feel it's like you're a track star and you figure you're going to run below 10 seconds in the 100 meter every year, and you're always 10.1 and 10.2. You always have an excuse, but we just never seem to get it. So I understand sort of, I would say, frustration that I'm picking up, that we're having a discussion about 0.6. less than 1% growth, when, quite frankly, 4 years ago, we were looking at 5 in 4.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members. So just some points just to elucidate, to clarify. When we were establishing the program, the debt reduction was a key underpinning, but also with that would have been stable, low and stable inflation, would have been other conditions around what we call macroeconomic stability because of the history where we had a crowding out of the private sector because of the high debt build-up and hence the crowding in. So it was a key plank of a multifaceted approach. And I wanted to give the assurance that a lot of the program as it was undertaken and continues to be rolled out was in keeping with, if you don't want to say best practice, but a lot of the right things were being done. And when we spoke, at the time we were introduced or speaking about the outlook in the medium term, you will recall that there seemed to be, and we've come here and discussed the 5 in 4 versus what the PIOJ had projected at the time of the between 2 and 3%, if you will recall that. So from we established the program, we said from the outlook in terms of as we look at these conditions, our expectation is growth of between 2 and 3%. And so for one quarter, we got the 2% growth, and we said we were still concerned that we've had some setbacks in areas. But when we said the 5 in 4, we said that was aspirational and to be going after in terms of in private sector speak about stretch targets, but an aspirational target. But we had a sense that from a program,
about the aspirational nature of the 5 in 4 was a subsequent declaration. Initially, it was set as a target.
No, can I clarify? The PIOJ never established. All right, thank you very much. And so we agreed as a country.
Chairman,
as
we know.
Yes.
No, that's a clarification. Because I just say
members.
that, that's a clarification. I say that with all due respect, because that was an official pronouncement from Jamaica House.
Again, just for clarification, we have no problem with the 5 in 4. We've said it, that as a country you can aim for that, but we are saying from a planning stand, and we were very clear.
And I go back, and members, I'm going to crave your indulgence for us to move on, but I go back to the point. Whether we are determined 5 in 4 by the Economic Growth Council, or we determine 2 to 3.
Your point is still.
We should not be struggling.
Sure.
Your target pre-COVID is 0.6%.
Sure.
So somewhere along the line, we are not meeting. We're less than halfway at the target that we want, and we need to ensure that we analyze it and determine what the weaknesses are and why we are not attaining what we're supposed to be attaining. And I suspect the Economic Growth Council is still in place. It still has a staff.
As far as we know.
Does it give reports? What does it do?
I would have to ask you to direct. Right?
I think we may have to direct that very soon. I think we need to call the Economic Growth Council because somehow or the other, obviously they're not attaining the targets at their aspirational targets. But let us not go there. Members, could we, with your indulgence?
Well, Chairman, you asked for we could do a report.
Absolutely.
I was going to make the point that as economists, when we look at numbers, we look at trends. That's very important. Are you improving, declining? And you look at context, what we call industry averages, or against peer, measuring against your peers. So it's important to say that in some cases when we had what some would term anemic growth, you would look at some of our main trading partners. And we're going to do a report just to set that context, that US, as one of the leading economies, would have had some similar growth rate. At some point, consistently, we were above the regional average in growth. And I think it's an important point.
I go back to the point I'm making. If you set certain targets, as I said, if I'm an athlete and I set certain targets and I'm not meeting it, I've got to analyze why. And each time we come, we're having drought, we're having this, we're having that. I'm saying, if that is the case, then maybe you need to spend money and put it in greenhouses and irrigation. I'm making the point that you cannot be that you do the same thing the same way. And every time we come to the committee, we get the same report. So the report from you would be important, and I would request that you just do a report on us on the issues of economic growth and what can be done for us to ensure that we can attain some target.
Yes.
And obviously all targets are going to have to be revised going forward. I suppose you have started that work. And members, I would suggest that let us put on our agenda for, I will ask the clerk to get a report, and we let's put on the agenda the Economic Growth Council, which has been in place for 4 years. It will be interesting to see what is happening with regard to that.
Can I say two final things, Chairman?
Sure,
so thank
absolutely.
you. So you hit the nail on the head in the need to build resilience as a country. And we've been undertaking quite a bit of that exercise, but you're right, that it can't be that we continue the same way. We've been undertaking activities to strengthen the ability of the economy to withstand the shocks. And in agriculture, for example, we speak about climate smart agriculture. How do we do more protected agriculture, greenhouse? How do we strengthen irrigation facilities to build resilience? At the PIOJ, we are helping to lead a process of building overall human resilience, which speaks to educational training, to speak to social protection, strengthening. So it's an overall. So these are things we'll be happy to say some things on in terms of.
But I just say to you, you know, one of the things I learned, my cousin always says, potential is what potential does. We understand it and we agree all that needs to be done, but we are at 0.6%. which is what we need to kind of look at. If we had expected to be at 2, and we're now finding out that this is a problem, then in all of these budgets that we're putting together, we're going to have to find a way to do things differently. That's the only point I have.
Sure, you recall.
So I think we can move on to, sure, absolutely.
Enough said.
you know, Mr. Cameron, we have to charge you for destruction of public property. Could you repeat that? Could you repeat it? You notice that we've had to shut down your mic because you're speaking a foreign language.
For those who come within our realm, sir, we say you have no mens rea.
Okay.
Doc, I just want to invite a comment from you in relation to, we did something recently in Parliament in that we amended the land registration provisions, which would give us, we have somewhere in the region of 360,000 parcels of unregistered land. Mm-hmm. And it should help us to expedite the registration process, which would allow a number of these rural communities to have titles. And at the same time, I'm not sure that the owners of these new properties, as it were, because we really, how that would impact the economy overall in terms of its growth. If, let's say, of the 360,000, we were to bring them into the formal arrangement and each of those parcels would play a loan of $2 million. Let's use an arbitrary number. How that would extrapolate over the various sectors, how that would impact on our growth numbers. And I don't expect you will have the answer, mm-hmm. Because I suppose you will invite your modeler
sure.
to have a go. But it seems to me that there is this constant refrain about the lack of growth. And it also seems to me that because we have locked out a significant mm-hmm. part of the potential, yes. that we have not been able to rise above the
Yes.
what my friend described as,
Yes.
as the and I want to invite you to make a comment along.
Sure. So thank you very much. And you are correct. So anecdotally, if you are able to convert, we speak about realizing asset value. If you are able to allow land registration where people are on land, there is a productive use of land, and there is the economic value or the asset value of the land where if you can borrow against it, if you can trade, if you can, engage the land to unlock its potential value, as against persons not being able to show tenure, etc., and ownership. So the thought is, and you look in other jurisdictions, that a lot of effort goes into registration, doing electronic, different means of verifying registration and ownership so that persons can borrow against land. Even reforming the Secure Transactions Reform Act, where you can change lending laws and regulations to ensure that people can borrow against more than just the land because of the challenges we've had. So just to come back to the point that in terms of building resilience, it's a series of activities. So if just recently we are making amendments that will help to unlock those 360,000, that says those are ongoing activities that as an economy we still undertake. And to make the point that if you get 19 quarters of growth, we don't minimize because of the history of the country. It says a lot. And we don't, and we are, we're just saying as technicians, it speaks to a lot of things underlying that is happening that is positive for the economy. For you to continue to increase the number of employment and employed, it says a lot. Yes, we want to do better in terms of higher value added and improving the value chain, but we don't minimize those activities that has taken us a while, and everybody coming together, whole of society response. So I just want to make the point. So it continues, remember, it's a continuum, so you continue to look to see how can we do more in terms of digitizing the economy, which will unlock again another level of productivity and efficiency gains. How do we do more to increase the level of education and training of our people, and in targeted areas that we see jobs of the future? How can we do more and all of this spells to a more resilient economy? So it's an ongoing process. It's not easy, but I think progress has been made.
Member Campbell, I think the point you make is something I agree with 100%. I think you're referring to writings by Hernandez Soto.
Yes.
Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is that if you have somebody who has a parcel of land that they're just living on, who they've been on the land for 50 years with them family, the land is worth nothing. They can't do anything. They don't know when a tractor will come to take them off. Government can't do nothing. The land is there. If you just give that land a title and give them the title, all of a sudden that land is valued $100,000. You have created wealth without doing anything other than generating a title. And I'm just saying, and I get back to your original point. Look, to say that we've had how many consecutive years of growth, yes, it is something, but I disagree with you. Because the fact of the matter is that once we put our fiscal in place and we were on a process of decreasing that debt, everybody had expected growth to be more than it is. And it is us not doing the things that Member Campbell is talking to, and a whole series of other things in a timely manner that in my estimation has caused us not to have the level of growth that we should have. So I'm simply saying that again, back to the athlete. So maybe you're happy running over 10 seconds, but you're not really you're never going to make it to Olympics. Making the point, we as a country have the potential, but quite frankly, I just don't think that we do everything possible to realize that potential. But I think that is for another discussion. A report from you, and we will be requesting the presence of the Economic Growth Council. If members, I may stop that discussion here. If you would like to stay with us, you are always welcome. Your input is absolutely critical. But I want to move back to the Ministry of Finance so that we can start inviting the other ministries in. So,
but I would like to make it in the presence of the PIOJ.
But I didn't think he was running out of here immediately. But
just in case he had planned to leave.
Well, all right. Well, let me just.
I don't think he wishes not to be in our company.
All right. Let me tell you what I intend to do. Quickly, members, we have here the report from the Ministry of Finance, and it runs through. We have had this discussion on the macroeconomic program. I'll allow Member Jackson just to make a comment on that with the PIOJ present, but I would then move quickly for us to just take central government, the revenue estimates, expenditure, in broad terms, with the understanding that when we go into the cuts, etc., the ministries are here. So we don't, I'm going to ask that we don't go into that detail here, but when the ministries come. That clear? All right, so with that, Member Jackson, on the overview, and then we'll move.
It's a very short. Chairman, one of the issues I've always had, especially when we do the review of ministries during the fiscal year, the budgetary allocations, which is a planning exercise, and what we execute as we go along. And when I look at the IMF revised macroeconomic forecast for the year before us, and look at the ministry's revised targets for the year, I recall that Standing Finance Committee meeting earlier this year when the budget for this year was being taken. The minister, that was in February, correct? When we took the budget, the debates. Was it in February? February. Yeah, unfortunately. The question was asked of the Minister of Finance. Was any provision made in the budget for COVID? We had predictions and projections being made from as far back as December of the global impact on it. The global impact of the pandemic, and by extension, how it would affect our economy. And why I wanted the PIOJ to be present, because take, for example, GISCO, which was, we knew from a long time that GISCO had problems. To be quite frank, and my colleague here from East Kingston can attest, GISCO was having major problems, and their subsequent closure in September was not a surprise. So we knew what was happening in that sector, for which GISCO was a critical element in our growth projection, or the macroeconomic performance. When in December last year, when we knew about the pandemic and the impact on the global economy, and I mentioned GISCO because the products that GISCO produce is one that is consumed globally. So the global market would impact on what they produce, whether it is straight export of bauxite or alumina that they sell. What happens in the market would impact on them. The tourism industry, which is one of the major planks of our economic performance. What happens globally, in the global economy, impacts on the travel pattern of our visitors and by extension, our tourist industry. So I'm saying this to say, Chairman, that as far back as December, we know of an impending global impact. But yet we present a budget that, in fact, in February, 2 months later, that never factor in what will happen in this global economy that we are a part of. It's like we just close our eyes to it and present a budget with growth projections that couldn't stand up. And now we are where we are with these numbers. This is not a surprise. I have a little difficulty wrapping my head about how do we make these projections. Because, you know, FS and Mr. Director, when we make these projections, we are building expectations. Economic projections is what lead into business planning. Business planning determines what employment prospects and other things will happen in the economy. That is how central and critical it is. And when I see these things happening, how do we convey confidence to the people who we want to invest in the economy and to the people who will depend on the opportunities to come within the economy, the connected businesses, etc., and the employment that will come from people? I have a difficulty with that. It's an ongoing issue which only you guys can help us to clarify it. And when I see this, it makes me a bit more depressed.
Chair, if I may. In December, sir, we would not have known of the expected global impact as it has appeared now. In December, the global impact was not known, right? To the best of my knowledge, I think it may have been all the way to February before the WHO indicated a pandemic, that brought it to the level of a pandemic. And if I can remind the committee, the government's budget process kicks off from as early as September, when we issue, Loris? The budget call. And the information comes in from the various ministries by November, and we start pulling the budget together. At those points, there was no indication that we would have been looking at this level of impact from, well, in November there was no indication of COVID-19. So the budget would have been well underway and virtually prepared by the time it started to become clear that we were looking at an extensive impact from COVID-19. And as the minister would have indicated when he did his speech, that we were going to be looking at an early supplementary given what had transpired.
If I can support that, that's correct. So we use the term leaning forward as information became apparent and the evidence, and that was around, as the Financial Secretary said, around February. And we started the revisions. We had huddles, many meetings to discuss now the revisions. So we've been, I think, to be very fair, I think, anticipating and making those revisions in a very timely manner. Which is what we are seeing here coming out. And we make the point, as you've heard us say today, that as more information becomes available and apparent, we can continue that revision as more data comes, right? So part of the difficulty is how do you recast with some level of robustness and accuracy in the presence of scarcity of information. But we did from very early, and that's what we've been doing.
Okay, members, I'm going to jump now into the budget, the supplementary budget. Let us start with FS, central government revenue estimates. You have here that the revised profiles indicate a loss of 81 billion. You want to just give us some, just explain.
Okay, so the 81 billion is primarily from tax revenues, which we are expecting to go down by 78.7.
Tax everything.
Sorry, tax revenues, 78.7 billion, and non-tax revenues at 2.2 billion reduction. That's what comprises the 81 billion, and it would be primarily coming from the revised macro indicators, in particular the significant decline of 5.1% that we're expecting to happen on the real GDP. Also, the imports are also expected to fall significantly, and of course, customs is a large part of our.
So basically, to your coffers, $81 billion gone. So that's that problem. Okay. Expenditure. The expenditure budget that was initially tabled in March was 853 billion. You're now saying that it has been revised. I take it this is a B and not a M. Yes,
Pointed
I
that
heard
out
you.
earlier, sir.
I'm just clarifying. So the revised expenditure is 838.2 billion. So basically what you have done is taken off about 15. Is that correct? What?
15.3 billion, yes.
So you have, so with everything you have just dropped the budget has only moved down by 15.3 billion. I mean, we talk about the reallocation, but just the expenditure. I'm just trying to get an idea.
At the overall level, we are only seeing a 15.3 billion reduction.
Okay. The recurrent expenditure moves from 454.2 to 459. So the recurrent expenditure actually increases. Am I?
The recurrent expenditure increases. The bulk of the COVID-19 response is captured under recurrent. So the new expenditure that had to come on, that's where it came on. So
okay. All right. Okay. And your public debt service also increases. You're expecting that because I take it the devaluation would affect you here.
that is the devaluation that has impacted.
That's it. So you move from 287.8 to 295.
Yes.
Apart from that, no, the real thing here would be the capital expenditure, which has moved from 74.2 to 46.1.
Okay, so I wouldn't say the real thing, sir, because
You wouldn't say
even
what?
though
Sorry.
I wouldn't put it in those terms, even though the capital, when you look at it, it is visible that 28.1 billion has been cut. We have also cut from the approved budget 50 billion on the recurrent side in order to accommodate the new expenditure. So the recurrent approved budget was actually cut more than the capital programs.
All right, hold on. Let us, when you talk, that you see, because like me, I have to kind of take some time and analyze it. So you're just back to where we're saying the capital budget has been cut by 28.1. That's right? But what you're saying is that the recurrent, even though it looks like 454 has gone to 459, you're saying you actually cut the recurrent by how much?
19.8. 19.8.
19.8 billion. So about 20 billion.
No.
So
Yes, sir.
So if you take the 19.8 billion plus the 28, that would be 47 roughly. That's the extent of expenditure, increased expenditure.
Right, sorry. So the
for-
50 I referred to
for
earlier,
COVID.
sir, would be the gross.
Gross.
It's the capital plus the
Yeah.
recurring.
All right, do you want to put that in layman's terms? Because I'm bad at it. So you're saying that the recurrent budget, the total recurrent expenditure remains the same, but you have had to move a lot. You have an additional expenditure for COVID of how much?
Right.
50?
Okay, so the recurrent had a 19 billion cut on the approved budget, but it was also increased by 24 billion for the COVID expenditures primarily, and the capital had a 28 billion cut. 30.4, sorry, it was increased by 2.3 for the COVID.
So the total expenditure for COVID is
27 billion,
27 billion. All right. Okay?
Yeah,
All right. So that is our expenditure. Kind of captured it
yes,
somehow there. All right. The non-debt above the line expenditure. That's what we were just talking about. Correct?
Yes.
Right, that's a 23.2 billion. Reflects a net reduction of 23.2 billion below the 524 billion. All right. Okay. All right. So now we go into the recurrent expenditure, members. Let me just read this first part. I think the revised non-debt above line recurrent expenditure is projected to be at 459.1 billion, comprising of compensation for employees of 221 billion and recurrent programs of 234.4 billion, after accommodating new COVID-19 related expenditure of 24.8 billion. This accommodation results from reallocating 19.8 billion within the recurrent envelope and transferring 5 billion from capital expenditure to the recurrent budget. So the 24.8 billion of new expenditure for COVID-19 activities under the recurrent budget are, so these now would be where we're spending. These are not the cuts. This is additional money.
This is new money
to these ministries. This is new money to them.
Yeah. Our new expenditures.
17.4 billion to the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, and comprises 14.3 billion for the core elements of the COVID-19 allocation of resources for employees' care programs managed by the ministry. So 14 billion is the cost of your care program. I don't want to go into it here, members, but I think when we finish this line of discussion, we need to know, I think as members, the timeline for the payout. And once we approve this, what is going to happen with it, because there's a lot of questions out there. So let's finish this part of it, and then before we call in the ministries, we can just have a little discussion on that. But so your payout is to all that set cash, best cash, and the compassionate?
Yeah, set cash, best cash, compassionate, general grant.
And general grant, those four. So that is this money. 140 million grants to the 14 municipal councils, municipal corporations. We need to know if that, all right, so we'll deal with that when we see them. 3 billion grants to self-finance public bodies. NWC 1.8, UDC 1 billion, and Port Security Core 74 million.
78.
78?
Should be 78.
Instead of 74. And the Bureau of Standards, you got that, Ms. Bailey? That's 78, not 74. And Bureau of Standards 75. I mean, not to go into it, but why do you give UDC $1 billion?
All right, so the UDC earns substantial portions of its revenues from tourism-related activities, and that has disappeared.
Yeah, but then what expenditure are they paying $1 billion on?
All right, so
I know them not making the money, but a lot of companies, when them not making the money, them lock down.
I don't have the details, Chair, but
do we have UDC coming?
The portfolio ministry can
it just seems to me, members,
or we can provide it later.
To be giving UDC $1 billion because they're not making it.
At the same time,
okay. I'm advised that it is just regular operating expenditures because there is just no cash flow.
That's a lot of money.
But at the same time, Chair, could
A
ask.
billion, hold on, $1 billion? But that sounds like the budget of, I think a lot of ministries would like to get $1 billion budget. That's a big budget. Again, we just need to, I don't know, but look,
No, not
clarity is
just
always a
overhead.
good
Some of the
thing.
work
Let's
has
not-
to continue.
Yeah, maybe we don't have to go too far down in it. There must be a rational explanation. So
Yeah,
we
but
just need to seek it.
But at the same time, Chair, we could say the same for the JUTC, which, no.
Yeah, but JUTC
No,
moving a lot of people, buses running.
No, Chair, during the pandemic, their numbers were down by over 60%. And they themselves, prior to even COVID, they themselves, prior to COVID, already had a cash strap with carrying less than budgeted amount of passengers.
So you're trying to get some money for JUTC?
I'm not. I'm just saying that if it is that they're bailing out entities, because no, and I see nothing in the budget itself for entities like the JUTC and others.
I would just like
just
to
want
say
to know what is the rationale in supporting one entity over the other.
Ms. Morrison, let me just say on behalf of the PAC that we would like to congratulate you. It's the first time in 4 years that you have come with a supplementary budget without asking for money for JUTC. I'd like to congratulate you and your team.
Yes, sir. I believe you commented on it the last time. So
I
maybe
know
we
you,
took note.
you took it. You'll bring it to the second supplementary. All right. But yes, could we, before, is there any way we could get, I know the day is short, but maybe UDC could just shoot us.
All right, so I do have a little information.
Oh, good.
There is apparently a refund that is required by them in relation to a property sale. So that is utilizing of some of their resources.
That's like how much?
900 plus million.
Okay, well, there you go. But that is, yeah, which property would that be?
Go ahead. The rooms property.
Oh.
We're not.
Okay. Yes, well, we do have to.
My colleague is making a very scurrilous allegation that I'm misinforming the public about the rooms property that we were just advised was the refund.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't say anything about the rooms property. I said he has continuously been misinforming Jamaica.
Oh, you're talking in a sort of a
general
country.
form. It's a good thing the FS
Member
was
Clark,
here
I tell you what
to
I'm going
correct
to
and
do.
give us clarity.
I think I'm going to put Member Jackson to sit beside you. All right, members, no. All right, let's move on. Members, and we had indicated that when we do open up, we were going to have a discussion with UDC about rooms. I think now, have we gotten the report? I know. The what? Yeah, well, all right, we're coming to that. We had that, yes. But, Ms. Bailey, could you rewrite, is that a correct word? The UDC and ask them where is that report that was requested over 3 months ago? All right. Yes, let me just move through this list. Okay, so that's been clarified, and I'm very happy we did, because it would have been inconceivable that UDC could be spending that amount of money. Ministry of Industry, the $1 billion additional, and that's to provide assistance to farmers, etc., etc., etc. We will have them later to have that discussion. $140 million to CARE for the poor relief program. They'll be here as well, local government. And although we had a discussion with them about it previously, so it could be short, $40 million to the Ministry of Labor. We've had that discussion. And the $189 for the CDF, which was the $3 million per constituency. And we have here 66 billion, this is a real one, the Ministry of Finance for their response. And the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health will be here. Okay, so those are the main ones that will get the expenditure, and all of these are on the list to be with us today. The reallocation of 19.8 billion within the recurrent budget to support COVID-19 activities was undertaken by reprioritizing some discretionary operating expenditures and deferring some payments to financial year 2021-22. It is to be noted that $7 million allocated to the Public Accountancy Board is not related to COVID-19, but will assist Jamaica meeting commitments under the Proceeds of Crimes Act. This change will be tabled as a standing finance committee amendment, meaning just the $7 million that you're going to put on. Okay. The focus areas where spending was reduced across all MBAs. So now to be able to get the money for the increased expenditure, this is what you cut. All right? And as you said before, traveling, foreign travel, etc., overtime, filling of vacant positions, training, workshop, conference, food and drink, advertising and public relations. But hold on, just to say though, this seems focus areas where spending was reduced. This is not to get this amount of money though.
All right, so Chair, remember there are two factors. There is the 81 billion that has been lost from the revenues.
Exactly.
And therefore the expenditure had to adjust for that.
Right,
But
so
also,
let's go through it slowly. 81 billion is lost revenue. Good?
Right, so the expenditure would have had to
Then
adjust
you had
to accommodate some of that.
Then you
But there
had
is also
increased expenditure.
additional expenditure that
Of how
was
much?
required. 27.1. Well, on the recurring side, 24. But
Everything.
Over
Just want to know everything.
27.1.
How much?
27.1.
27.1?
32?
No man, most more than that.
Oh, okay. 35 inclusive of the debt.
35 inclusive of debt. So 35 billion. So that adds up now to 116. Is that right? 116 billion.
Yes.
That is basically the amount of money you had to find.
Okay. So we are not necessarily looking for that amount of money. Remember, there is
Because
also...
you had 70 billion.
No, remember, there is also an adjustment to the primary balance target.
Exactly. No, that's what I want to just, that's what Member Campbell is kind of alluding to. So now, this is what you needed, 166 billion, right? 116. 116 billion, roughly. We're just using some broad terms. So you adjusted the primary balance. How much you got out of that?
All right, Chair, if I may. So I would say there are various levels. If we're just talking about identifying enough funds to cover what we are now doing, then the funds are coming from the revenues that are left, from the loan receipts that are programmed, from the amounts we are going to utilize that we had brought across the fiscal year. That provides the actual amount of funds that we need to cover, let's say the 38.1 that we are looking at in total expenditures. If we're looking at it from the perspective of the balances, the primary balance that has been adjusted. If we were not adjusting the primary balance and were seeking to meet the same balance that we had budgeted, it means that our expenditure would have had to been cut exactly in relation to the fall in the revenues, because the revenues are the above the line that the expenditure relates to. So you'd have had to have 81 billion cut, overall cut on your above the line expenditures if the primary balance had not been adjusted. So the primary balance was adjusted from 5.8 to 3.5.
So, and that gives you an additional spending ability of 81 billion, you said?
The amount, no.
57.8.
That's, yeah. How much?
57.8
Adjusted gives you 57 billion. Okay. All right, now. You had some money from the sale. Didn't you throw that into this too?
Right, so the funds that we carry across are essentially available for below the line, what we call below the line activities. So that is in relation to paying like the principal payments or the below the line expenditures. We have 37.2 billion in our below the line expenditures.
And this is from what?
Anything that we carry across the fiscal year, that is what you can do with
that's
it. You
what you
can't
brought.
use it to pay above the line expenditures.
All right. And I'm just trying to, I think just for the general, we're seeing where this 116 billion for the sort of not specialist like myself. We're seeing that this is the additional expenditure and the last revenue. And we're just trying to figure out how you're filling that hole in the bucket. But I'd heard that. That's why I'm just trying to.
Okay. If you look on your table, the central government summary table, on the overall balance line.
The summary table at the back.
Yes, it's at the back of the document.
That's your appendix number 1?
Appendix 1.
All right.
Right, so the overall balance line for the budget, the approved budget, where it is showing minus 16,765.3. What that means is that at this point, we were going to be utilizing $16.7 billion from previous resources to fully finance what has been budgeted for 2021. On the first supplementary budget, we are now going to be utilizing $87.6 billion to finance the new supplementary budget. That's a difference of 70.8 billion. So 70.8 billion more from resources that have come across will be used to finance.
That's the
this
70
budget.
billion.
It could be seen as the 70 billion.
Well, all right. Okay. All right. So,
Yes, could you just tell us how were you able to?
use your mic, please.
Okay. All right. So we end each fiscal year not necessarily, but sometimes with more resources than we expected. The fact that we have been running primary balances ahead of the target means we have been ending the fiscal year with more resources still in hand than had been initially projected. The primary balance, let's say, coming out at a 7.5 rather than a 7 is not.
Slapped across the face for running a deficit. So when you have this surplus now, what do you put it down to? Yes, you say it's as if no active ingredient behind.
No, there are various reasons that could lead to the surplus, right? So it could be that the revenues have overperformed. It could also be that the expenditure that was programmed did not all get spent, and therefore you're left with more cash than we had initially budgeted. Whatever the case is, we would have ended the year.
Didn't you have
in the specific case we have before us? What it is that you can identify that went into giving us the surplus?
All right. So we had divestments during the year.
That's the point. Wasn't that a major part of it, Ms. Morrison? Were the divestment of Wigton and the highway, weren't those major?
We had Wigton, but we also had, sir, overperformance on the revenues. We came in above program.
About how much did we get for Wigton and for Wigton and the between Wigton and the highway? What came in for the highway? Oh.
All right. Can I give you those figures later? I can provide those figures later.
Sure, absolutely. The highway was after March?
No, a portion came in March. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's move on. In the capital. Oh no, sorry. You have some obligations that were deferred. The grant to the Student Loan Bureau, the NHT employers' contribution arrears, and the prep works for the census. Now, let me just go to the grant to the Student Loan Bureau from education tax of $3 billion. The minister indicated that the Students Loan Bureau has capital investment, it has some money, and it has some operating money there so that it can meet its obligations for this year. But I would suggest that this year is going to be a very difficult year. Many parents have not worked for some time, students in university. It's going to be a very important year. And I just want to, in my mind, be clear that the Students' Loan Bureau, in what could be its most challenging year, is properly funded. So I just want to know what your thoughts are on it. And members, again, do we have Student Loan Bureau coming in? Yeah, no request was made for the Student Loan Bureau, but I'm just saying I think that this is a critical, and I don't know, we may not have time because it's too late to request their presence now, but I would say, members, that if we're not able to get a fulsome answer, that this is something that we could recommend their attendance at the Finance Committee meeting tomorrow and ask for this to be taken at that point. So we can embed it in the report and suggest to the Ministry of Finance that we bring that.
Okay, sir, but just to indicate, the Student Loans Bureau has several $1 billion in resources right now that would be available.
Several,
Billion.
meaning like a lot.
Yes.
I like how you said that.
I will get the amount.
Huh? You
I
get
will
the amount.
exact amount.
But I would suggest, though, that it's something that we are going to, maybe tomorrow for Finance Committee, I would be prepared. Because I think this will become, every member of Parliament just wants to be certain. Because I know Mr. Campbell tells me when they can't get through the student loan, they go to him. And he just writes a check and for all his constituents who are listening. So, all right. The NHT employers' contribution. You want to say something on this? Yes. The NHT employers' contribution arrears, I'm not quite certain.
Okay, so if you recall, in the third supplementary, we actually made an early payment in relation to these NHT arrears that are programmed for each year.
For who? This is for all government workers?
No, government, yes.
That don't look like a lot of money, though.
Okay.
I mean, I would think it was a lot more than this.
We have a payment schedule for this. So it was approximately 1.3 billion that was due for this year. We made 1 billion under the third supplementary last year. So the 378 is the remaining
So you got some
portion.
of it out of the way.
We're pushing it into next year.
But in a lot of ways, kind of pushing it from one pocket into the other.
We're just pushing it to next year, sir.
No, that's not what I meant. Meaning that you are taking the government taxpayers' funding to pay the NHT. It's going over to the NHT, and whenever you're in. All right, and the prep work for the centers. I looked at this. I don't know. I mean, these things are important, but if your preparatory work for the census is $1 billion, how much does the census cost?
All right, so we'll give you the full information, but yes, it's going to be more than this, sir.
All right.
So this was just preparatory work that they were going to do during this year.
Yeah, but it would be good to know the total.
We will provide that.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. FS, just a question on the preparatory work. The pushing back to 21, 22, how will that affect the data collected from a statistical standpoint? Because we know that census are to be done every 10 years. How will this impact on the data that will be collected?
Okay, so it's essentially going to be an 11-year rather than a 10-year, which we have in fact had before, which is why we're actually at a 2021 census rather than a 2020, because it has happened in the past where it didn't happen in the year that would have been the 10th year. But so 1 year difference for the census.
Sorry.
All right, we're showing approximately 1.4 billion for the actual census in the year that it would have commenced. From this year.
So you're deferring 927 million from this year
to next year.
So the balance would be for the prep work.
So the census is close to 2 billion.
Over 2. It would be over 2. Yes.
Over 2 billion.
Yes.
That's how often we do the census? Every 4 years?
10 years. 10 years.
Oh, every 10 years. And that's done by Statin. Okay. All right.
Chairman, I just want to ask a related question as we're looking at the census. Because I know that in the air there's this issue about the ECJ and 2 elections this year, and the possibility of saving tremendously if you were to have one activity for both elections. Have you gotten an estimate as to those savings, FS?
All right, yes, we're just trying to locate the figure, but it's in the
Because that
budget.
would represent additional savings.
No, it's still there.
So if you were to have 2 elections on one day, instead of having 2 elections on
Yes,
separate days,
there would be savings, sir.
significant savings.
What is the amount for one? Oh.
All right, hold on a
she's
second.
just
Let me
checking.
just try
She's
and
just
figure out
checking.
something. FS, what are we looking up now? The cost of...
They were asking what is the estimated cost for the elections, for 2 elections.
Okay, all right.
There's 2.3 billion in the approved budget for
both.
Both.
2.3.
Yeah.
And each election, they're about this, if
This-
they're about the
this
same, it would
is
be about 1.5.
for both.
No. 2.3, 1.1. Yeah.
This is what was captured for both. I think you need to speak to, the AOJ.
All right.
To break it
And
out.
our estimates, the estimates now have
Still
the
carries the
budget for
2.3.
2 elections.
Right, so you could save somewhere in the region of about $1 billion if you were to merge. Could.
It would appear
Yes.
that would be correct.
Yes, because I know Member Clark wants to have a joint. I don't. All right. Can we move now to the capital? The reduction in capital budget is 28.1 billion. And basically what you're saying here is some of the things you're doing is pushing back projects, some of the major projects, and cutting some. You have here disruptions in global supply chain are a factor and identify some of the projects to be delayed. You have here an expenditure of 2.3 billion for the Ministry of Labor. These are for PATH and the school feeding program. But you have these under capital. Just for the record, you have some under capital and some under recurrent. I mean, just for tidiness, you know.
All right,
I've never
so
understood how you do this budget.
Okay, so the path is really related to the fact that it remains a project, commenced as a project and remains as a project financed.
Is it fully financed by the Jamaican
That was
government?
previously financed by...
Do you still get funds?
No, we are now, I believe we are now fully financing it.
So wouldn't
during
it-
this year, we become, during this year, so
Wouldn't it
it
be
should
appropriate?
actually, it needs to move, but there was still some loan financing
Fine.
for this year,
but,
but it
but
will fall
members,
off.
could we recommend, you might do it, but certainly in our report, let's recommend that at some point we need to move PATH back into...
To recurrent. Yes, we are aware, sir. So for the next budget, when we expect to be fully
Okay.
financing,
All right.
it will move.
No, because here it says all major projects have been affected, including 3.7 billion contingency for new public investment projects, and that itself was in the budget itself. These are projects that are at the public investment projects that are not yet approved, but you had it in contingency. And I remember the Minister of Finance saying like the buses for JUTC, what are some of the other projects that now will be pushed
You take that, Lars.
down to the 2020, pushed out of this?
The main projects at this point would be the buses. There was also a project for the acquisition of garbage trucks. And there was also a project to do with the railway, revitalization of the railway, and so those are the main ones I recall at this point, but we can provide a list.
The list of, yes, that would be good. Okay, so basically these will be deferred to 2021, 2022 budget then?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
All right. Okay. So that's the capital budget. The public debt expenditure 7.9 billion, and mostly out of depreciation. And we have the self-financing public bodies. And what you have indicated here, that these public bodies, some of them are going to be very adversely affected. And you have a list of 11 of them here. Just for the record, for example, a tourism enhancement fund is not, the funds now go to consolidated funds, so it would not be reflected. But where would that reflection be? Because is it that, say, a tourism enhancement fund for Ministry of Tourism, has that been changed? Do they have their funding or they don't have it? Mike, sir.
The funds would be treated as part of the regular consolidated fund. So within the overall adjustments, there may have been things that impacted.
So what we are looking at in the recurrent actual budget will just reflect what has happened.
Whatever has happened on that.
Because as such, there is no tourism enhancement fund. Well, there is, but it's just like an agency with a budget. There's no fund.
Right. There's no fund.
That's a pity. That's a pity. You know. I know it was part of the whole program.
Right,
but
so
all right. But these that are here are the ones that are reflected. Okay, so members, I'm going to suggest, yes, there are some questions. I'm going to take some general questions from the Ministry of Finance on this. And then it's my intention. Now, we have some issues. We have 7 ministries. We have 8 ministries that are coming, health, education, etc., etc. Now, the question is how we're going to take it. Because I know the clerk, we have to allow her to at least get some lunch. No, you're a public servant. You don't eat lunch. On behalf of which member?
At no point.
You have to be specific. Which member?
Member Clark, at no point in our history have we been categorized as public servants.
I apologize.
We do not get the level of remuneration nor yet. And we are chopped at the end of 4.5 years old. I think we have to refer the matter to the IDT, sir.
No, because the SFS.
Just indicating, the Wigton proceeds was 4.7 billion, the TJH 7.8, and SLB has 6.2 billion in resources.
Oh, the saving loans, student loans, what?
Reserves.
There's a question. Yes. All right. Just repeat those figures for me. That's for the record. Students loan billion, 6.4 billion. Yes, back to Member Clark. You had risen to the defense of. No, sorry, Member Campbell. All right. So, members, how would you like us to at some point break for half an hour? We can't take much time given what we're doing, or are we sort of rotating through as we go along?
Well, my concern is for the
finance.
No, our clerk,
yes.
Our clerk, because if she had an assistant, then we could go throughout straight. but she doesn't, so we might have to go for a half an hour break for lunch and resume.
Can we aim for 1:30 till 2? No, let us
We could,
at least
we could take
because
it right
we,
after
I
finance.
want to break the back so we don't get a build-up of ministries. If you take economic growth now, then we will know that if we can tell the persons there that we know that we'll take economic growth, and when we break, we'll take a half an hour for lunch and jump back in. All right?
Yes. I had a question for finance if you're open.
Yes, yes. All right, we're tidying up something else.
All right, so, yes, sir. So the figures were Wicton, 4.7 billion. TJH, the 7.8 is the...
Who is that?
Trans-Jamaica, 7.8 billion Jamaican, converted at the time from a combination of Jamaican and US dollar amounts. 7.8 billion. And SLB has approximately 6.2 billion.
All right, so that 12 billion was an additional amount carried over from last year. Is this one of your below the line? The two, not SLB. I'm talking about Trans-Jamaica and Wigton, would have been characterized as below the line.
All right, so the flows, yes, would be captured. Divestment flows are generally captured below the line, generally.
All right, that's not...
Sure. But since, if you're saying that SLB has 6.2, so that's why you're able to defer the 2.7.
Yes. Exactly, that's the point. So there, I think the discussion that would be had is not that they would not have funds for this year to be able to do what needs to be done, but whether or not they're going to put themselves in in my estimation, they need to have increased laxity in other words, increased limits and increased laxity in what they spend, because the demand and the need is going to be far greater this year, given what the country has gone through.
On top of that, because their funds is predicated also on repayment. So has any study been done really in the meantime?
They wouldn't be able to. Well, I think that's that's why I said we'd ask them tomorrow. We can bring that in.
Yeah.
When they come. All right. So I have member Paulwell, and member Jackson, and member Stewart. I'm taking some general questions, and then I'm going to invite the Ministry of Economic. No. The Office of the Prime Minister. Oh. There is something here. The Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Economic Growth, do they have the same PS? So we'll bring both of them, and we can indicate we'll have them for half an hour, and that will take us to 1:30. We could break to 2. We could probably tell the Ministry of Health to come back at 2:15 if they're here, just to give us some latitude. Okay? And so so members would have to know that if you ask too many questions, you're eating into your lunchtime, metaphorically speaking. Put back on the mask, member. Wait, I'm designing a special soundproof mask for you. A special soundproof mask so that you... All right. Member Paulwell.
Chairman, just because the Ministry of Energy won't be here, I wanted to ask specifically in relation to Petrojam Limited, because you're saying that their operations will be impaired by COVID. Is this because of inventory that was on land prior to the rapid decline in the price of oil, or what? And how do you account now for the profits that should flow after that inventory would have been used up, and you're benefiting from lower price oil that would be on land in over a 4-week period? So I feel that by now, whatever impairment that would have been done must have been worked through the system and Petrojam back to profitability.
So in addition to that, there is also an overall reduction in the sales volume. So that is impacting Petrojam's revenue base.
Could you say by how much? What has been the decline in demand?
Let me check the numbers and tell you in a minute.
So you certainly would be picking up dramatic fall in the SCT as a result.
The SCT is falling
Yes.
as well. So based on the revision, we're seeing where Petrojam's revenue is falling from 207 million in the original budget to 92 million in the revised budget. So that's a $115 million fall off in revenues for Petrojam. And that's linked primarily to
Well, that is quite a big lick.
Quick question. FS, in the budget supplementary presentation, the minister referred to $120 billion shortfall. Could you just indicate how those are being financed? The $120 billion. Is it through reallocation, savings, reserves? What is the combination to finance that?
All right, so it wasn't a shortfall per se. What he was referring to the best of my knowledge, was the 81 billion that followed from the revenues, the higher expenditure of 35 billion that's required, and we also had some reduction below the line on the inflows, and that is what is generating the 120 impact that he spoke about from the COVID.
Mr.
FS, there is a reduction of 790 million in the public sector transformation implementation program. What segments will be impacted because of this reduction?
All right, so we are expecting to do an amendment at standing finance in relation to this program. One second. Right, so the GovNet is slowing down. The implementation of GovNet will slow down, but we're also expecting to do an amendment to reprovide some of the funds to that program.
All right. I think we're going to invite in Office of the Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth.
Chair Lawn.
Some can sit on the other side of, so that we can still observe the social distancing. All right, welcome, Madam Pierce. All right, but before.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the members of the committee.
All right.
And my colleagues.
Before I ask you to make an opening statement, Mr. Jarrett wants a clarification.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I just want to respond to the question that was asked about the major projects that were provided for from the contingencies under the Ministry of Finance, and to state the list of major projects. The redevelopment of the University Hospital of the West Indies.
Hold on. Redevelopment of UWI Hospital?
Yes, UHWI. The acquisition of buses for the JUTC, and the acquisition of garbage trucks. Those are the three projects, major projects.
All right, so, and JUTC and the garbage, that's the 50 buses for the JUTC.
JUTC, yes.
Yeah, and the garbage trucks.
Yes. There's a project to acquire 100 garbage trucks, and this phase one of it was programmed under that.
Okay. Activity. So these items would be under that 3 point.
3 point, yes.
Right, and would not be under the line items in the ministries.
No.
So this is now being deferred.
Yes.
Okay.
So I had mentioned the railway.
Yes, yes.
So
it's
that's
actually
not included at all. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam Pierce.
Thank you. And as I said before, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee, and to my colleagues with me from Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Today, I have accompanying me the PFO from the ministry and colleagues from JSIF and PBCJ. I don't know if anybody says. And also EOJ, Electoral Office of Jamaica. We were asked to come to respond to any questions you may have regarding the adjustments and reallocations in our budget. In terms of the head of 15,000 Office of the Prime Minister for recurrent, we have an adjustment of $344 million. And For the 15,000C, we have an adjustment of $2.5 billion, most of which come from under the YEDI project, Youth Employment in Digital Animation Industries. Also NIDS, there were adjustments there. JSIF, we have a $1.3 billion adjustment. And the other entities that are here like EOJ, they will expand on their adjustments. For us, in terms of the recurrent, most of the areas affected, are discretionary expenditure, which we have sat down as a ministry and looked at our operations and have started to make changes in terms of what we will do to accommodate these changes while ensuring that there is no compromise in terms of the service that we offer. Chase 2 had adjustments, and they are represented here. Do we have anybody from Chase? Yes, Chase is here. Yes, Mr. Haven is here. So I don't know if there's any specific question that would ask. We also had an increase in $189 million, which went towards as an advance to CDF. You're aware of that. Basic food and sanitation products that went toward the COVID response, and water distribution and purchase of storage tanks. So we had $129 million for the basic food and sanitization, and for water distribution and purchase of storage tanks, that was $63 million, overall of $189 million.
All right. Member Paulwell.
Just two questions I have, Chairman. Firstly, in relation to the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement.
No, that's MEGJC. I'm on OPM.
Oh, sorry about that. You did say that ECJ is here.
The EOJ, they're here.
You say EOJ. All right.
Electoral Office of Jamaica,
right.
not ECJ.
Earlier, we had a discussion when we were looking at costs, cutting the expenditure for the census taken, and we were comparing what would be a possible saving if we were to have two elections in one.
Mm-hmm.
And we were estimating that you could save about $1 billion. We just want to confirm that and to see how workable that would be in the EOJ at this time.
Okay, shall I ask Mr. Brown, the director, to respond?
Please.
All right, member, what was approved in the budget is roughly $2.4 billion for both elections. Our preliminary estimate is that if we are able to combine both elections, you'd be looking at a savings close to $750 million.
Close to $750 million.
Yeah.
Would you be able to conduct both elections in one day efficiently?
As I've said in the past, we have the capability to do so. What is important to us is that we are given the required notice period, because there are a number of things that we need to do. What is critical in terms of the period between nomination and the day of election. There are certain activities that we now carry out in terms of the ROPA, 16 to 23 days. If we are asked to do both elections, we're going to require an additional time.
Additional how many?
Roughly 32 days.
Well, currently...
It's 16 to 23 days. Minimum of 16 days.
To 23.
23.
Right.
We think we could work with a minimum of 32 days.
No, but there is a specific time. But there's a specific timeline between nomination day and election day. The maximum is 23 days.
As it exists in the ROPA now.
Right. Could you not do both elections in 23 days?
It got to be difficult. Bear in mind that, okay, what if you were to do one election, you're talking about printing 2 million ballots. If you're going to do 2 elections, you're gonna now print 4 million ballots. And there are a number of additional things that need to be done. So for us to do this additional work in the same time period, it will create a problem for us.
Well, some more printing machines.
It's a little bit more than printing machine because you have to look at the security aspect of it and ensure it's not that you can just put in a number of machines and some of these machines are not on the shelf. These have to be brought in. And for security purpose, it's not easy for us to expand that sort of reach.
Well, the savings, as you mentioned, will be significant. So I think it is worth examining in some detail. There is a prescribed period now, so you'll have to operate within that 23-day period if we don't have to have legislative changes.
Yep.
So I think you would need to come back to us on whether or not all of the printing, which is the main issue, could be accommodated during that 23-day period.
Right. It's a printing and number of other things that occurs when we do an election, which is going to require additional time. And it's, as I said before, it can be looked at, but for us, in terms of be fully ready, we're going to require additional time.
Just looking at 15,001 and just going through, I guess this is both for the PS and Madam FS. In recurrent side of the supplementary, we see a reduction, some minimal, some significant, in travel expenses and subsidies, and in some. How will that affect the running of just government overall? Because it seems like a significant amount, and in particular, on 15,001, human resource management and other supports, $134 million, which is central administration to Office of the Prime Minister. Because if you go through, you see travel expense and subsidies, 38 million, or 2 million here, another 38 million elsewhere, you know. And a lot of these officers are traveling officers. So how will this now affect the running of government?
Well, as I said earlier, we have been looking at making adjustments in terms of our own operations. And one of the things that I have put out and we are exploring is to see how we can optimize the traveling. For example, if you have more than one site to say visit, you don't need 2 different officers to be visiting different sites. So we have been saying to officers, see how you can pool, for instance, because the reality is that if the money is not there, it is just not there, and so we have to make the adjustments within our own operations. Overseas travel too is affected, and one of the things we may have to do is use more technology to connect with some of these conferences. You would know by now, for example, CARICOM meetings are being held through various online platforms and other such kinds of meetings. So we have been looking, and the staff themselves have been looking to see how we can adequately make adjustments.
Sorry, just to add that, as we had indicated, this was one of the areas across the board that we would have sought to reduce. And certainly, as PS has indicated, the virtual meetings has replaced a lot of what would have resulted in a lot of traveling internally. Local overseas meetings from before this fiscal year began, we had virtually stopped all travel. and therefore the ability to save here was there.
Okay. Just on the capital side, the needs a $720 million reduction, which is 620 of that is for fixed assets and capital goods. What would be be affected in this expenditure?
Well, some of these are spread across agencies. So probably, for example, fixed assets would be like under YEDI, capital goods 2.9 million, and that would, and some of their programs too. Under NIDS, 620.
Which is NIDS.
Yes.
In particular, we're speaking about the NIDS.
Right.
The $720 million reduction.
Overall, but for fixed assets, it's 620 million. And that relates to some of the hardware, some of the procurements have been pushed back because of COVID and all of that. So the delay, some of the things should have come from China. And the delay in manufacturing and shipment is an issue for us. So that will, they're looking at rescheduling in terms of the manufacturing because, yes, we went to tender, but they have not.
Those hardware has been tendered already and awarded?
And Mr. Vernon can give the specifics. Some have been.
Yes. Can we know what aspects
Warren,
have
would
been
you want
tendered?
to share with the committee the specific hardwares and so that hardware that have been tendered and where we're at with each?
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman and PS. The payments concerning the 720 million specifically linked to the major NIDS contract. That's a NIDS solution contract. And this would connect us to equipment for data center upgrade at eGov, enrollment sites, equipment for pilot sites. So the major impact here is that we will be delayed by about 3 to 4 months. And the payments that were scheduled initially for November 2020 and February 2021, those are now shifted to somewhere between April 2021 to May 2021. The hardware, the last report I got is that they are now in Miami, and we expect them to be delivered by the end of this month. And additional delays concerning the opening of the borders, because there are technical experts from HP, for example, that will need to come in and install and commission the hardware. So that is where we are.
Okay. So this 620, this deferral of that will slow down your project then?
Yeah, by about 3 to 4 months.
Okay. All right. Understood.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Through the PS. PS, on 15,000 C1, school sanitation project. I see where there is a reduction there in goods and services. How do we speak to that at a time when we're having the COVID and schools have to be exercising social distancing and using more sanitation product? 15,000 C1 sanitation.
I'm not seeing, on my brief, I'm not seeing any reduction there. The original estimates, which I'm looking at, 50 million, and the revised is 50 million.
I think there's a cancel out there. There's a reduction of 16, which should have been indicated in there.
Not, unless it's elsewhere, not under JSIF, but I'm not seeing any overall. There's a 1.3 net.
There was some reallocation, so there was a net,
an
addition, a reduction and an additional.
Yeah, so it's back to where it was. There's no reduction.
All right. what aspect of the youth employment in digital now will be affected by this 485 million reduction?
So we have the animations apprenticeship program, the physical training programs, they were cancelled because of the COVID, and they had virtual training programs, and that would have some of the costs with the one-on-one face-to-face would not be reflected there. The Kingston Animation Festival, that was planned for January 2021. It has been rescheduled for 21-22. And
so that would be in the 475 million, which is
yes,
for the use of.
Yes.
Okay.
And the provision will allow for preparatory works which will be completed in this financial year. So it will give us some time. And the cancellation with COVID and all of that, so they're hoping to use the time to refine the program. The digitization training by heart for Hope, that too was cancelled. And discussion is ongoing for implementation of virtual training. And all activities in support of the National Science Fair have been cancelled as it's not feasible at this time, given the restrictions with COVID. So those are the areas that have been affected.
Okay. All right. Members, any other questions on the OPM? All right. So we can move to economic growth.
Well, for economic growth, like the other ministry OPM, there are some general areas where we had reductions. For example, use of goods and services, travel expenses and subsistence, overtime. Well, those were not significant in terms of the overtime. But grants, contributions, subsidies, and land, non-produced assets, but not significant or major reduction is in use of goods and services and the travel expenses and the subsistence. And whatever was said for OPM would be applicable here. That we're looking, yes, in terms of, and already like the technical services unit that does most of the traveling, they are looking, the CTD is here, she has been tasked with the responsibility to see how we can improve in that area to ensure that we remain within budget given the changes. And they have come up with some suggestions which they are work in progress, but we are confident that we can work through to ensure that we do not have any over expenditure in that area. For overseas travel, that we should catch up. We are not sure when we'll be able to travel freely, so that is an area that we think we can manage, and we will use the virtual platforms to tune into any conferences or wherever we are required to travel overseas. Use of goods and services, adjustments in some mundane areas, food and drink, conference expenses, official entertainment, staff welfare, local consultancy, subscription and texts, stationery, etc., etc. And again, going forward is really about trying to be more efficient, use less paper-bound solution, using technology, your emails and so. So we are looking at it to ensure that we remain on top of things.
Well, your largest cut in that ministry has come under your capital which is about
Yes.
$12.1 billion.
Yes, and I have the gentleman here. We have for the SHIP, Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, and that is being administered through two agencies, National Works Agency and NROC. And we also have adjustments in other, but they are the biggies.
But one of the items that jump out at us here, 19,000 C1, and seeing that there is going to be, or there was some pressure on the MSMEs. There's a $259 million cut in access to financing to MSMEs.
That's DBJ, yes. And we had discussions with them, and they have assured us that they can make the adjustment, that adequate funds will be available, but they can.
Good morning, everyone. Through your chair, PS.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, afternoon. Yes, regarding the.
You can stand straight up. We still hear you. Just.
Okay. Oh, yes. Regarding the credit enhancement fund, which was reduced, we have reviewed it and we have gotten approval to extend the cap. The cap was at 10%, where we could use our funds to guarantee loans to the MSMEs, but we have extended it to 20%.
So IDB
has approved.
Would know. Okay,
has
the cap.
Approved the cap.
So DB, you're from.
DBJ, Development Bank of Jamaica.
Your name, so that they can also have that.
Oh,
Your name.
Dorothea Simpson.
All right.
Dorothea Simpson.
So DBJ would be using what? Now being able to use what? 20%.
10% more.
Yeah.
Than we had
So
planned.
20% overall.
Overall.
Which would be this reduction of 292.
That's right. Yes.
So it's not really a reduction in the access to funds, but really a reduction
in the guarantee.
The guarantee.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And regarding the other one, we have identified funds that we could use for it. However, we are expecting that in the 21-22 allocation, it would
This is for the 419.
Yes, it would be reallocated to the Biggie program.
No, go again.
No, we are saying that we accept the cut this year, but then we are expecting the program to reallocate back to DBJ the amount that has been reduced
So
in next year's budget.
What we want to ensure is that the MSMEs will have access to funds going forward to get them kickstart.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Member Paulwell, you had a question.
Yes, I was just
South Coast.
curious about this, the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The leg Harborview to Port Antonio. I see here where there has been significant reduction. I'm very keen about the leg from Harborview to Yallas. What is going to happen during this financial year with that period?
Mr. Hunter.
Afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Okay, so the Harborview to Yallas segment of the Southern Coastal Highway project, that component is being done by Czech itself. And the works involved in that segment includes design and construction. So what our strategy will be is to continue with the designs. The designs are not yet complete. So we will, the original plan was to have some of the construction started in say, I think the original plan was to have some of that construction starting in the second quarter of the financial year. We're still in deep discussion with the contractor to see how we can reorder the activities to have the minimum fallout. Suffice it to say that the design element of that portion of the works will proceed, because obviously that's at a lower cost. The majority of the cost will be in the actual construction. So we're still trying to finalize with the contractor how we reorder the activities. But the design works will proceed, and the construction will pick up at a later date. Initially, what we would have done is to identify parts of the construction activity that can proceed at a certain stage. So, for example, once the bridges and culverts and discrete elements of the construction could be identified, then we could initiate construction of those elements while we proceed with the design of the roadway itself. One of the options that we now have is to just continue with the total design and to cherry pick the elements of the work that can actually go to construction.
Can you just remind us, this is not intended to be a 4-lane road?
That's the element that's going to be 4-lane.
From Harborview
to Yallas, right. So, as I indicated, this requires a lot of discussion with the contractor. Our overall desire is to maintain as much momentum as possible, but we are aware of the fiscal constraints, so we have to be clever, and we are depending on the cooperation and support of the contractor to try and order the activities as best as we can. And we're in the process of finalizing that.
Chair, Mr. Hunter, could you just merely speak to the Mapen to Williams Field leg where we are? I know that some works are taking place.
Mr. Chairman, members, afternoon. So, as EG would have said, we have similar issues.
One second, just for clarity. It's two different.
Yes. NROC is doing the Mapen to Williamsfield leg, which is the toll road, and that's their primary responsibility for toll road. And NAA is doing from the Harborview to. Yes.
All right, go ahead.
So the situation is similar in terms of the funding, but as you'd have noticed, we've actually started construction. So construction has started from about the Rio Mino River going west. The contractor has cleared maybe about 11 kilometers of 4-lane right-of-way going west. In the same way that the primary activities during this period would have been the designs, the contractor is still working on the designs. So we expect the designs to be completed in about July or August, the final designs, but pending the completion of the final designs, we've started clearing of the right-of-way. So the same kind of issues which are affecting the Yallas, Harborview to Yallas section are also affecting the Mapen to Williamsfield leg in terms of the funding. But we have proceeded in terms of the clearing of the right-of-way, and we will start with the funds which are available, some of the major structures which are along that section within the next month or 2 months.
The contractor being
China Harbor.
Being China Harbor.
So it's 28 kilometers to the Williamsfield roundabout, and the construction cost on that section is 188 million US.
So, just as a question, this is a 4-lane. It's going to consume or subsume the original, the 2-lane that takes you through 4 paths.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I'm just trying to.
So the highway is 28 kilometers, of which 5 kilometers of it will include the existing Melrose bypass.
The existing one?
Melrose. So once you get past Porus, just a little bit west of Porus, the highway joins back into the existing Melrose bypass.
I got you.
But that 5-kilometer section of Melrose bypass, which will be incorporated, will be free to the public. So you'll be able to get onto it at Porus, and you'll be able to get off of it coming from Williamsfield again at Porus.
But it's going to be 4-lane or just?
Yes. So the whole highway starting from Maypen all the way through to Williamsfield will be 4 lanes.
All right. So in other words, you're building the entire length of road.
Yes.
But the toll portion would be from Clarendon.
The whole road will be a toll road.
Porus, more or less.
The whole road will be a toll road and will be maintained by the operator. But the section from the Williamsfield roundabout to Porus will be free.
Yeah, I got you.
I have a question, Chair, if you may, on that point. Mr. Ivan.
Yes, sir.
The toll rates.
Yes, sir.
On each leg is determined by the distance.
Yes.
Right? Will the distance that include the Melrose Hill be part of the calculation for the toll rate completing that entire leg?
All right. So two issues of clarification, further clarification. As you know, the section of road from Mandela all the way through to Maypen, where we stop now, is part of the existing concession. So that's the concession which is owned by Trans-Jamaica Highway. The section of roadway from the Maypen roundabout to the Williamsfield is being constructed by the government of Jamaica. So it will be at the government's discretion as to how the tolls will be set along that section. But we would expect that it would follow a similar mechanism to the rest of the highway.
So, just to go back, the effect of this supplementary budget on this road is that it puts us back, 6 months, a year, 2 years? What's your estimation? A month?
So
I don't know.
As EG said, where we are now is in discussion with the contractor as to how we can either accommodate the cuts or possibly, for example, speed up next year. So right now we have not proposed any cuts in the contractor's pace of work. So we continue to work at the original pace of work while we have discussions with the contractor as to what we can do in relation to the possible cuts in the budget.
But your budget and what I don't know if it can be given here, because your budget is basically cut in half for this financial year.
Right.
But what would be the breakdown? Because the whole project is called the Southern Coastal Highway, so which is your section and the NWA. So what portion of this 6.2 billion how is it broken down?
Approximately 60% for the Part B, which is Harborview to Yalas.
60% going to the NWA side.
Approximately 40% on the other section.
So, all right, then put it in another way. How much is your budget for this year for your section?
Approximately 2.4.
2.4 billion.
Right.
And of that, how much have you been cut?
Sorry, so the original budget was 12 billion overall.
Yeah, I want you.
And that has gone down to...
Yes, no, how much of that 12 billion was you? Your budget.
The original budget, how much of the 12?
Original budget, what was your budget?
Approximately 4.8.
And you have been cut by half.
Right. That's down to about 2.4.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're now 2.4. So anyhow you spin it, you're going to have to cut something this year, unless you can find other revenues.
Exactly.
Or they can carry it over.
Exactly.
All right.
So those are discussions that we're having now.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to ask, because in the reduction, there's 2.2 billion which should deal with land. So is it that we're going to be deferring payments for lands, or have we, How is it? Because
your land finished?
Well, so we've broken out our land acquisition into two phases, what we call priority 1 and priority 2. Priority 1 is the first block of lands to be handed over to the contractor. We have now handed over all of those lands to the contractor. So as far as the first phase of the priority works goes, the contractor already has all the land for that.
Okay. And what about
his is the...
Okay, so most of the things that Ivan has said applies to our section. Same philosophy. Again, on the subject of land, as you know, what one needs for construction is not the acquisition of land, but legal possession. And it's very important to understand that distinction. Actual acquisition, that's when you pay out a lot of money, and that can take years. For construction purposes, you merely need legal possession. And so, and with legal possession, sometimes you make a deposit. So, and then there are lands that have nothing on it, and then there are lands that have stuff on it. So again, Chairman, members, the whole question of how much we spend on land, at what point in time we get occupancy, and so on and so forth. These are very dynamic matters.
But the fact is that it's still 2.2 billion out of the reduction that is in here. So it must affect something why it was in the budget, which is what I'm trying to assert. What aspect of your land acquisition that this 2.2 is, it's quite a sum.
Okay, so what it probably is that,
or it didn't have to be in the budget.
No. As I said before, when you look at the total, you look at the characteristics of the land that you're going to acquire, some of those lands are undeveloped and some of the lands are developed. And so the intention at the start of the financial year would be that you would proceed to acquire or to seek legal possession for both undeveloped land as well as developed land. The truth is that the cost for the developed, because the developed land is the one that have structures, relocation, and so on. So obviously, one of the strategies that one would certainly give attention to is this extent to which you could maximize the underdeveloped land at the expense of the developed land, because it would then mean paying out less money.
All right, just as Enrock had explained, what aspect of the section you are doing, NWA, will be affected in this reduction? Is it some of the packages to do with the rehabilitation going towards Port Antonio, which you would have started already, or which section?
What it is that our original intention was to have all the undeveloped lands available to the contractor. I think the plan was by June, end of June, and all the developed land at the end, I think, of November. That was the original schedule. We are now in the process of saying, okay, we can hand to the contractor all the undeveloped land by, say, end of June, July. The developed land now is what we're looking at to see, because, as I said before, that's the land that has the higher price premium. And that is the one that tends to be, although our plan was to have all of this land developed, handed to the contractor by November, those are the ones that have people involved.
Yeah.
And you have raised it before that there's some disquiet. So although our plan and our budget was predicated on being able to sort out all those issues by November, we are now taking a second look at that.
Of rescheduling the date?
Yeah, we will.
And that will be mainly doing with the Bull Bay area?
Yeah, more than that, yeah, where people are. Those are the ones that, with the best of intention, sometimes our planning goes awry because, as you have said here, even just giving the people the money for the value of the land doesn't necessarily precipitate a precipitous removal from the land. So, these are things that we work out as we go along.
As part of this, you had said you had started some local contractors doing work there.
Yes, we let 5 packages previously.
Of how many packages?
Beg your pardon?
How many packages?
Their total, from Yalas to Port Antonio would be 15 packages. We have let 5 already, and we're in the process of soliciting tenders for another 5. So we should be ready with those that other 5 package.
No, well,
yeah. So the question is, will we let another 5? Again, those
because
decisions.
I was just going to say to you, with this drastic cut in the budget, and listening to you sound like it's work as normal, that there's no, it's not going to affect the work being done. So that's why I'm just asking, just a plain answer. In what aspect of the works for this financial year will the budget cut affect?
Okay, so as I said before, the budget figure you are relating to is what's in the budget. But in addition to which, the contractor was paid an advance some last year of $6 million US.
Okay.
And that $6 million US, $6 million US. Yeah. That advance payment to the contractor is available to the project.
That's $1 billion, roughly.
Yeah. So, yeah. And so we are in the process of negotiating with the contractor in terms of what is the total funds available. So that's the first thing. The second thing you have to recall.
So you're saying US dollars on top of this six million to spend. Okay.
That's contractual. Yeah. The other thing you have to bear in mind is that when you let a contract, what becomes due immediately is the contractor's mobilization. The actual work to be done by the contractor does not arise until sometime in the future. The contract gives the government 72 days to pay for any work that has been done. So try to understand that it is still possible to maintain a decent modicum of activity, and the payment schedule, the obligation arising therefrom, is managed as you go down the road. So it is not as simple as saying that the budget is cut by 50%, therefore you'll do 50% work. Right. So it's a question of how the activities are staged to fit within what the contract provides for. So there's 72 days. Any work done today is not due for payment until 72 days thereafter. Now, the truth is that we oftentimes make payment on a schedule much more pleasing to the contractor, but we still have the provisions of the contract to rely on in case we have fiscal challenges.
So you may slow down some of the work, but speed it up back later to be able to catch probably the next financial year or so.
Well, as I said before, whatever work is done today, the contractor is to be paid within 72 days. Whether we want to pay him after 50 days or 60 days or 70 days, that's a decision. But we do have that facility.
So the other 5
packages,
that will be that work should start when?
Okay, so the first thing to do regarding those 5 packages is we have to get them ready for award, which means tendering, analysis, negotiation, and then once we have those 5 packages ready, we will then look at what would be the demand if they are awarded in October,
Oh, Mr. Hunter. All we want. No, I'm just saying. So they are not ready to be sent out there as work.
No,
Have they been tendered?
Member, it's important that you understand the mechanism of the process.
No, just have they been tendered? Yes or
yes,
no?
they have been tendered.
They have been tendered.
Yes.
Have the analysis been done of
The tenders
when you're going
have not
to?
been returned. No, the tenders
Okay.
are due back at the end of June.
Okay,
right.
that's it. All right. Good.
And within say 2 to 3 months they'll be ready, and then we then have to make a decision.
So you're not quite yet ready to
Right.
start that work. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, may I just say though that it's one of the processes that we'll have to manage, given this situation, environment, because with all good intention, we may say by August we should be ready, but then we don't know what is ahead of us come August. So it is one of the things, and I must inform the committee that the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation did convene a meeting with the main contractor.
Who is that?
The Prime Minister. He's the Minister of Economic Growth. We had a meeting with the contractor and the agencies with which they are executing contracts on our behalf, and there are proposals on the table in terms of, what sort of adjustments can be made to ensure, one, there's no liability to the government, and two, that the works are not negatively affected. So both sides are to look at some of the proposals that were put on the table and for us to come back together to see how we can implement in a seamless manner given the situation.
Let me just clarify in my mind. This year, how much work was supposed to, in monetary terms, how much money was supposed to be spent on that leg of the work? South Coast, that your portion of the South Coast.
Well, the original budget was 12 billion, and we would get 60% of that. Yeah.
My calculation, if they were getting 4.8, call it 5,
we get 60% of 12
you are getting 7.
Yeah.
So your budget was 7 billion. And that 7 billion was broken down into generally prep works, buying land, and doing 10 packages you are going to do? Roughly.
Yeah.
All right. No.
But
I'm just trying. That was cut by half. So you're going to, instead of 7 billion, you're going to get 3.5. So point I'm trying to make is that if you're down to 3.5, you are now, and you already have a series of contractors that are working, is that correct? How many? 5? And those contracts were awarded when?
The October last year.
And you expect that work to go on till about when? Till when?
They were 14 months from October.
So the end of this year?
Right.
To the end of this year. And the cost of those 5 packages was what?
That was $5 billion, Jamaica.
So come the end of this year, which is in this financial year, how are you going to pay for it if you are being cut?
Okay, so Chairman, as I was explaining to Member Phillips, although you said we're going to award 5 additional packages in this financial year, the question to ask, what is the financial call once those 5 packages are let, or what is the financial implication? And I indicated that when you award a contract, what is due at the date of award or a month thereafter is the mobilization. So the value of the contract is not the important thing. It is the mobilization component
because the payment comes near the end.
No, because the contractor hasn't done any work yet.
Yes.
Okay. So when you award a contract in, say, August, the contractor has to bring in his insurance and bonds, and he has like 28 days or whatever to bring that in. Once he has brought in his insurance and bonds, you then pay him the mobilization. He then goes to work. And whatever work he does, so he ordinarily, he will spend 2 or 3 months doing work before he sends the first invoice. That first invoice is not due for payment until 74 days.
Hold on, wait.
So,
let me just say, I hear that.
Okay.
My question is a more fundamental question.
Mm-hmm.
You're indicating that you have given out $5.5 billion worth of work, which
some
is
of which have
coming
already
due.
been paid.
So by your own argument, if you're down to
no
3.5,
no,
I'm just asking about your payments now, much less taking on new work.
I mean, no.
Coming to that. So the question is, having awarded $5 billion worth of work in October of last year.
You would have that money from the last budget.
Right.
Yes.
So
we
would
understand
have
that.
paid, the contractor would have been paid up to the start of this financial year. So the first call on this year's budget would be any residual remaining on those 5. And so going into new contracts, the new contracts would have to be staged to be awarded at a time when the call for them can be managed.
I think, yes, we hear that, but I'm just saying, how much of those contracts? Because we just want to know that you're going to be able to manage. In other words, how much is left?
And my response is that yes, we'll be able to manage.
How much is left to be paid on those contracts for the end of this year? You're saying that you have, in other words, it's less than the 3.5 billion that you are getting in the budget.
Okay, just to repeat myself, the total funds available for the project is what appears in the budget plus the advance payment.
Advance payments, yes.
So we have an understanding with the contractor that the advance payment previously made, which we should have taken, would be added to the expenditure this year. Okay? So that was the first big.
But that is for check.
Yes.
Yes, not for the local.
No.
Right.
Check is the contractor.
Yeah.
And those funds then flow through to the subcontractor.
Okay.
Because the contract belongs to
gotcha.
check. Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah. No,
right.
No.
Okay. So you understand my point.
You.
So check is the contractor of record.
So what he's saying, Chairman, is that if I can, is that even with the cut in theirs, there's a previous $6 million which can still go ahead to pay the contractors until they catch up with their budgetary allocation, which should not, in any sense, really, it's just how you stagger the work.
Which is what?
So in essence, you don't really have to slow down your leg of the work, in essence, really. Because you can juggle it to get the same amount of work that you actually started out the beginning of the financial year to accomplish.
Yeah, one of the things we do. And as I indicated before, ordinarily you try and pay the contractor within 30 days. But the contract says we have up to 74 days to pay. So that is another option available to us to sequence the payment.
All right. So I think at the end of the day, once you're comfortable that, because what we don't want, it is not unknown or unheard of that contractors complain about late payments. We don't have to.
My only response to that, Chairman. My response to that, Chairman, is that I don't respond to late payment or early payment. I look to see what the contract says, and the government is contractually obliged to pay the contractor on a schedule indicated in the contract.
You love
and
that
it is, and it is our intention to see to that.
Yeah, but Yeah, so, and what you had indicated is that given the crisis, the minister met with them because I was just wondering if we cut the budget, if in meeting with the contractor, there must be something in there that speaks to in times of disaster or that there's a delay. All right. Sorry. No, yes, I did
Chairman, firstly, to Mr. Anderson, I'm not sure that I understand the structure of that relationship, because THJ is now owned by who? Who are the
people of Jamaica. It's on the stock market. It's a company on the stock market.
Yes. So, how does the government of Jamaica find itself where the shares are owned by the average Jamaican, and then it is taking onto itself a project to finance the construction? I'm not sure how that relationship works.
Thank you, member. To clarify, so the concession agreement with Trans-Jamaica Highway covers only the section from Mandela to Maypen. So that's the concession agreement which Trans-Jamaica Highways and obviously the shareholders of Trans-Jamaica Highways has a responsibility for. The section of the roadway that we're talking about now is the section from Maypen to Williamsfield. Okay. This section of roadway is being constructed by the government of Jamaica through a contract with China Harbour, as you heard.
And funded from government.
And funded by the government of Jamaica. So at the completion of construction, the government of Jamaica has an option as to how it goes about running that section of roadway. And so in the concession, there's a first right of refusal, where the Trans-Jamaica Highway can come to the government of Jamaica and say, I want to own and or operate this section of highway. And the government of Jamaica would then say, here is the price at which you can either own it, or here are the conditions under which you can operate it. If that is agreed, then that becomes part of the concession for the remaining life of the concession, which is up to 2036.
So I just wondered about it. Right. And in relation to Mr. Hunter, I recall some time ago you told this committee that before you tender works, the financing has to be in place, because otherwise you would be in breach of the law. Is that so?
Okay. Yes, your recollection of my statement is correct. Okay, but the facts regarding this case, the South Coast Highway, South Coast.
You sound like you're on trial, man.
Recognizing counsel. The South Coast Highway Improvement Project is already contracted. So there is a binding contract between the government of Jamaica and China Harbour for that job. The tendering to which I refer are for subcontracts under this parent contract. So the liability, the government of Jamaica already, the liability for the South Coast contract is already in the government's books. What remains is the extent to which that liability is manifest in the accounts. And it's manifest in the account as the works proceed. But the liability is already established by way of contract.
I keep hearing you say that you have to pay you have up to 74 days after.
Right.
In the unlikely event that you were to find yourself up to 75 days, what additional expenses would you incur?
Okay.
Because I have seen some FIDI contracts which where you are obliged to pay something like 30% per day of the sum due.
Okay, so let me help you. The question should be, if the government doesn't pay on the schedule indicated in the contract, what does the contract say?
Yes.
And the contract says the contractor would be entitled to simple interest at the rate of 2.5% per annum.
So that is a revised.
That's in the contract.
That's a revised FIDI contract.
Yeah,
and not
yeah.
because I've seen some which really
So it's
discourage.
in the contract. Now, as to whether the contractor will invoke that clause or not is a subject of discussion, but that's what the contract says.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I would just like to look at the 1.8 billion provided to the National Water Commission. We are experiencing a drought now, and it is likely, I gather, to be.
This is for where? This is.
Isn't it your ministry?
NWC would be economic growth?
It's not. It's a special allocation. NWC doesn't, and I probably think finance can.
No, I was just wondering what was it for, because anticipating further drought. In my constituency, we haven't seen water in some places for months, and it is likely to get worse over this period. Is this an allocation to assist with transporting water to these communities?
Okay, so the allocation is primarily arising from the impact of the COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 on the entity. The entity.
Or to pay staff?
How did it impact?
Has the revenue has reduced significantly. Or at the point where we did the supplementary.
So this is not for operations?
So, I mean, it will provide funds for some of the operations or wherever they need the assistance. It's not specifically linked to a particular thing. It is coming out of the impact of the COVID-19 that they require additional funds.
If I may, sorry.
All right.
Might not coming out. But in terms of operations, though, I know that they have ramped up in terms of the delivery of water. We have been looking at their expenses. Granted, they are not on the budget, but I know they have been spending significant amount of funds, even monthly, to truck water. And probably a discussion with them could help. Also, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, because they are working through the municipal corporations for the delivery of water.
No, I'm certain I heard the Prime Minister make the point that the Ministry of Economic Growth would be trying to. The last time some funds had been sent to members of Parliament, but then transmitted to
the funds were transferred to local government.
To local government,
yes.
But yeah. And because I agree that it's going to be the drought has started. The drought has started. All right, members.
Chairman.
Just go ahead, members.
Thank you. I just want to touch back a little bit, Mr. Anders, e.g., Mr. Hunter, as it relates to rural road rehabilitation program. I noticed that there has been a cut. Are we not to expect anything in our respective constituencies across the island?
I don't have the figures here, but my recollection is that the recurrent component of the budget largely remains the same.
If I can help the member, it is the OPEC, which I think is a source upturn.
That was to have been spent on the Maypen to source upturn thing.
But
that has been eliminated.
Just back, what is the budget for road repairs that was in the March budget, and if you say it remains, could you just clarify?
I was referring to the 2.6 billion from memory, which is for the whole country for the whole year.
Well, we're happy to hear. So the 2.6 billion remains in the budget, and secondly, that includes works, does it not? Sort of.
Yeah.
Drain cleaning, preparing for
Drain
hurricane,
cleaning
that
and
sort
so
of
on.
thing.
Yes, those initially paltry sums still remains. Yeah.
Is there a program for that that has been set up already?
Well, Chairman, in your capacity as an MP, I imagine you would have gotten correspondence to the effect for the mitigation. PS? Oh.
Mitigation program has been approved, and we're doing the administrative work to inform you.
Well, that's a small part of the program. We're talking about but quite frankly, just I think for all of us, it's important for us just to know, because that's part of why we do these reports. Because many MPs, I myself had thought it differently. But if the road program continues, then we certainly would need here to get an idea of what the proposed program is rolling out for the year. If there is we had not really dealt with it simply because with all the cuts going on, we didn't know that any of these would have gotten away unscathed. But you seem to have weathered that storm very well. But what I would suggest is that we push ahead to attempt. Members, as I said, normally, Member Daly, there's no parliament today. Yes. But I suggest members, as is the norm, we would just ask for a breakdown of what the program intention is. Really? We'll do that. So if that's the case, but for our report, it would be that the road, what do we call it? Road maintenance, road rehab. Is there a general? What's the line in the budget?
Yeah.
Maintenance and rehab.
But in the budget, the rehabilitation and maintenance is only 405 million. So that $2 billion that he's speaking about is maintenance of secondary roads, right, which has not been reduced in the budget.
Hold on. Well, let me just again. Is that how much was spent last year on secondary roads? Because I did not. We are basically.
Well, I mean, not to belabor the point, Chairman, but again, if you look at the road network island-wide, $2.6 billion barely scratches the surface. So, we're not talking about adequacy of expenditure.
No, we're not. No,
right.
It's just that, I think last year there was a discussion here, because I didn't think we had much for secondary. It was all primary roads mostly, which is usually the role of NWA.
No, we have both, main roads is what we say, but main roads can be subdivided into primary and secondary.
All right.
Regardless of how you
the
call
difference
it.
between Mandela Highway and Little London to Grange Hill, for want of a better term. One would be secondary, one would be...
We spend as much on Little London as we spend on Mandela.
Well, you never got the same result. No. But I only say, yes, all right, so it's not my mistake. I was misunderstanding it almost to mean parochial road, which, all right, so I got you, because there's that concern. Okay. All right, so basically we can just request. All right, members, are we complete?
Question. Yeah, we can finish now, Chair. Just PS. Port Authority. Because looking back here, we're going to see a variance of about 3.5 billion in their revenue stream. But still, over a year now, and no chairman has been appointed to the board. I remember raising it last year, this time, and we're back at it again. what is the issue why we can't appoint a chairman of the Port Authority Board?
The most I can say, it is under consideration. Yes. Yes, I admit it is under consideration. But you may not know some of the reasons why. First, somebody may not have been appointed, but it is under consideration. That's all I can say at this point.
But Madam Pierce, with all due respect, since the now Minister of Finance was the chairman of, and since his election to the lower house, there has not been any at all. You have gone through the transition of a concessionaire, all of that. I mean, it shouldn't be under consideration for 1 year.
I hear you, and what I do know, though, that notwithstanding, at meetings based on their act, they appoint chairman. So it's not that there's not a sitting chairman.
You've been rotating
at any yes, it is rotated at any particular time, and Port Authority is operating, not justifying the absence, but they are operating very well.
So you're justifying
very efficiently. No, I'm not justifying anything. I'm not justifying. I am just explaining that, notwithstanding that there is not a named chairman, at each meeting a chairman is appointed, and their act allows for that. And the organization is doing well with the kind of leadership. They're doing very well.
No, but Chairman, I'm going to record it that this is, with all due respect to the permanent secretary, it's not an answer that, because I'm just saying to you, well, as a permanent, I know it falls under the Prime Minister is a minister in charge of economic growth, and he is the best person to answer it, but you are the permanent secretary there, and I'm sure you'll have concerns. So, no.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, it might be a little bit unfair of my colleague to expect a better answer from the PS. It is the cabinet that is to make that appointment. But why my colleague should not be surprised, it's over a year that we don't have a Minister of Education either. So that's a consistency. It's not unusual. It's only unfortunate. There's not a Minister of Education. Who is that? Mr. Chairman, yes.
I was hanging on every word from member.
Yes, I'm trying to protect.
I was hoping he was going to tell me who the Minister of Education was, but then he turned off at the pass and
he doesn't know. The country doesn't know either. Is. Right? Tell the country who the person is. Tell the country.
Who? All right. Let's move on. All right. Members, I don't know if there is anything else. Just one little point. PS, the plastic waste minimization program. Just a suggestion, just a thought. This program was what? This was a program, the plastic waste minimization.
NEPA, is NEPA here? It's a program being administered through NEPA, and there's a representative who can give us some more.
But yes.
All right. Good afternoon, members. My name is Ainsworth Carl. I'm representing NEPA. The plastic waste minimization program is a program that is being implemented in the Raytown area of the corporate area. It is looking at the instances of plastic deposits in our marine environment. It is different from the plastic ban, but in some way supports the tenets that the plastic ban was put in place for.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So it's actually a project. It's a Raytown. No. Let me just say this. I'm not. Part of the problem I think that we're having out there, and this is just, not really a fundamental, but a real problem we have out there is a lot of people are out of work. There's a whole problem. We've been doing the care programs, etc. And down the line, we'll have to determine how we're going to move forward, even with opening up the economy. And one of the things that had suggested from the first meeting we had is that as part of this program where you're doing some of this stimulus, that if we got some people out there to start picking up some of these plastic bottles that are in the gullies and clearing it up, the whole impact on the environment, just in other words, trying to come out of COVID with some positive and utilize that as part of the stimulus program going forward, because there are many people just with nothing. But all of that takes a budget, and we're not formulating budget now, just examining it. But that's why I asked the question, because I wasn't certain if it was part of something bigger like that. But if this is just a rate on budget, it's not necessary. All right.
I think since Mr. Hunter is here, no monies in the supplementary for the Junction Road, but is he still on schedule?
You know,
you almost got out, eh?
Let me answer this way. If I give you an answer, you won't believe me. So I invite you to come with me on a tour so we both can see or at the same time. Because if I tell you something, you may not believe me. Yeah.
No, Mr. Chairman.
I will set up. I will make the arrangements for Mr. Jackson to tour with.
Mr. Chairman, I don't take kindly to Mr. Hunter's. I don't take kindly to Mr. Hunter's response. He's suggesting that I don't believe what he says, and that is not true.
That could never be the case. Members, if there are no more questions for the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and specifically Mr. Hunter, I would ask that we can relieve the ministry, and at the same time I would ask that we suspend for half an hour and come back and start at 3 o'clock. Let's see if we can move quickly and finish the other ministries. All right, all in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We had sent a report this morning just to provide some further details.
Ms. Bailey, did you get that report? Hold on, wait. Ms. Bailey, amongst all my things here, you want to show me where it is?
Oh, right, it was at May 31st.
No, I don't. For my sins, I don't have that one. All right? Okay. Yes, this is a statement.
Right, that's a statement. But just to go specifically to what you asked. But before that, I'll just give us a bit of an update. Because at May 29th, we had just over 521,000 applications. As of this morning, there's a slight increase of about 700 more, mainly in the general grant and the set cash. So we are just around just over 522,000 applications. In terms of where we are with the payments and what's to come, up to the end of May, we paid out just about $3.8 billion. Amounts 3 categories. We had the set cash, for which we paid out about $310 million, and we paid out some small business grant for $58 million, and 3.4 for compassionate grant, to give us just about $3.77 billion last month. For this month, June, by the end of this week, because some have already been paid last week, and we have some payments lined up for the rest of this week. So by the end of this week, in June, we would have paid out an additional $405 million, for a total by the end of this week of just about $4.2 billion we expect to pay out by the end of this week. This, as you know, the budgeted amount is $17 billion. But these amounts are being paid from the contingency funds. So once the supplementary estimates are passed, then we'll be able to jump up, pay out the other amounts that have already been verified and validated across all the different components. The set cash, just to say, those that we paid last month related to those employees who were laid off in March. So they got their set of payments last month. That number was about 12,200 beneficiaries.
They got money for, they got their April money.
Right. They got their April money in May.
In May.
Right. And we also...
So you're about a month late in what they projected, am I correct?
Right. That is correct. But once the supplementary is passed, we'll be able to make those payments that are due to them. Because the intent is the program, when we start for it to run to the end of June, and we still holding to that in terms of ending the program the end of June and pay out as far as possible once we have validated these applications and the account information is correct, then we intend to make those payments.
Let me just, for the record, I've been contacted, for example, by RAF captains, just a group. I notice here you have 213 RAF captains. When would they expect payment?
Okay, for that group, the RAF captains fall within the group of general grant. Yes. So there are several categories: the RAF captains, the taxi operators, the vendors.
So let me just lump them, seeing as it says general.
Yes.
You also have the craft traders, of which you have 6. No, sorry, my mistake. You have 1,700 craft vendors and some producers. You also have a number of red cap. You have the early childhood educators, the auxiliary staff, and you have, market vendors, and the transport sector, the PPV license, you have 6,000. So my question is, when can they expect payment?
All right, the validation for these are being run this week. And just to explain the validation, these that you see here represent those people who actually apply for the grants. Now we are validating these against the licenses or registration bodies. So TPDCO provided us with a list of the RAF captains and the craft vendors and so on. And similarly, let's say Ministry of Education through Early Childhood Commission.
Not all of that.
Provided a list.
So when can they
those
expect
will validate
the money?
now. So once we run the validation,
you have no. Because but the validation, you must have an idea. Is it first week, second week, third week?
All right. Two things on that. As I said, the validation will be run this week. That step of the validation where we check the application against those lists. Having done that, we also have to now check for the bank accounts to ensure that the bank accounts are validated by the banks. And the key part of it now was to ensure that at least the authority is there to make the payment in terms of the supplementary. Once all of that is done, then, and the provision is now in place so we can pay, then there would be no holding up in the payment.
I think I better give up. I don't think I'm going to get an answer.
All right, so
I think you wear me down.
Okay, Chair.
That's not the intention. But what I'm saying to you,
for example, but you look, craft traders. For the most part, there was a discussion with the Ministry of Tourism for TPDCO to go through the list. So they had a list of everybody, the craft traders. If it will be 99% correct. I'm simply saying.
As I'm saying,
it runs on a program. So I just want an idea. We pass the budget tomorrow. Can these guys wait end of the week, end of next week? Just an idea, because everybody's sitting back.
So I'm saying
because the problem with these guys is it ain't opening no time soon, so they're hurting.
Two points to reiterate here. yes, the validation could be complete by, say, let's say Saturday, and we were ready to pay. Then we will have to say to them, these people would have submitted bank accounts. We then have to have the banks validate these accounts, whether or not these accounts are correct. You would be surprised to know, Chair, that for the compassionate grant, at one stage, there were like about 110,000 accounts that the banks did not validate. And up to now, some of them are still to be validated. So that can actually hold up the payment. And that's why I'm putting it within that context. So once all of that is done, then payment can be made within a week.
Doing
or
it
two.
through the other system obviously worked out to be far better. To just have it sent to the, remittance things seem to have been.
Chair, once
Yes.
the things are validated, then a batch can be paid. It's not that we're going to be holding the entire general grant awaiting approval for it. We'll pay them in batches. So
Okay,
once
right.
they've gone through
So
the full
all right,
validation stage and the funds are
let
available,
me try
we will
another
pay.
tack. So when do you hope to start payment?
When do we hope to start? By the end of next week.
Thank you. That if you stop there, at least we'll have a start. So some of these persons in general, and I lump the taxi drivers in all their manifestation, whether it's PPP or truth, all these, hopefully you're saying next week, end of week, we should see some.
Sir.
All right.
Yeah, just on that one, the PPV, because I remember the first time that you came and we discussed, there was not an alignment of the extension of renewal with what the Ministry of Transport had proposed, because you don't pay out unless they renew. Use your mic.
Right, they have to have an up-to-date registration, which means they would have to have had a renewal by the end of April.
All right, no, but again, as I said, back then, the Ministry of Transport had extended the renewal period to June. And he came to Parliament last week and extended it to September. So you may have persons who have applied for the grant itself, but just don't have the wherewithal for the renewal process. And some are saying, boy, them apply, but them don't get. But it is not. They're out there, some of them don't know, that if they don't renew, they won't get the grant. And I'm saying to you, is it that you're going to extend the payment period to the September for the PPV to that period of which the Ministry of Transport have extended for them to pay and still be accepted for the grant?
All right, so we would not be able to do an extension to September. This program comes to an end at June 30. So whoever is validated within the period, which was up to April, end April, and would have applied and is validated.
So you would have to you'd have had to have done your renewal up to the end of April.
Yes.
For them to be qualified for the grant.
Yes.
All right. Just have you resolved your problems with best cash and set cash?
Okay. With respect to best cash, the Tax Administration Jamaica actually sent out a policy document to the hoteliers, JHTA largely, I think last weekend, and the response has been, I would say, pretty positive. And at this moment, we actually should be in the process of doing some batches for best cash, such that hopefully by next week there should be a payment. Payments to some of the beneficiaries.
We did not table it here, members, but we did receive a letter from the JHTA. It's a very comprehensive letter. It's actually written, I think it's a copy of a letter written to you, and they do indicate serious challenges at this point of writing the letter. So I'm saying, are those, in your estimation, resolved?
Yeah, I suppose that letter was written before the 3rd of June.
Hold on 1 second. I can tell you exactly. I know my did Ms. Bailey, did this letter, a letter from the JHT, did it circulate?
Yes,
last. Oh, it was circulated last week. This letter was sent on the 2nd of June.
Okay.
So when you say resolve it?
Right. So our communication to the JHTA was on the 3rd or 4th of June. The document is dated the 3rd of June.
You would have gotten this letter on the 2nd as well. They sent it to both.
Right. But we were actually working through the kinks before that. So we actually sent that letter to them and they actually responded. From their response, there was no issue that they raised in terms of any lingering problems that they see going forward.
All right. Let me just repeat. This letter indicates that there were a series of issues on the 2nd of June. Have those issues now been resolved?
I would say yes, they have been resolved. And after we send the document to them on the best cash in terms of how we intend to proceed, following consultations with them, the GHTA actually responded to us saying they will go forward with this and they have not raised any issue in terms of based on what we have outlined. So I don't want to say it has...
Quite frankly, there are a number of issues, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a number of issues, but let me, 7, 4, 11. But let me just make a point. When I get to the root of it, there are two things. Number one, they have been paying some of the best cash in advance simply because they didn't want their workers not to have the remuneration. And they had indicated there was a delay on your part to repay. That has been resolved?
If I may, Chair.
Yes.
This program was set up with some criteria around each of the components. The best cash was set up with a set of criteria, which was clear. The fact that the JHTA did not want to operate under that set of criteria does not lend itself to what is now being said that they were paying on behalf and now need to be reimbursed. They chose to do that. That was not what was set up.
Yeah, but
so while the discussion has been going on, they chose to do something within a view that they had in terms of what they wanted to happen.
No, but would you look? I don't think that it's a matter of acrimony. I'm simply saying my understanding, having read the letter here, is that they did it because they had workers who were on best cash, expecting payments at the end of April. The payments did not come as expected, which is a point you just made, and so they had gone ahead and made some payments. It may not have been warranted, but I don't know that it was done in bad intentions, but I think it's, look, again, what this shows, and I said it earlier in another sitting, what is to be a very positive program has had some negative fallout because of the implementation. It's very complex, very difficult. Our job is to just clarify it for us.
Yes, sir. So I'd like to add to the clarity.
Yes.
So the best cash was intended to be a component where the government would provide a grant to the employer to provide an incentive, so to speak, for them to retain employees who were earning 1.5 million or less. It was a grant. It's just a grant to the employer. It did not entail movement from whatever we were paying per employer to being what they were going to pay the employee. It was supposed to be they retain the employee. The employee would have had a salary. You retain your employee, and we will be giving you a grant per employee retained.
And again, I understand that where the problem arose there is that because they paid it, then tax administration then determined that they had to take taxes out of it. So a person who was in set cash, which is a almost identical program, would have gotten the full amount, whereas the person doing best cash would have gotten that amount minus taxes. Hence, and the minister did say to me that it was always the intention for it to not have tax deducted, so that was the problem.
Sir, if I may, what I'm saying is that the grant under the best cash was a grant to the employer. It was not intended to be translated into, if I'm paying you 18,000, then you are going to pay the employee 18,000. The employee was to be retained. The employee has a salary. Salary comes with taxes.
All right, so just for clarity now, because that's a big point you've just raised, is the best cash component that is being paid out by the employer to the employee going to attract tax deductions?
No, it's a grant from, sorry, repeat.
Is the,
yes,
we're very clear with my words.
The best cash is a grant to the employer. Therefore, the best cash paid by the government of Jamaica does not attract taxes.
I'm just trying to, I'm not certain I understand. So it's simple. When the employer, if he gets that grant and he pays it out, let's say, let us just use a figure. They're supposed to get 18,000 a month, whether it's best cash or set cash. Isn't that correct? Per employer.
That is what is currently.
Good. So if I'm in set cash.
Sorry, you're not letting me finish. That is what is currently in place, where what the employer pays the employee would be 18,000. But that is not what was intended. There was an avenue where the government would pay the employee directly, set cash, if he has been let go. That's a grant from the government to the employee. It therefore does not attract taxes. The government is not paying the employee taxes.
All right, good.
The government is also not paying the employer a salary. It is paying him a grant, which does not attract taxes.
So hold on.
There is then a relationship
so let us
between
understand
the
now.
employer and the employee.
Yeah, but that employer now takes that 18,000 and gives it to the employee. Taxes come into play.
Because he's paying him a salary.
So that now becomes a problem, because if you were to take the same amount of money, it would mean that set cash would get one thing and best cash man would get another, which I understand was the issue behind this problem.
So we have resolved it, where the employee under the best cash will get the 18,000.
How? In other words, it's only two ways he can get 18,000. Either you don't apply the tax, or the employer augments it.
The tax, right. There's a minor portion that is actually taxes. That's the education tax. It's being waived.
So the taxes are being waived?
The education tax is being waived.
That's what I understood. So basically, well, so we've come to the point at the end of it where the taxes are being waived then. I don't know. What?
Tax.
Eh?
All right, so this is applicable for persons who are at 1.5 million or below. Therefore, the only tax that's relevant is the education tax. There are statutory payments, but no income tax. It's the level at which the income tax below which the income tax does not kick in.
So yourself and the GHJ have now come to an agreement on how this is to be.
Yes, sir.
Yes, all those issues have been resolved. Right, and that's why I said earlier, Chairman, once we send out that document to the GHTA outlining the issues, I think they got that from, I think it was about Friday, last week, Thursday or Friday. They have responded to say they will go along with this, they will inform the members of this, and we can go along. They have not raised a single other issue since that, so everything is settled. Well, that's what I've pretty much just said to the chairman.
And let us
we have had a communication with them, and they have accepted. Let's move along. The process is being done now, and as I said, with that settlement with the GHTA, we expect payment by next week.
Okay, good. All right. Any other issues with the care payments? No? All right, so let's move on now to Ministry of Health and Wellness. Welcome, Piers. Piers, before you start, just something personal here now, speaking on behalf of Westmoreland. I notice you have 5 confirmed cases here. And I don't know the 5 cases. What? Confirmed cases. But I don't know how we got 5. I'll keep in touch. I'm not certain. I have a feeling. What? I need to, I'm trying to make sure that I understand it. Is it or could it be that cases that come in that even don't come or are in Westmoreland but have Westmoreland as an address are attributed to Westmoreland, although there are no cases? Because I heard a discussion with Hanover, so I'll enjoin Hanover in my conversation. At places like Member Clark and thing, they have passed that level, but I think we want to ensure that we have a clear idea of what's going on in the parish.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Right. So the increase that you would have seen, particularly in the cases on the northwestern side of the island, would have been from the returning residents. So they would not, and in particular from the cruise ships, where a lot of persons would have come from those parishes. So they may not be physically in the parish, because they entered and they went to a government isolation facility where they would have been, but their addresses would have been in the parish.
All right. Could I make a suggestion, a recommendation to the Ministry of Health? For all those that come in and are tested and sent to the facility, if you put that as a facility, then we know that these are persons who are captured at the port of entry and go through the 2-week period, so that they're really not a threat because they're going to be tested and retested and let go when they're COVID-free. And then decrease the numbers in those parishes so we can get an idea of what the real, because we look at this also from a point of view of, call it threat level. And so when I and my parish know that we have had no cases or 1 case, it is a different thing from when I see 5. So I don't know if that recommendation would make some sense, just so that we get an idea of the real threat on the ground. It's a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I hear your suggestion, but it is the same thing that I would love for when people are murdered in the town of Montego Bay, that they use them address. And then you would say that the murder is Westmoreland and Montego Bay. The fact of the matter, what I was trying to bring out to the chairman is that even though they will be going into the government quarantine station or sites, they still have an address to go back to.
No, hold on. No. When a person is murdered in Mobay, if his address is Westmoreland, he was still murdered in Mobay.
And I'm saying to you,
So
I'm saying to you, would love the same sentiment that you're sharing. The same sentiment that you're sharing. I am now turning it around. I'm saying to you, even though that they were quarantined from the ship into a government site, wherever, their living address, the address that they give as their home address, is Westmoreland. There's nothing you can do about it.
I think the Ministry of Health, PS, I think you understand the concept I'm trying to make. And I don't, is this something that is far, is it not something that could rationally be done?
Right. Yes, thank you for your comment, Chair. We recognize the dilemma that you face. Other persons have brought it up, and we understand the concerns. What we will try to do is to differentiate in terms of the numbers, those that are actually in the parish or those that are imported cases from the returning residents versus those that were diagnosed from in the parish. So we will try to differentiate that so that it will be clearer.
I appreciate, because as I said, Hanover, we understand Hanover here has one case. But again, I believe that Hanover's one case never went to Hanover. And Westmoreland, I understand, had two, but one actually was on the north coast over in St. Anna or something, had not been there for 6 months, but the address that they gave was such. In other words, it just gives us an idea of a real demographic of what the threat level is.
Yeah, Chairman, we take the point, and it's something that we will be amending.
All right, good. Can we move on? Your report, where you had actually come before us, and you had gone through a lot of this. So I think that we have covered 90% of this ground. I don't know, members, that we have to go over everything, but I'm hearing on the road that there's a change of plan with regard to the indoor center. Is that true?
That is correct, sir.
Could you tell us what you do not intend to spend or whatever? Let us know, because we really want to know funding, what's happening to the money that has been given to you.
Sure, no problem. So, based on our assessment at the front end of the epidemic, it was identified that we would require capacity based on a surge in cases. However, given the experience that we have had over the last 3 months, we are not anticipating at this time that the surge will be in the magnitude of what we had anticipated in the first instance, and therefore we are not requiring ourselves to expand our capacity for hospital bed space in the size and the capacity that we had originally thought, and therefore we are recontemplating the need for making.
But what have you spent on it so far?
Nothing.
So we work has not started. And what was earmarked for it?
It was $135 million.
So you may actually have a saving of $135 million.
No, because what we are contemplating now is, given the fact of the nature of diseases and the fact that you from time to time will require some sort of redundancy in the system, is to see whether or not we could add a ward to a hospital to absorb capacity for infectious diseases.
Where would you think of that?
We are doing those analysis right now to say where
but obviously you're building Conroe Regional, so is it a Kingston based or is
all of that is in the mix in terms of what?
Nothing to that. But that project is. Are there any other projects
in terms of
that you have either discontinued or will continue or start?
No.
That's the only major change in the policy directive?
Yes, that is the only major change at this point in time.
And I noticed the other day that you had hired the program that we had suggested hiring of tracers. How many did you end up with? 1,000?
So we got approval from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for temporary posts for 2,000 and about 2,100 temporary posts, but we had to regularize some existing personnel that we had. So it works out to be an additional 1,300 persons that will be hired across the island.
And they're hired through the Ministry of Health?
They're hired through the regional health authorities.
Through the regional health authority. Okay, and for me, that's the last question. We're opening up the borders, including the airports, and there's a intention not to do testing on those coming in. Are there any contingencies? As a Ministry of Health, are you comfortable with how we're moving forward and what needs to be done next?
So I think the policy position, as we understand it, is that we would do an assessment based on screening, and based on the determination of the screening, we would take either of 4 options. 1, to allow the person to go home in terms of stay-at-home order. 2, an assessment would be done and the person would be sampled or tested. 3, the person could also be taken and put in isolation based on their presentation of symptoms. Or finally, the persons could be put in a COVID resilience corridor based on their assessment.
What exactly is that now?
Based on the protocols developed by the Ministry of Tourism, that is the geographical space that will be dedicated for tourism.
But
follow up on that question.
Yes.
I'm a bit lost in that answer. I was interested to PM. PS. Oh, I said PM?
No, sir. Not at all.
For me. No, PS, that response you gave to the chairman. My thinking is that if we have a health threat, whatever protocols to be executed anywhere in Jamaica must be something certified by you. No construction ministry, no national security ministry, no tourism ministry can design a protocol for health protection by themselves without your guidance and your approval.
Right.
So the protocol that you made reference to the chairman, I'm not getting a sense of how that is going to be done.
So no, the protocol that I just outlined was also outlined by the Prime Minister in his press conference, I believe on Sunday last, where he, through deliberations with us, developed the different channels before the 15th and after the 15th. And each one of them had the screening. And it is the screening that determined what action will be taken from a public health perspective.
Today is the 9th.
Right.
The 15th is 6 days away. That's when the borders are supposed to be open for tourists. A protocol to be observed must be designed and communicated to all the stakeholders involved before its implementation. Otherwise, you put the people in a reactive mode. And in that situation, everybody is endangered. You're saying, PS, that between now and within the next 6 days, the country will know what that protocol is? Because you can't tell me what the protocol is now.
No, the protocol was published.
It is?
Yes, the protocol was published by the Ministry of Tourism, and
Right.
the protocol
If not published, it's there.
and the protocol was put. I think it's in the public domain. Also,
What it is? What
Yes?
is it? What is it?
The protocol is a composite of different SOPs, standard operating procedures.
No, put it in terms. I am a pending traveler.
Right.
Right? Coming in from New York.
Right.
Not a Jamaican, but foreigner. What is it I'll be subjected to?
So the first port of call is that you are supposed to enter information on a web portal, an app that asks some basic questions about your health status. That is completed, then you get permission to fly. After you get permission to fly, you book your ticket, and when you arrive in Jamaica, you are greeted, and our health protocols chip in at the airport. And after that, you are assessed and you are screened. And based on certain criteria, the assessment will determine whether or not you are sent to the COVID resilient corridor as a tourist. I'm outlining the tourist protocol here, as I understand it. Based on the health assessment, you are determined that you can be sent to the COVID resilient corridor, as I understand it, or you will be determined that you will need to be tested, or you may determine that because of the symptoms that you show, we will have to put you in some sort of isolation and testing. And those determinations are made at the points of entry, at the borders.
Let me tell you, and I don't think we can go through the policy issues here, but I would indicate two things here. Number one, I believe that up to now, if you were screening persons and 10 people came through and you asked them, do you have any symptoms? Have you had any contacts? Where you come from? I suspect that if somebody said, I come from New York, you would say this person has to be tested. So I think that there's a slight departure. Screening would have indicated that if someone came from the epicenter, you might have in the past thought that this was a reason for testing. Now we're saying that we're not on the basis of that alone testing. Is that correct, or am I incorrect in that statement? Because I think this is the crux of it.
No, the screening is the mechanism by which the risk assessment is done.
Yes, and some of the screening would be, where have you been?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
If you come from a place that is identified as having high concentration of COVID, would this be a reason for you to be tested?
Yes.
So the point we're making, if a flight comes in from New York, is it almost, without saying it in one way or the other, are you almost going to do mandatory screening for persons coming on a flight from New York?
Well, based on the criteria that you have outlined and you understand.
No, I can't. By that only theoretical. You make the law.
No, well,
that's why.
Well,
that's why they're not
reality,
listening to my suggestion. They want to
no,
hear
the
it.
reality is that based on the risk assessment, your risk exposure, would have to be one of the components of your risk assessment, and the likelihood of someone being exposed to COVID in a setting where there is community spread would be high. And so our risk assessment would identify someone in that type of arrangement to be high and would need to be sampled.
Okay. The last point, you make this point about tourism. No, sorry, what do you call it? The North Coast.
I think the nomenclature that is being used is resilience corridor.
The corridor.
Resilience corridor.
Yeah, let me just say this. I've gone through the protocols, and most of the protocols were en masse. It shows the treatment at hotels. I'm sure you have read it in as much detail as me. Shows arrival at the airport, hotels, the transportation and tourism, etc. But I would be very careful how you utilize that for persons to feel it is a safer area in a context like that. Because quite frankly, in other words, it is the criteria that are in it are very similar to the general criteria and protocols that we are insisting and trying to get all regular Jamaicans to follow.
Chairman, from a public health standpoint, we are not providing any guarantees.
Anyone?
Any guarantees
yes.
to anyone, and we have made that abundantly clear that we are in an epidemic and the disease is in Jamaica. So there is no way that we, unless we eradicate the disease from Jamaica, could be giving any certification that someone is going to be risk-free and that there would be no risk. And I don't think that that is the policy contemplation. So at this point in time, I'm still, I think the marketing is something that is outside of our sphere as public health, but we have made it abundantly clear that whatever policy direction we take comes with risks, and we have to manage those risks. And from a public health perspective, our posture is around ensuring that we protect the population.
And just to say that at the end of the day, the final decision taken in all of these things, my understanding is when there's a pandemic, are taken by the authority with the Ministry of Health. It's the final buttress. And therefore, where everything that is out there, whether marketing or otherwise, you have a responsibility of clarifying and ensuring.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, no, just to finish, at the end of the day, we in here are all relying on you to keep us safe. And I just say that.
No, but I just want to make one clarification, Chairman, yes, that as public officers and as civil servants, the final authority and policy is Cabinet. Yes. So our position as civil servants, our role and function is always to advise policy and implement policy. Decision making on policy does not rest with any public servant. So for us, we provide at all times the best policy advice that we can, and I believe that we have been listened to. And the policy outcomes are evident in the successes that we have had to date. But I just want to make it abundantly clear. I don't want
the final decision doesn't. Yes, so if there's a problem, don't come and blame you.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. But I just want to make sure that we understand that as
you do not
servants,
you give advice and the final decision is taken.
We provide advice at all times.
All right, members, are there any? I have member Dom. All right, member Strott and member Down.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the PS. PS.
Yes, sir.
What is the size of your budgetary allocation that would have been made for the resilient corridors? Are you anticipating, have you set aside something from your budget in anticipation of what may occur? after the 15th?
So we have not set aside a budget specifically for the resilience corridor. What we have set aside a budget for is the entire health response, which has 8 pillars in all that we have made the presentation on. We have 8 pillars in our COVID resilience plan. Doesn't show very clearly here. We intend to improve our legislative and policy arrangement, improve coordination, enhance surveillance, develop and augment our human resources.
This is the overall.
Right. Strengthen our laboratory system.
No, I think, though, in fairness, what Member Stewart was asking is that you said that there is a corridor that has become resilient. There must have been something additional.
No. What we're saying is that in strengthening the overall.
I was about to move to the grill fully. Just not come back to town.
No, in strengthening the overall system, because we, as public health, we have to ensure that out of this entire experience, we build stronger, and that we develop and grow from the experience, and that we have a more resilient public health infrastructure after this. So it is not for public health to necessarily respond to a particular sector alone, but in terms of the overall
policy.
Strengthening of the public health system. This is where we have strategically ensured that we improve.
Member Dunn, is your constituency still in quarantine?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely not. We have done quite well, as the PS and the CMO would indicate. My questions are, very happy that we are actually increasing the number of contact tracers. I mean, this is very, very important.
Very important.
So PS, with the 1,300 persons that you intend to contract, the questions are, one, how will they be selected? What title or post will these persons have? Will they be CHA persons or a new public health contact tracers? When will these persons be employed? Because, I mean, we have heard about this about 2 weeks now, but we haven't seen anything yet. And is training involved, and how long will that training be?
Okay, in terms of the training, I will ask the CMO to address that. But in terms of their selection, each regional health authority has been allocated positions. Now, as I said before, these are temporary positions for a period of 2 years that have been allocated by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. These are community health aides at level 2 community health aides that will be contracted over the next couple of weeks. Already out of the total allocation for regions, the last report that I have is that approximately 500 have been selected based on interviews that have been conducted by the regions. The job descriptions have the qualifications for the job, and based on the allocation by region, there was a further disaggregation by parish, and then more likely than not a further disaggregation by health zone, because the ratio was 1 CHA to 1,000 population. So overall, our intention is to have every region having enough resources to do the community engagement, so that we can do the necessary, not only contact tracing, but all of the other public health actions at the community level in terms of sensitization, in terms of health promotion activities, and in terms of surveillance as well. So in terms of the training now, Semo?
Right. The expansion of the community health aid program is really a part of the improvement in the primary care health force. And so therefore, we have been looking at over time the upgrading of the job description to enable the community health aid to do a lot more, having to have the required skills. So the certification for the new job description is that they require 2 O-levels and a Heart Trust certificate. So there's a certificate course that is run by the Heart NTA, and that is a requirement for the program. We, in response to this particular area in terms of contact tracing, we have put in place a quick training program, which I think is just about a 2-week program, where we just go over the basics of contact tracing, just to remind the members that contact tracing is a part, it's not just carried out by the community health aid, it's an entire public health team that includes, headed by the medical officer of health and the public health nurse, and includes a lot of different persons, and in times of need we draw from different sources to boost the capacity. So we are utilizing the job description as it is now that have been submitted, and we are doing an accelerated program just directed at contact tracing.
All right. The question, PS, is when will this start, training?
So training will be disaggregated by the regions and will occur region by region. There are some logistics arrangements that will have to be made because of the infection prevention and control and the physical distancing rules. And given the fact that a lot of the training requires that sort of demonstration, so they are now working through those new arrangements for training so that those can start in short order.
All right, members. Are there any other questions for the Ministry of Health? If that's the case, thank you. PS to you and your team. All right, so we're going to move on now. We have national security and education. We can take, let's see. What? Oh. Okay, members. All right, members, we're going to do national security. I will remind members that there are elements of national security that we don't treat with in general in the at committee. And having gone through the document, I think we can have a general discussion about it. The one issue that I would indicate to members is that in the blue paper, in your blue pages, on head 29, there's a discussion of cybersecurity, only to indicate that 450,000 has been restored to the, 450 million has been restored to that head under JCF. And so that's for the record. Other than that, we can have an open discussion about national security. Am I correct, PS?
Yes, sir. Budget cuts, open discussion on national security.
What?
The budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
General, right. All right, so under that, I would leave it now. Just, PS, could you just give us briefly, 2 minutes, introduce who you'd like, but could you just give us a general, just a brief idea of the impact? Members, we can ask some questions. Let's move. The day is getting late.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Today, I have with me, I'll just introduce the team, and I'm sure you're familiar with everybody, but for your records, Colonel Gary Rowe, a retired Commissioner of Corrections, Mr. Delroy Simpson, our CTD in the Ministry, Colonel Murphy Price is at JDF AQ, ACP Leonardo Brown. Well, I see DCP acting Mr. Stewart beside me. Mr. Luke McIntosh, who is our PFO, Ms. Claudette Martin, PFO for JCF, Major Alicia Cooper, JDF Finance, and Mr. Arville Grant, who is the head of the Major Technology Unit, Ms. Nicola Wittick, our Director in Accounts, Management Accounts, and Mr. Devon Cahoon, Director of the Budget. Today I wanted to state that the MNS, JCF, and JDF have utilized a combination of approaches to manage the impact of the reductions on the respective capital and recurrent budgets. Our guiding principle has been one, we needed to manage the revised allocations in a manner that minimizes disruptions to the delivery of services within the security sector. So recognizing that we had to fulfill our obligations to provide for the security needs of the country, despite the adjustments, we treated with the issue by way of 4 distinct set of actions as follows on the capital side of the budget. 1, to maintain existing contractual obligations as far as practical with a view to completing current projects. We reduced the size of some projects to reflect the funding availability. We deferred new projects until the financial situation improves, and this involves strategically rescheduling pre-contractual processes in respect of new projects, and we would have renegotiated payment terms for existing contracts where necessary. And on the recurrent side of the budget, we have taken the following actions. We reduced the projected expenditure on meals arising from the reduction in the intake of new police recruits due to the impact of COVID-19. We reduced projected expenditure on official travel. Given the global situation, this is the era where savings could be made relatively painlessly: airfare, per diem, subsistence allowance, warm clothing allowance. And we reduced the projected expenditure on office equipment and furniture, computer equipment. A lot of that was done in the recent years in order to bring us up to our capacity level, so we believe that we're at a level where we could defer some of the new demands to the next financial year. So, in a nutshell, that was some of the guiding areas that facilitated the reductions that we had in discussion with the Ministry of Finance and Planning.
Could you tell us the major cuts you had?
In terms of the capital budget, we retained for just this, budget head discussion, aircraft acquisitions. We retained the purchase of telecommunications equipment, the acquisition of vehicles, and construction and improvement. This is on the JDF side. And there was some cut in the acquisition on the Coast Guard side, which involved the supply of vessels, but we were able to reschedule and negotiate payments in that respect. On the JCF side, we had cuts in the acquisition of vehicles, purchase of telecom equipment, and on the construction and improvement of police buildings. In terms of the cybersecurity initiatives, I would just say that was with discussions with the Ministry of Finance, we were able to restore 450 million, which would take care of our critical contractual arrangements that we had and activities pertaining to that contract. As I had said, we tried as best as possible to keep to the contracts that we have already signed on to, and worked with the Ministry of Finance to be able to keep those activities going.
But at the end of the day, your total cut was 6 billion.
Yes.
So, yes. All right. Are there any questions? Or we can move.
A few. Welcome back to your second home. Yes. Chairman, as you have indicated, the cuts are pretty much straightforward on the capital side. The cyber security expenditure were the two major ones on that side, both on the JDF and the JCF. I won't raise it here, but the 450 that you indicated, that was retained. Is it on the JDF side or on the JCF? JCF.
JCF, but remember that it's one whole
collaborative
program. So we put it on the JCF because there are other agencies that are involved, and we wanted to keep it there. So for the time being.
The other major cut, Chairman, is for the motor vehicles. How many motor vehicles are you going to have less as a result of this cut?
How
much CTD seems to help.
Motor vehicles from the reduction.
Yeah, we were. Right. We were projecting to acquire 150, having got 367, I think, in the last financial year. We were projecting 150, but with the amount allotted right now, we will have 65 vehicles.
65 for this financial, for 2021?
Yeah. With this figure that we have now, yeah.
While we're in the motor vehicle, have you collected those used car remaining amount or the money?
We're still working to collect, but I think the COVID has affected everybody, and we have been told that that activity has been affected by COVID, but we're on it. We have not let up at all. But I have to give some space for recovering from the COVID in terms of
But what stage has it reached now, notwithstanding the slowdown? Or is the man going to be sued? Is he? What we expect to happen?
Well, the timeline that was given.
We went
through all of that, and
yes.
a timeline was given, and then COVID came. So we are waiting for that timeline to pass, and then we'll hopefully. I'm expecting, we expect 50 vehicles. That is what was left.
No.
Where are those vehicles?
Excuse me?
Where are they?
I understand they're on the wharf.
Yeah, but they
have been in the wharf for a long time.
The wharf fees, they would have just, by now, they would just take the cars.
No, the reason why, Mr. Chairman, there's a bit of seeming impatience. The contract for these cars were signed in January 2017. January 2017 for $425 million. $217 million thereabout was advance for those motor vehicles, which is approximately 200 motor vehicles altogether. And as we speak, against the monies allotted, forget about the 200 and the 400, the $200 and odd plus million that was spent 2 years after, the government and the people don't have $200 plus million worth of motor vehicle in its hand, only a portion of it. The contract allowed for arbitration to settle dispute. That arbitration process went through and is almost a year now. Right? Arbitration is to resolve dispute without going through the courts. You have gone through arbitration, come to a decision, and the decisions and the agreements.
I'm lost as to which page.
No, we're on the blue page, 2600C2.
And it speaks to
motor vehicle assets. It's the capital budget.
A historical one?
No, man, this flows from those. We don't arrive where we are just now.
But members, I think let us. What is happening here is, I think, just there's a look. A simple thing. How many vehicles are left to come, PS?
So 50% of that contract was met. So we have 50 vehicles, 50 cars left.
There are 50 cars left.
Yeah.
These cars were paid for. Paid to somebody, was paid to somebody. Who has that money?
The supplier, but we went through all that already. So under the contract adjustment, we've gone through this already, and
right.
he was supposed to supply 19 pickups and 50 vehicles, 50 cars.
When
right?
was he supposed to give you that?
We had different timelines to do them. We got the 19. And we just about were ready to get through the 50, and now we have been hampered by the last 3 months by this situation in the country that has affected just about everything.
Do us a favor. Could you this week make contact with the persons?
Oh, we have.
Hold on, no, and
which persons?
And send a report to us by early next week, just when you are expecting to get those cars.
Definitely, we manage this contract very well assiduously, and we have made contact with the person. So I will send you the report on that.
With due respect,
yes, sir.
Those cars were bought. The contract was signed. The discussion started in September 2016. The cars were to arrive in 2017. They were selected. Let me finish.
But Chairman,
and at the
come
end
on.
of the day,
You're disrespecting us. That is
disrespecting
exactly
who?
where we are. We're talking about historical matters. Does this have any bearing on what we're here to discuss?
On a point of
yes,
order, yes.
of course, because can you explain to me the bearing it has on it? Because we are dealing with the 2021 matters, and we're going back to 2016. For God's sake, if we need to discuss it, let us take it to the PAC. That's not what we are here about, Chairman.
And I will now answer the question. Because there's been a severe cut in the amount of vehicles that we're getting. And there are 50 vehicles that we should have gotten 3 years ago. And I'm simply asking when those vehicles will be sent in. And I'm simply saying, by the time those used cars come in, they're going to be as old as Methuselah. Look,
Mr. Chairman.
we
Mr.
do
Chairman,
not have to, Member Clark, we do not have to belabor the point, but I understand something.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
These cars, no. As this committee, we have to ensure, look, we brought it to life, and
it's the
today...
PAC, not the PAAC. Mr. Chairman, come on, sir.
So you have no interest in getting those
We
cars
do
to the
have
people
interest,
of Jamaica?
Mr. Chairman,
but then
today,
show some interest in it then.
Today we are dealing with this matter, Mr. Chairman. This is what we are here about today.
Those cars were paid for 3 years ago and we can't get them.
Mr. Chairman,
and when
and you make it
questions
seem
are
as if
asked,
we're
your
not
question
thinking
is that
about
it's not important?
But that's not the issue here now, Mr. Chairman.
It is an issue
here
because
now
we
is
have had to
Mr.
cut
Chairman,
this budget.
Sir. Mr. Chairman,
We've had to cut this budget so we
always
want the
recommend
cars.
that it goes to the PAC.
Let us do things and do it properly. We are given guidance as to which committee deals with matters dealing with history.
So I don't see how you...
As I said,
yes, we
as I said,
in the allocation. Yes, it has a bearing on the capacity of the force. But for God's
And yes, we are concerned about it.
well,
But Mr. Chairman,
all I've indicated is
that's
to the
not
PS.
indicating anything,
I've
Mr. Chairman.
indicated to the PS that on Monday, could she please let us know when
Mr. Chairman,
the new date
we are
of
here
getting
to
those
discuss
vehicles are.
the supplementary budget for 2021.
Do you agree with that? Do you
Chairman.
agree? Do you not have an interest
What I
in
want
knowing?
to agree to, Mr. Chairman, is a discussion on how
The
we are
book is
going to
upside
arrive
down, Member
and go
Clark.
through this, Mr. Chairman. We still have others up in the gallery waiting to come down at this ungodly time of the evening, Mr. Chairman. Come on, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Member
Just said my colleague from St. James. In this book, if he looks on page 26,000 C1, you will see on the item 21,428, acquisition of vehicles with a budget reduction of $710
Mr. Chairman, the
million.
acquisition of those vehicles were already dealt with. And the Madam Pierce just told us exactly where we are with that, but we don't need to belabor and be going over it over and over again, Mr. Chairman. You all have made your point. And if you need to go back to it, Mr. Chairman, go back to the PAC meeting with it. What we are here today from this morning, Mr. Chairman, is 2021 budget, the supplementary budget, sir.
So, PS, as I indicated, could you just send the report next week so at least we are comfortable? We can move on now, Member Clark, if you have vented sufficiently.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I make reference to page 26,000 C1 in the supplementary budget, which is before us, on the item 21,428. My interest on that item in this book is how much we have reduced the budget. If I got an answer from the PS that those motor vehicles will be delivered next month, I could say we don't have to reduce to this extent. That's the relevance of getting an update on it, to inform what decisions we make here. So though it happens then, it has relevance today. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, on the next item.
But, Mr. Chairman,
my
colleague did not hear when the PS spoke. She did say we received some and we are supposed to receive the rest. 19 and 50.
If it was owed to you, you would sit down here and turn off the mic and stop listening.
That's all.
He doesn't care about taxpayers' money. All of us here are guardians
Mr. Chairman,
of the sweat and blood of Jamaicans.
But there are rules and regulations and protocol that we must we must observe.
Read the standing order.
All right, please.
Yes, another item of interest, Mr. Chairman. You have to exert yourself to control the member from.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. And when my colleagues speak out of turn each time, you must rule him in. You must pull him in.
Draw him in. But I told you I was going to put him to sit beside you and you denied. You said no.
You know, Mr. Chairman,
I told you that I was giving you authority, but you won't take it. So you have to suffer the consequences.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Member Johnson.
Yes, the police station I think the minister did intimate, or the prime minister, that there will be some reduction. Could you provide a listing of those that are going to cut from the proposed list for this financial year? Because you have a reduction of $1.4 billion from last year, from the initial allocation for police stations and other buildings.
I just say to Ms. Bailey and to the
you might not have the list here, but if you could provide it.
Mr. Earl, Mr. Bartley, I think that list, if we could just put it in the report of what will be cut, what your suggestions, so that members are aware, because it's going to become
because they're going to affect many communities across the country.
Last year we actively completed on 34. 34 we had planned to do 50, and with the cuts we can only
but you didn't cut all.
30.
No, I'm saying
30.
you didn't cut all. We're simply asking PS. You have a cut here of 1.5.
Yes.
1.5 out of a budget of 2.3. So you're left. You're left with 821 million.
Yeah.
We're simply asking what projects were cut so that persons who would have been expecting work to be done at certain stations, we now know which ones will.
Okay, I was just giving you a figure that we were working with, and with the cuts, what we have reduced.
All right, go ahead.
But we can provide a list. I don't have the list in front of me.
You don't have it. But you would have a. All right. Was a list announced? Did you have a? Is it that when you go to Ministry of Finance, you say, I need this because I'm doing Negril, Portmore?
No, we had done. Remember, we had come to. Well, it was PAC or PAC, but we had done a comprehensive.
And you had given a list.
Yeah, we had given a list,
now
a comprehensive
give the new
list.
budget, that list has to be cut. We're simply asking what are the cuts, so that members, because you have choices. If you were going to do Montego Bay, which I know is one,
okay.
and Ocherias and wherever, and you are going to cut one of the three, then at least we need to know which one is to be cut.
Exactly. Yes.
So you will send that. Do you have it?
Yes,
or you
I
want
can.
it?
Well, I can state that the big projects that we had lined up, which are going to be impacted now. There was the construction of the Westmoreland St. Catherine North Divisional HQ and the construction of Montego Hills. So
Westmoreland would have been Sablamar.
Sablamar, yes. We're still working with trying to accomplish at least one, and staggering or rescheduling the others into 21.
So is it that you don't finalize that list yet? Or it's just the monetary amounts that you have cut? So you're going to fit what you do in the money that you have?
Yes.
That's where
because
you are
we already have an assessment of total assessment.
So you really don't have the finalized list yet reflected in here?
I don't have the finalized list here because I didn't think you would want me to go down a list of 50.
No, just as the chairman said, I took it that to make up a budget of X, you would have identified Y locations and what is to be done and arrive at a budget. Now that you have a...
We have a running plan that we have set out because we have examined all 185 stations.
Let me simplify it. All I'm asking for at this stage, for what you have allocated for this fiscal year, which of them you are planning to do with the $821 million that you have? And the relevance of that is not only in numerical terms, but in terms of communities or locations that can expect either renovation or whatever you're going to do. And while you're on that, you mentioned the St. Catherine North Division. There have been consideration about a new divisional headquarters. Is that expenditure for the new location or refurbishing the existing location?
That was for a new location. That was also as part of the...
So it's a new location?
Yes.
And you're going to have expenditure in this year on it?
No, because of the cut, though the three, and I explained the three big new investment areas was Westmoreland, St. Catherine North.
No, that's St. Catherine North I'm asking about.
Yeah.
No, it's the one you mentioned I'm asking about.
So
St. Catherine North. No, she was mistaken. I'm helping her. Why you love to confuse people?
I'm not. Yes, go ahead. You said there were three big.
Yes.
St. Catherine, Westmoreland, and which one?
And Montego Hills.
All right. Are you going to?
I won't be able to do all three of them with the cuts, but the planning continues.
Have you selected which one you're going to continue with?
The planning continues, so the one that reaches the break ground stage first is what I would say.
Say that again?
The one of the three of them, where we are in terms of being able to break ground, in terms of concluding the various project procedures, in terms of we've gone through PIMC already. We've settled on the designs. We're just finalizing some of the designs. So the one that gets to the closest point to be able to go is where I would say we would start. But all three of them cannot be started in this year right now.
Is it safe
based on what we have now?
Is it safe to say then, PS, at this stage, the ministry has not determined how it is going to spend the 821 in the new allocation?
No, it's not. That is not a correct statement. We have 30 ongoing, 34 active construction projects now, and we had itemized with the budget that we got approved before 50. So we will have to go through now and alongside the 30 active projects, 34 active projects, decide on the 30 that we can achieve in this current situation.
All right. The last one, Chairman, is the improvement to the buildings at the correctional services. And of course, that has much prominence now in light of Mr. Noel Chambers' death. There is a significant reduction. You had budgeted $393 million, and now you are down to $86 million, $86.4 million for this fiscal year. Is it that we should take it that nothing will change in any significant way in the correctional institutions in light of this $306 million reduction?
The planning processes continue, right? So I want to make that statement. The 86 million that we have been allocated this year, we have bumped up to the top, those priority areas that we would need to have had restored. There's certain areas of the architecture of the prison, all the prison compounds or estates, so to speak. And Commissioner, with his team, would have prioritized what we must do now. And so we would have bumped those up. And that also includes the projects that would also help with rehabilitation as well. The Commissioner is here.
Is here, Commissioner?
I think, yeah. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I want to just emphasize that the planning for what we had scoped out in terms of the 393 million that we had been allocated originally, would still continue. We're not stopping on that. We just have rescheduled the activities.
You're slowing down for this fiscal because you're down to 86.
But some of these projects take a little while to also get planned and approved, and so we're going to take the time to go through all of that processing.
Okay. Commissioner, I just want to...
Yes, sir.
I was directing to the PS, but you are more hands-on.
Right.
The situation in the prison, the physical condition of the buildings, What is it what was contemplated in the 393 for this year?
Okay, we looked at in terms of the priorities across all 11 facilities. We also bore in mind that we had some continuing projects that we had to complete. The original plan was to continue along the theme of working in the areas where we have the mentally challenged. Some work was completed last year in St. Catherine, and the plan was to proceed along that line for Tower Street. As the realities face us, we had to reprioritize, we had to look at the risk, and it's an ongoing process.
So just let me just in the case of Tower Street.
Yes, sir.
What is the budget, roughly the budgetary requirement to bring it into satisfactory state?
Wow. You know, that's a difficult one. That's a very difficult one because the architecture there is so ancient. It's not even repairs. You're talking restoration if we really want to be serious about it. But I don't have that figure because the architecture, as I said, has deteriorated over centuries. To bring it up to an acceptable standard, it would take a lot of engineer and civil engineering type thought process.
No, but Commissioner, I take the point that you make that the deterioration is extensive.
Right.
And while it is extensive, life goes on. There are inmates there.
Oh, yes.
Who have to be provided for. So my question to you is, in order to restore it to a moderate, tolerable level, not ideal, not preferred, but tolerable level, do you have any working numbers that if somebody was to say, I am prepared to fund it, what is it you require to put it to that moderate level?
I don't have those figures here presently.
How long would it take you to get those together?
I would have to consult with the engineer, the project department, and the appropriately qualified persons to give me that assessment.
Mr. Commissioner,
yes,
based
sir.
on what you just outlined,
yes, sir,
and work that you have done on the other institutions,
right, sir.
In your assessment, do you need a new penal institution?
I think all of us would appreciate brand new things, but the realities are really what we have to work with.
No.
And as you said, you can't stand still and see the light coming and don't move. So we have to keep busy. We have inmates there. It's our duty to maintain what we have until we get the ideal world.
Commissioner, with all due respect.
Right.
We as a country have charged you with the responsibility of managing the facilities.
Right.
And the process of that managing, you must make recommendations as to what is required for what you have responsibility over to be in a respectable, in a tolerable level.
Right.
So my question to you about whether you need a new penal institution, you are not going to get the money. That's not your responsibility, right? We as the parliament have to provide that for you. We can't provide what we don't know.
Right.
And that's the reason I'm asking you as the person in charge,
right,
who have hands on, is it that you require a new facility to carry out the job that you have charged to do in a satisfactory way?
What I would suggest is, based on the international standards that as a correctional center we should meet, the Mandela rules, Amnesty International, the suggestions are out there what living conditions should be for incarcerated persons. Once we can get those conditions up to an acceptable standard, it may speak to new construction, it may speak to modification, modernization.
Mr. Commissioner, with all due respect,
right,
I am going to take recommendations from you.
Right.
Because you are the expert. You know more of the facilities than I do.
Right.
We as a parliament want to be guided by your professionalism, your professional expertise. Should it that we must expend public funds to continue to refurbish over the next 10, 15 years, or should we invest in a new facility so that your job can be done in a most professional way? I am relying on your advice.
Right.
Put it at our feet, the parliament's feet,
right.
to provide that which you require. It's like a doctor in a hospital that says they need stethoscope, they need this, they need that to do their work. You tell us, and we have to respond to you as the expert.
Right.
Tell me if you want the Parliament of Jamaica to provide a new facility to do your job, or we can contend with repairing as we have been doing what we have had for all these years.
We have...
So let me interject here, please.
Right.
Those concerns are well noted and have been over the years. And between the last financial year and in this year, we have continued to do preliminary work. We have identified land. We are in acquisition stage, and we have engaged with. We've even had experts come from the United Nations to look at conceptual designs. We have even gone as far as got pre-option. What's the terminology again? Option. No. Prior options review. So all of that is being done right now as we speak. So it's not the planning process is taking place and it is active.
How soon do you anticipate the planning to finish? It can't be forever.
Of course it can't be forever. We know that, but planning something as big as this will require some level of dedication and thorough assessment, and that is what we're about right now.
Madam Pierce, with all due respect, 3 years ago, one option was thrown through the window. And when one option is thrown through the window, you must be pursuing an alternate. I am saying, well, I'm gathering from you that the planning has been ongoing, but 3 years on, no decision is yet made as to what option will be pursued. That is what gives the discomfort. 3 years of continuing planning and no decision as to exactly what is proposed to be done.
All right.
So I just want to leave it there. I will leave it there.
Just before I'm going to close national security now, just one question. You had 380 million roughly, you lose 300 million. Was there anything you were planning to do this year, any big project? You had 380 million. Was there something, if you get that as a capital budget, you say, well, I'm doing this. What is it that you are going to do that you can't do?
Right, so well, part of that sum was to improve certainly our fleet. Our fleet of vehicles.
Your fleet of vehicles?
Part of the capital.
Yes.
Oh, in terms of specifically construction.
Yes, the construction I'm talking about.
Oh, yes, sir. At one of the facilities, we're looking at improving the dormitory settings for the inmates, for example, at Richmond Farm. We were also looking improvements, construction on our female facilities on South Camp Road, and how to invest to improve the infrastructure at Tower Street, at the George Davis Center.
So I think that's where Member Jackson was. So a number of those projects will have to be deferred till next year because of the cut in funding.
That is correct, sir.
Right.
That is correct, Chair.
All right, members, if there's no further questions for national security, PS, I'd like to thank you and your team, and safe travel.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to your team as well. Stay safe, and thank you very much.
Members, let me just ask something. We have here the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We had taken them previously. If there are specific questions, if you're not taking it like this, I wouldn't mind bringing them in and letting them go, because we have talked to them before, but I don't know if there are specific questions with regard to the budget. But I do know we have to have a little discussion with the Ministry of Education and with the Ministry of Industry. So I really would like to take those two, but I'd like to relieve the others. So let me, excuse me, Orly, could you see if the Ministry of, I know this is Education, could you see if the Ministry of Labor is here and the Ministry of Local Government, and ask them to come in? Yes, I'm going to see whether or not. Members, I'm going to ask you to look through your notes, and let's see if we can take them quickly and relieve them, so that we can then take the last two, but rather than keep them. They have both appeared here within the last 2 months to look at COVID expenditure. So. The local government is Jared. Okay. Yes. I don't know. Yes, have a seat. Have a seat. Ministry of Labor, well, both Labor and, yeah, let me take Labor. What we're saying is that although there are changes, in some cases significant, you have both appeared here in the last 2 months. So we have had the discussion. So rather than have you belabor through the other presentations, if I can move quickly, I wouldn't mind. So my question here now, in terms of the Ministry of Labor, your increase is basically the increase that we had the discussion on for the CARE program and an increase that you have received in poor relief. Is that a general overview?
The increase, Chairman, was in relation to PATH.
Exactly.
For
Yeah,
the additional payment to PATH beneficiaries in March as part of the CARE program,
yes,
as well as in the supplementary, there is a 40 million additional allocation for persons with disabilities, and that is still part of the CARE program.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, Chair. Seeing that the Ministry of Labor have been one of the first respondents out there, especially in the quarantine, when the areas have been quarantined. And just an observation that the only addition that they have gotten, as the PS had just said, of 40 million, which is for the disabled, and for the which is in the capital for the PATH
program.
How is it then that you have been spending on doing care packages and the response that you have since you have not gotten any additional funds?
Member, we have been spending under the public assistance division in the ministry. We do have an allocation for goods and services. That is usually our allocation for hurricane relief. So we have expended from that line item, and we know we will not have a hurricane this year. Okay. So, but I am sure that if we do have such a situation, I'm sure the good Ministry of Finance will provide us with some additional support.
So it will not affect your normal programs within the ministry then?
Member, we are relooking our programs because we did have to do some reallocation and some movement of funds from places to be able to ensure that we fulfill our mandate.
Okay, thank you.
So what did you have to cut? In other words,
Where
what,
did you have to
what
reallocate
areas
from?
did you reallocate from? Just generally.
Generally, we have to reallocate from grants, which tends to be a little bit more discretionary in spending. So, for example, under the same public assistance division where we have compassionate and rehabilitation grants and the short term and so forth, you know, if needs be down the line, that is probably where we will have to reallocate from. But so far, because we are still early in the financial year, we have not fully exhausted those funds to begin shifting.
How much have you spent so far from the ministry? One of the challenges that we have had in looking at the COVID response is only what has been allocated by the Ministry of Finance to other ministries, which we look at, but then other ministries like yours have been spending out of their own resources. How much have the Ministry of Labour and Social Security yet so far spent on the COVID response out of its own budget?
Okay, so last financial year we spent approximately 25 million last financial year at the end in March. And since this financial year we have spent close to 40 million so far on actual COVID response.
Okay, so that's 60
and that is in terms of goods and services.
All right, members, let me move now to the Ministry of Local Government. Again, welcome. You were here with us last week. And like 2 weeks before that. All right. Again, your budget has been affected. You got some additional funding. Sorry, yours was the one with the additional for poor relief, right?
150 allocation, which we had submitted that report to indicate how we propose to spend that.
Okay. All right, members, if we may, we can relieve the...
Since we have the PS here, I'll just ask her to provide some information on our ministry. Last time you were here and we dealt with the St. Anne Parish Council, the CEO and the deputy engineer outlined a program of sanitation that was done. Those areas listed that were done, are they all public properties or are they private properties? And any of them are private properties. All a list of locations.
Let her answer.
No, I thought she was...
Yeah, go ahead. The question is it in this sanitation that takes place, do we provide sanitation for public spaces and public properties, or do we also do for private?
My understanding, Chairman and members, is that these spaces are public spaces, common areas that would normally see the areas that public would frequently pass or locate themselves. Yes. If we need to get clarification from the St. Anne MC,
I
we'll
think there are
also
two
seek
spaces
that clarification.
I think there are two places that need clarification as to whether or not they are public facilities or private facilities.
Right, because I don't have the details for that here today.
No, that's why I asked you to get it from them.
Okay,
I never expect that you
so
probably would
could you
have
ask them? Yes, and we need to know how they determine what they're going to do and the spaces. So just ask them if all the areas are public spaces and public facilities.
And I meant that a bit, Chairman. And any of them that aren't public spaces, which are those?
Absolutely.
And if you could just advise the clerk, probably by tomorrow.
All right.
Probably
Mr.
by
Chairman,
no, I didn't get
certainly.
that. By tomorrow, that will be available.
I will seek the information.
Okay, and just forward it to the clerk.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I'll allow you both to go. If you'd like to stay, please feel free. But we have done OPM, economic growth, health, national security, labor, local government. We have education and industry, commerce and fisheries. So we have the PS here from the Ministry of Education. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, there are a couple of questions I think that we need, but you want to just give us an overview, the impact of this budget on you. You have been impacted, absolutely, right? In terms of the budgetary changes. You want to just tell us generally what those are?
Okay, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and the members of the PAAC. I have with me here this afternoon Mrs. Sonia Banton, our Principal Financial Officer, Mr. Kerry Brown, who is our Director of Technical Services with responsibility for infrastructure, and Mrs. Philippa Grant-Smith, who is our Director of Special Projects. Now, the ministry has a recurrent budget of 115 billion. There was a 2% reduction amounting to 2.69 billion. That's the recurrent, and for the capital budget, we had received 1.48 billion, and there has been a 57% reduction to 633 million. Now, there are some key areas that were utilized to guide us in terms of the areas that we felt that if these areas were reduced, then we would be able to find alternate means of getting these different activities done in education. And so we had cuts in areas relating to mileage, which of course would be what we would pay our education officers and other officers who have to physically go to schools. That has been cut by about 50%. We, however, have taken on to ourselves a different approach because of this new normal, where we can engage our principals, we can engage our teachers through the use of the technology. We use Microsoft Teams at the ministry, and we have been able to host up to meetings with close to 1,000 persons at any one time. And so it has become a little easier for us to make contact with our officers and to guide them accordingly. The technology allows us not only to speak, but also for us to see areas of the facilities and to provide guidance accordingly. We have seen a cut in foreign travel. This will not affect us significantly, as since March, many of those meetings where we are members that would have been held overseas, we were able to have them in our homes or at the office using the technology as well. There has also been cuts in conferences and workshops and training sessions, and again, the use of the technology will assist us significantly. As it relates to refreshment for meetings and conferences, that has also been reduced. And again, there would be no need for us to be providing food and drink unless we are meeting directly. Having reviewed the cuts and in discussion with the Ministry of Finance, we were able to start the process of reorganizing the approach that we use within the ministry for our operations, and we believe based on what has been reduced, we will be able to handle whatever is to be done without the service being affected for the rest of the financial year. Just to advise also, Chairman, that for PATH, I think that is the biggest reduction that we have in the allocation for PATH, but just to advise that that $1.2 billion was actually removed and placed into the Ministry of Labor and Social Security budget on our request through a cabinet approval so that we could facilitate the payment of the parents for the period between March and June that our students were mainly operating from home. As it relates to the capital budget, where we have the 57% cut, we have worked out an approach where there are 9 projects that will be affected, but what we have started to do is to make these projects shovel ready. So we will complete the pre-contract activities within this financial year. We will also complete the procurement, and once the Ministry of Finance provides us with the funds for the 2021-22 financial year, we will be ready to begin mobilization and construction in April of 2021.
You could just tell us the 9 projects?
Okay, so the schools are Albertown High School, Exchange All Age and Junior High School, Homewood Technical, Bridgeport High School, Cedric Titus, Westwood Phase 2, Black River Phase 2, Edwin Allen High School, and Dias Infant School, which is really a new infant school that we had on our plans to build, and we are going through the process of completing the procurement activities.
All right. Member Stuart.
Thank you. Through the PS. PS, I'm a little bit concerned with the 50% cut in the traveling for the officers at a time when we're going to be having a new normal in our schools. What has transpired with the online learning and the social distancing that we're expecting to happen in September, we believe that the schools would need more or closer supervision. How will you speak to that as it relates so on the officers visiting the schools more regularly to see what is transpiring there, because that is cause of concern. And secondly, PS, I see where there has been a cut of a significant cut in the use of technology, and we saw what transpired in our respective schools with the online learning. How will we speak to that as it relates to the use of technology, where you're going to be having a significant reduction in the budget for either your laptops or your tablets for the students in the respective schools?
Member, if I may just respond to the last question first. Initially, I believe when this was printed, it had reflected a decrease in the amounts that we have for primary and secondary for ICT. We have had our discussion with the Ministry of Finance, and it is expected that those amounts, I think there's a 30 million for, no, sorry, not 30 million, 40 million for primary, and there is a 91 million, which is on page 5, as well as 203 million. So that will be restored through, I believe, an amendment that will be tabled by the Ministry of Finance for ICT. So again, we will be able to have the necessary hardware and software in place to support physical learning come the next school year. As it relates to the traveling, I indicated, member, that there is a 50% cut in the mileage. we believe, based on the approach that we use for traveling, where officers are actually provided with a ceiling in terms of the number of mileage or miles, also amounting to the amount of money that they can utilize on a monthly basis. We encourage our officers to carpool, to use the ministry's vehicles as they are available, and we have been making these available to take the officers around. And so the 50% that is currently left in the budget, we would be able to break this down so that the quality of the visits to our schools will not be significantly affected. Remember, a major part of the traveling would have been the workshops and training sessions and conferences and meetings that we would have across the island. As I indicated earlier, Zoom is able to accommodate 1,000 persons for a meeting, so we were able to meet with over 4,000 of our school administrators and stakeholders in 3 days, actually, to do training, which was very effective. And we would have seen how our high schools have really risen to the occasion and the challenge, and were able to follow the protocols by the Ministry of Health and Wellness to put things in place to welcome our exam students back to school. So we are confident, sir, that we'll be able to manage with what we currently have.
Yes, you're saying that the clinical visits to the schools will not be impacted significantly.
The clinical visits will not be impacted as it relates to traveling, because we have also found a way, sir, where just videotaping and actually using the technology to see what is happening will assist us greatly. Just yesterday, I think it was perhaps one of the easiest back to school days we have had, because the technology was used by the education officers to send us information in terms of what was happening in our schools, whether it is good or bad. So we believe that this new normal has provided significant opportunities to guide or to make the operations of education more efficient. But what we will ensure that we do is where our officers must travel, for example, our building officers who must travel for facilities that we are having repairs and so on, and where it is absolutely necessary, those will not be compromised in any way, sir.
Thank you. Oh. PS, in relation to your planning for the new school term, how do you envisage the restructuring of the classrooms? Because I had the unfortunate experience the other day of, just before all this COVID thing hit us, going to a particular school, and we had like 54 children in a room. With the new physical distancing requirement, and I hope to God that this thing dissipates and we are able to get back to. But when you have a full turnout of the students for any given institution, some institutions you'll have 1,000 people, and the physical plant is just able to accommodate that 1,000 people during the normal operations. If you have to reduce the physical distance between the students, that plant will only be able to accommodate half the population. Well, perhaps less than half. What kind of contingency you have in place to deal with that reality?
Okay, so remember, the ministry has started the research in terms of the general specifications that will be required as it relates to physical social distancing. So we already know that the standard size of our classrooms will only be perhaps a third of the students that it would have accommodated fully. So we actually know what the schools are able to accommodate at this time. The team has done a comprehensive mapping of close to the 1,000 schools that we have. We already know that we have over 100 of our primary schools who are so small, we call them multi-grade schools, that with social distancing, they will not require any further facility for them to reopen. We know that we have another 300 of our primary schools that will need 1 or 2 extra spaces for them to be able to manage comfortably. So that brings us up to a little over 500. We know that there is another 150 of our primary schools that will require significant support. I think about 16 of those are also on shift. Now, for the high schools, we already know that over 120 of our high schools are operating way above their actual capacity, so they are going to need additional support. So what we have also done using GIS mapping is to identify all the churches and other facilities that are located in and around our schools that could possibly be utilized for classroom spaces. So we now have that data available. Our next stage in terms of just general research, which is important, is also to assess the technology. Would it be possible for us to be able to identify those areas that have steady internet access? And can this also be an option to facilitate some of our students? We have already started to order computers to facilitate our students on path in the first instance, and we had our bring your own device policy, which we call our BOED policy, approved at our last senior policy meeting, which will allow for our schools to have this on their book list where parents can purchase a tablet. The ministry will upload all the content for the curriculum onto the tablets so that even if you do not have internet access, you have on your tablets or your computers that can be utilized. So those are some of the options that we have already identified. Now, we have done an audit of the high schools, so we have a fair idea as to those that have space, large playing fields, other areas of land that they were actually waiting to build on. So we have that information. So armed with this information, our education officers starting this week will now be working with the schools to develop their individual plans. The thing about education in Jamaica is that our boards and our principals, they also have unique and creative ideas. So the individual school plan is what is important. So a school that makes arrangement for the use of 2 church halls, there will be a formal arrangement that will be in place, and this is where the ministry will now come in to ensure that all the processes are followed and that things are so organized so that those spaces can be utilized. We are expecting a member to have the full plan ready by the first week in July or thereabout, approved by cabinet. And once that is approved, we will now be able to share that with the general public. So based on the research that my team has done, the discussion that we have had, guided by our minister, we are confident that we will be in a position to handle the population. And I did mention the partnership with the private institutions where we will be placing some of our students from PEP, who are the ones who are on pathway 2 and 3, the lower performing students, really in some of our private schools once they agree. And we have many. We have when we had our meeting last week, we had over 250 representatives, and they are now submitting their expression of interest so that placement will be done. So we will not compound the problem by allowing students that could otherwise be placed in a controlled environment to create a challenge for those schools that will have the spacing arrangements to be worked out, sir.
of using taking the approach that you have proposed?
So I am not able to provide you with the assessed cost in terms of the localized partnerships that we will be utilizing at this time. I can only say that when the team actually did the review in terms of the number of classrooms that would be required at one point just for the high schools, just looking at it according to the requirement provided by Ministry of Health in terms of the 6 feet distancing, we were looking at needing over 14,000 classrooms, and it means that we would need $173 billion to be able to build those 14,000 classrooms. Billion dollars. So we know that that is impossible, and hence we have to use up the spaces around us. So we have many churches. We have our primary schools are within a 5-mile radius. Around the one school, for example, we have up to 10 churches with space that can be utilized during the course of the day. So we are developing these creative measures, and my list is not exhaustive because our principals themselves also have ideas, and we have found that stakeholders have been writing to the ministry expressing their interest in entering into partnership where it is necessary, where we need the partnerships for spacing to be provided, sir.
Just to follow on to 2 elements. One, your budget is actually contracted a bit, but what you're discussing here is that some of this is going to take quite a bit of expenditure. How are you going to manage that? You have reallocated, or?
So, well, there are elements in the budget, especially as it relates to schools, operations, our grants and so on that we provide to the schools that we will definitely have to utilize. We found that there would have been some savings in March, April, and May because schools were out at that time, and so the physical infrastructure was not strained. So there will be some support where that aspect is concerned.
But you're saying by July you'll have sort of the full sum.
So,
in other words, you're going to need to have a revised budget when you have a better idea of what it is you're going to need to do to open back in September.
Yes, Chairman, I agree that there is going to be, will have to be
I
some
agree
revision.
with Member Campbell. It's this, they open just the persons doing exams at the high school. And what happened is they had to use 3 classrooms more than they would normal for the same amount of students. Given all that you have said, this is going to throw, our policy was that we want to take all schools off the shift system. It's something we were working towards assiduously, and we were sort of looking down the line to say when it was going to happen. I suspect that what you're telling us, that is in deep jeopardy right now.
Well, the 1.48 billion that we got was really to have assisted us in removing, I think it was about 12 schools, 7 schools we had projected.
And then you had some more, because I have some that are that aren't on this, but need to come off the shift system.
Right. So we have 36 schools in total on shift, sir. So the 3-year approval we got from Ministry of Finance would have seen us being able to remove those.
But what we're going to see here.
So there is definitely going to be a delay in terms of us being able to remove the schools off shift. We have not taken a decision as yet as it relates to shift, because our schools understand the challenges that they have been through, especially those that have just come off shift. And so we are still in discussion as it relates to the approach that we will be using. And as I have said, this has to be specific to each school. It can't be a statement that is made nationally.
Abroad. But what you're saying here, you had some funds in this budget to take 12 of your schools off the shift system.
Yes, Chairman.
And
Originally,
that funding
has been reduced.
to what?
So the capital budget was 1.4 billion previously and has now been reduced to $633 million. And I had named out the schools, sir, that would be affected.
So basically your funding has been cut in half.
For the capital.
Yeah,
yes,
so you're looking at a significant, I mean, unless we get back more funding next year and the year after. And add to that the fact that what you had before as a shift system, you're going to have to expand it even more to get these folks off the shift system. Mm-hmm. So this is in real jeopardy. Okay, Member Clark, you had wanted to say something? No? Yeah, well, I'm going to come back to you, but let you wrap up by saying,
I'm somewhat exhausted, Chair, because, seeing that rehabilitation and maintenance work has been cut by 91, construction and renovation has been reduced by another 81, that's on 41,005, page 41,005. And seeing that even though you have the challenges of the reduction in the capital budget, just coming back to the point the chairman was making, when you take a school off of the shift system, it's really to just give adequate classrooms so that you can have one shift. But the challenge of
teachers. And teachers, well, to some extent.
And teachers, but you have one shift. But those classes are still at a point where you have 40, 35, 40 students. And I mean, you have schools like Campion, who already have two shifts. They do a early morning shift and a late morning shift.
Extended day, sir.
Yeah, extended day. But you still, even if you still have 35 students in a class, so and my worry is not about the back to school that you had starting yesterday, because that's a quarter of the students that would normally go back to school. It is come September, and when it is that your budget like this is cut just now, and the prep work that needs to go into play to get you ready for a September or late September or October, whatever it is, it slows down the amount of work that you can accomplish at this point in time. So it's really at what stage are you now, and will you be able to meet a September opening of school with this budgetary cut that you have here now?
So, Chairman, I had mentioned earlier that we expect to have our full implementation plan, which will represent each school for September, by at least the first week in July. We expect to have that full document approved. And when that is completed, we will be able to indicate the overall cost and, of course, the cash flow that will be required to support that. We are at least 60% in terms of our preparation, meaning we have done all the research, we have done both internationally and locally, and it's just the last end, which is really to work through with each principal the arrangement that will best fit his or her school. Some principals have also suggested, member, that with the use of the technology, the approach that we call the flipped classroom, you may have students who, for example, can be other places on the compound, and there can be one maths teacher, for example, who is actually doing the lecture, and many students are benefiting, and then there can be smaller tutorial classes to make sure that the students are following. So there are many creative ideas that have been coming up and are being suggested, but I can assure you that we are working on overtime just to make sure that we can have everything in place in terms of what will be required by the end of June into early July, so that we can now move into action for September in earnest.
Member Stewart, you wanted to just clarify something? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Trigger to the PS. PS, the private schools, they are going to be under severe pressure in terms of reopening, because we have seen what has happened in the economy. Is there any guideline that will be made as it relates to some of our high-performing primary schools, because we know that there's going to be a rush on those schools? The minister did say that he will not be able to assist the private schools. What plans are there in place to facilitate the rush on those schools, or the influx of the students who will be coming into these schools?
So, Chairman, member, the same activities that we have been undertaking for the public schools, we have now started for the private schools as well. We have asked through the president of the Jamaica Independent School Association to have the schools submitting their plan, the needs that they currently have, so we can look at these clinically and make a determination as to what we can support as best as is possible. We have started the consultations with the different groups. We will have another meeting with them next week, just for them to update us on where they are at in terms of their preparation. And I believe that we will have to partner at all levels for the space that they have available. So space is now premium, and we are going to need the space that is available, and so that is why we are maintaining very close contact, and we are willing to work with them, and we have started the process to try as best as possible to prevent them from having to close. They have also expressed a willingness. They have asked us to facilitate some other areas as well, which I will have to discuss with the team at the Ministry of Finance, just to allow for ease in terms of what they will require for their preparation. So please be assured, sir, that we are seized with the support that they require, and we will be working assiduously to make sure that we support them as one education system in the country.
All right, Pierce, before I release you, just two quick questions. One, I had a meeting last night with my principals, and a couple of things came up. One, they have been told that they're getting additional staff and additional cleaning materials, and in all schools there's going to have to be some work to put water stations and things like that. However, having been promised all of this, apparently nothing has come yet. Is it a program that has started? Is it maybe that, what's the rollout of that?
Chairman, we provided personal protective equipment and cleaning materials, including sanitization materials, to all 171 high schools and over 50 private institutions over the last week and a half. There were some private institutions that we for somehow they were not.
I was really talking, I have 16 primary and 2 high.
Oh, well,
So
I'm referring to the high school, sir.
I
and
was
those
referring,
two.
I was really specifically in this case, was primary. Yeah.
Okay, so we have not yet started to provide materials for the primary schools. We provided $50,000 in March, I think it was, late February, March, for just the basic sanitization when COVID was on the cusp, I believe. And so the plan is that we are now processing the grants for the back-to-school preparation for June. And so what we will do is to ensure that there is allocation within those grants for them to start the preparation for September.
Well, it's not just, well, I'm just saying that they're to get extra staff to help with the cleaning.
So that was...
But those staff also need to be trained.
Yes, sir. So
I'm just saying that program doesn't seem to have...
So, Chairman, I was referring first to the sanitization materials and PPEs for the high schools. Now, we have said to the primary schools, once they have worked out their plans, we will provide as best as possible the teachers that they require.
Or teachers?
Now, teachers that they require and other support staff, because we have an allocation to support that as well. Again, there would have been some...
You have an allocation in the
We have had this
that?
allocation for a number of years now, where we are able to allow the schools to have part-time support as well as temporary support based on the needs of the curriculum at those schools.
Okay.
So once they have worked out their plan, Chairman, we will be able to see the teachers that we can provide. As it relates to the cleaners, we are also analyzing that, and if they need the additional support at the primary schools, they are provided with a janitorial grant and they engage temporary persons, and if there is need for additional persons, then we will also provide accordingly.
As I said, what was said to me is that they had been told they would have gotten some additional.
Not for the primary at this time, sir. And the training, we are now organizing the training sessions for the ancillary staff and administrative staff and the Ministry of Health.
Organizing it. It hasn't started.
Yes, for the primary schools and the Ministry of Health. They are the ones who do the bulk of that training.
The second item, which is probably the most important one to me, has to do with this whole discussion that was taking place earlier about technology, data, etc. Now, there's a real difficulty now because the access to data, the internet, is not the same across the country. So in sort of towns, corporate area, you have great internet connectivity. But when you get down into some of the rural areas, like many of us in here as MPs, you can't get it. As a matter of fact, I can take you to Friendship Division where the principal up there will tell you that that whole community up there with internet is almost non-existent. Now, not only that, but with these online classes, what is happening is that in rural communities, it is far more difficult to have it. And it's a lot easier in corporate area. What you're seeing is a sort of a drift. The gap between some of those schools and the deep rural schools is widening because you can't teach them there because you don't have the internet, the technology, in a lot of cases, the devices. So that's number one. But number two, for those that do have some internet, in some of my communities, some of my schools, I had a discussions with the principals. They indicated to me, this was about a month ago, the challenges they had because a lot of the students, they couldn't afford the data plans. So I got in touch with Digicel and Flow and had a discussion with them to purchase some internet, some data that I would give to my principals to work this program. I was told by them that the Ministry of Education was engaging in a program to provide data and that it was similar to what I was doing. About a day after, I heard an announcement from Minister Samuda of something to this nature. I think that would have been 2 weeks ago. But nothing has happened subsequently. And up to last night when I had my last meeting with the principals, it is one of the biggest problems. Is the Ministry of Education doing something to facilitate the use of technology, especially with regards to rural schools?
So, Chairman, we were able to identify the areas of difficulty as it relates to internet access across the country. So we currently know the areas around close to 300 of our schools where there is actually no access at all. So we are aware of that. We actually negotiated with Flow and Digicel, and they provided us with some what seemed to have been attractive rates, which we have capitalized on. But the feedback from the ground is that if you have a plan that lasts for 14 days, you pay $500 for this plan. As soon as you start accessing or using, it's almost like it is completed even before one item is downloaded. So it actually defeated the purpose.
I don't understand that.
Meaning that because of whatever they are accessing from the internet, it uses up a lot of data. And the data.
So it's not a period of time.
So it's a period of time, but it is also defined in, I think it is megabytes, if I'm not mistaken. So you may have, let's say, 500 megabytes for $500 and 14 days, but one may finish before the other. So it really did not serve persons as well as we thought it would. We also made an allocation, sir, for the students on path. So once the school submitted the information, then the ministry actually procured the services for those persons and their numbers, and we did that across the island.
Just 1 second, because as I said, it is a big problem, certainly down in my neck of the woods. And I don't know what you say that, whatever it is, it has not been resolved. So it has not. And there are two issues that you just made a point. The extent to a lot of these persons who are on path getting data. The next question is, what would they use the data on? Which now comes to devices. Point I'm making is that COVID has taught us a lot of lessons. And you earlier spoke about having 1,000 people on Zoom. You know, before January, many of us never know Zoom, you think you're talking about driving in your car. But now it's a whole different ballgame. We need to come out of this better than we went in. And I'm making the point as a member of parliament with responsibility for a deep rural school that I'm dissatisfied with what is happening now, because I can identify some of the problems. I'm trying my best to help, but the resources that I have and many of my colleagues does not allow to do that. And the Ministry of Education, there must be some focus. You say you have targeted the schools. You have talked to Flow and Digicel. You put a program in place, but it didn't work. But then you must move to then change the program. I saw some advertisement about going in and trying to put some internet in with using another provider. I just need to know what is the plan, because while this is happening, the gap between the schools is widening every day, and the students.
Okay, so Chairman, again, the period has allowed us to do a critical assessment as to what happened during the 3 months, and we are now using that information to inform how we move forward. So through e-learning, we will be able to receive close to 45,000 tablets that will be provided to our students, and the ministry is currently has started the process of procuring additional tablets. So by September or thereabouts, sir, we are expecting to at least have 100,000 tablets to be provided to students for utilization.
How many students would you say you have?
Okay, so we are talking about a school population of over 550,000 students at primary and secondary. Many of them probably
have access already.
So sir, the 100,000 that we will be procuring will be fitted with the content that they will need based on their textbooks and other educational material. So we are not going to be waiting for them to be downloading that information. It will be on the tablets that will be provided.
Great.
Now, being online does not mean that a student sits before a computer and for the entire day you have access to the internet. You perhaps only need to have access for about an hour for you to access what is required, and then you do the work on the tablets. So if the tablets or computers have the content and it is structured in a way where the students are directed how to utilize it, and this would have been tried before under the previous tablets in school program, then we expect that this will assist them. But this is what is to come for September. Now we are hoping, sir, that we can provide the tablets to the students on path, and we can encourage parents to procure tablets and computers for their students. And once they do, we will now ensure that the content is also provided.
All right. Let me ask you, short term, I have a difficulty because I have a number of schools that we have a problem with data, just getting data.
Yes.
You have indicated you try to do something with digital and flow. You mean there's no program? There must be something we can do to help during this period of time, those schools. And I'm speaking very personally now, but I know that all of my rural, at least, members of parliament are in the same ballgame. And secondly, what has happened also is for those that just don't have the internet, we have to have them out there trying to deliver it by car and by bike and all sorts of things. And the difficulty is that now there's a cost with toner and ink. I have toner and ink in the back of my car, but I'm just saying, has the ministry not indicated, well, let me send some more of this out to the schools that are having this challenge and have to be doing? Is there a program in place to pick up where these weaknesses exist?
Yes, Chairman. The ministry actually provided high-speed photocopy machines for our regional offices, and our principals were advised that the materials can be printed and packaged for pickup and so on to be provided to the schools.
But as I said, one of the difficulties again, for example, where's the regional office for Westmoreland?
So what the regional director did, sir, she organized different arrangements so that those schools could still access printed copies. And some of the community members have really been very helpful, and they have supported the schools. As a matter of fact, Chairman, we had the papers being delivered through Natchford Express to the schools in Westmoreland just to make sure that they are provided so that those teachers and principals can distribute them to the schools. Now, the truth is, sir, with the other suppliers that we have identified, for example, we have been advised about this internet in a box, and it was configured, placed in a coaster bus and was roving. It worked in Manchester, I understand, and St. Elizabeth. It just did not work in the western side of the island. We also have...
So what is that?
Internet in a box. It just did not work.
Internet in a box?
So it's a little modem that is installed with an antenna, as we were guided, in a vehicle, and the vehicle goes to different communities, and they are able to access for an hour or two, which would be what they really need to get their material on their devices. So we tried that. We also started to look at what Ready TV could provide. Unfortunately, that is not going to be ready for the period that we have left for the summer period. So we may have a few, at least 5 or so, that may be installed, but the bulk of what is to be done is going to be for the school year that is coming up.
Already?
There is a complementary that was installed, I think, somewhere in Bull Bay. And Cornerstone Ministries in Westmoreland has agreed to support Little Bay. and there are 3 others that we are now completing the procurement process with a view for those 3 to be installed within this period. But the others, we don't see these being available before the end of the school
Would
year.
the ministry be able to give, I mean, certainly if we apply, I need a lot of the students, just the internet is a real problem. Teachers are going into their pockets and buying some internet data for students but it is becoming more and more difficult as time passes. Is there a facility that we can formally apply to? Who do I talk to at the regional office or wherever to sort of come and let us see if we can alleviate some of these problems?
There's a facility, Chairman. It comes through the principal of the school to the regional office. The numbers are verified, and we submit those to Flow and Digicel for the credit to be provided to the phones. So the principal submit that information, and through the verified...
I think it's not for the teachers. There are a number of the students.
So for the students as well, sir, Chairman, it has to come through the school because we have to ensure that we can account for what is going to be provided.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that my information is that the schools need it but are not getting it. If you're telling me that they can get it, then I'm going to follow up on that.
Definitely, sir.
Tomorrow.
And I will also ensure that we have further discussion with our education officers for them to remind the principals that they can submit the information and the data can be provided to assist in the teaching learning process. Chairman, just to remind you, sir, and members, that the gap, we know that there is a gap and the evaluation has started, and that is why the 4 weeks in September will be utilized for general assessment and determination of the interventions and the actual treatment for the students who would have not had access to the technology during this period, sir. So that is also a part of the long-term plans.
All right, members. With that, thank you, PS.
Thank you too, sir.
All right, and travel safe to you and your team. All right, members, we are on the wire. We have the Ministry of Industry, Agriculture, and Fisheries, and we will be finished, I think. It's entirely up to you. Of 7 o'clock, 5 past 7. What's the terminology? Want to suspend the standing order to allow us to work beyond night watchman. All right, anywhere. No, you can sit anywhere, spread out. All right, members, yes. Members, yes, let me welcome you and give you the opportunity to introduce your team, and then we're going to be very brief as I. Yes, you want to just introduce your team and then we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Darman Spence from the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries. And with me this afternoon, the accompanying team. To my immediate right is Mrs. Tomlinson, our financial controller. And behind him is Mr. Michael Price, or CTD, and immediately behind me is Miss Michelle Parkins, or CTD, and to my immediate left is Miss Geddes, or Project Monitoring Director, and at the back there is Mr. Delroy Coley from the planning and policy section of the ministry.
All right. Suspend. When I look at your ministry, I don't think there's not been a major change in industry or commerce, correct? There have been some cuts, but nothing. The real issue has to do with agriculture, from what I mean. Or you want to just give us an overview of the impact on your ministry?
Let me start by saying, Mr. Chairman, that we are in difficult times. And as we work closely with the Ministry of Finance, they have tried very hard to keep the ministry going in terms of support for the programs. First and foremost, on the recurrent side of the budget, our original estimates were some 10.6 billion, and we have seen an adjustment which represents a reduction of some 561, so we're down to about 10.1. And that on the project side, capital project side, we had some adjustments too, from 3.5 by about 1.2, and so we're down to 2.2. It's a 36% reduction. Notwithstanding, after much dialogue, especially given the COVID situation, the ministry provided us support of some 1 billion for the COVID response. So in an overall way, we have a net increase of some 438 million in terms of the overall position, though, of the figures that I gave with respect to the revised supplementary. We are at 11.1 billion. Now, major areas that were impacted on the recurrent, is a lot of the traveling and the travel expenses, the compensation, areas like rental, grants and contribution. So, those are the significant area. 172 million there for travel expense and subsistence, and 191 thereabout for goods and services, and some 95 for grants, contribution, and subsidies. And so, those are the significant areas impacted. That will impact some of the operations, but we are hoping to see how best we can get through it. In the area of traveling, some of the support that is provided would need that that kind of support to execute the activities. And so while the dialogue continues, we are going to move assiduously, especially given the need to respond under the COVID arrangements to the needs of the farming and MSME community. Mr. Chairman, under the capital project side, these reductions are impacting a number of areas, and some of the major projects that we have, some 11 of them, about 6 of them will face some challenges. We're going to try to see how best we can execute.
Which projects?
The capital projects.
Such as?
Oh, I'm going to get into it now. So the one of the big ones is the Agriculture Competitiveness Program, the bridging program.
The who?
A bridging program, Agriculture Competitiveness Bridging Program. That attends to a lot of infrastructure works in the agri-parks, establishments such as Spring Gardens agri-parks, infrastructure works that will support the establishment of mango orchards, continuation of capacity building activities that would have attended to the first project So a continuation of those kind of activities into the new areas, into the new year, and introduction of new varieties of strawberries and stuff like that to meet the demand that existed
Those
in
have been
certain
cut.
sectors. Sorry?
You're saying those are being cut?
Yes, to the tune of some $115 million. So we'll have to revise how we execute those activities, and some activities will not be executed, but we will continue to work with the Ministry of Finance to see what could possibly come back on stream.
All right.
Another of the projects that have been impacted in a big way is the Borders Redevelopment Project. This is a project that has been going on for over about 2 years now, and the original budget was some 320 million, and 208 million has been adjusted there. Well, the supplementary is now indicating 208, so it's a shortfall of some 112. And so a lot of the activities to deal with the procurement of embryo transplant, radio frequency, this is to aid in the tracking and management of the animal herd management system, things like biodigester and stuff like that, and some consultancies will be impacted. But what we're going to do here is continue to execute the components of the project that we can under the circumstances, and as things return to normal, we will seek to address some of these areas that were so impacted. For significantly, JAMPRO, Global Services Skills Project, originally some 308 million. The estimates are giving us now 168 million.
This is to do what?
The global services, this is to do with the BPOs and the expansion of support to the BPO sector.
Yeah, but what exactly does it do, though?
Well, there's an ongoing project, and the components of the project will see the need for purchasing of equipment. We'll see the need for expansion and promotion of the other levels of BPO in order to attract.
What would you be purchasing for in a BPO?
Computers.
So you would purchase the computers to do what?
For incubators.
In a BPO.
Under the project, there's a lot of training and certification for the higher levels to attract greater investment for the higher levels of the BPO. We'll understand that the recognition, the repositioning of Jamaica as a prime spot for investment is BPO.
I think I understand all of that. And we're not against, I'm just trying to, we had 380 million to reposition us. I was just wondering how the project, how that was. But I don't think we need to probably go into too much detail here. Yeah. But certainly, I would just be interested, a one-pager, just a project. Okay. Just an idea, because it's interesting, but I don't know. Move on, yes.
Okay. We have some irrigation, major irrigation projects that are
going to be affected.
And those are going to be affected.
And of course, the Farm Road program has been cut dramatically. That's one of the big cuts.
Yes, the road project, originally we had 1.2 billion, and we are down to 525.
We had asked, please, I think for all MPs here, now that this is happening, can we get a list of the roads that are intended to be done now and the methodology of selecting those roads? Can you get that to us? We will indicate tomorrow that we've asked for it, but could we have it by next week, Wednesday, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The original set has been revised by the board. I was
Yeah,
made
but
to
that's part
understand
of it. The board,
and we
as
will-
I said, the board makes these decisions, but we'd like to know what sort of empirical data in how you select that or make those decisions. You know,
Yes.
you may have a situation where you may go to a rural member of parliament and you determine you're fixing this road when it's really that road. And there has to be some, and often the road selected is not even a road that's under consideration by the local rather organization.
No, it's-
So that's why I'm just saying to you, let's get the list next week.
Definitely,
we don't have
Mr.
to go far
Chairman,
down
I
that
know.
road.
I know,
Don't
but
have to go
it's
far
a-
down that road.
Yes, but it's a bottom-up approach. So I'm hoping that the local representatives should be involved
I
at
think
that
the
level.
proper way to say it is it should be.
All right. So the only other major one. The only other major area of adjustment under the capital area is for rehabilitation of the irrigation infrastructure across the country. So that's NIC. And
all right. So basically, just for the record, the key is that what has happened is that a lot of this money has been redirected to production incentives. Am I correct?
under the COVID
How
response.
much money do you have for production incentive now?
1.5, about 1.5 billion.
All right, and look, our farmers have really had a tough time. Many of them had to sell their produce during difficult times when demand was down. They've taken tremendous losses, so that now to go and replant or to regrow or whatever that they need to do now is they're going to need assistance. So I think we all in here agree. But the question we really want to know is the mechanism, a targeted approach to how you're going to do this, and timing also of, is it something you have now, this budget will be passed, how do you intend to proceed with it?
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, just want to take the opportunity to point out that the farmers were very responsive, and I noticed that the Ministry of Labor was here earlier on. A significant amount of produce was donated to the Ministry of Labor to help with the communities that were quarantined, and farmers contributed over some $12 million worth of produce. So as the COVID set in, Mr. Chairman, the ministry, in response and in consultation with the Ministry of Finance, the minister announced a support package of $200 million to the farming sector to help with the movement under the care package. But when we look at it, we decided that it was best that we strategize, and our response was to really do the buyback and redistribution of goods. A collection of local purveyors was involved, and the ministry itself, from our original production incentive budget, add 40 million to that 200 million that was announced. So a total of 240 million was committed to the buyback process. That process continues to date. And where we are not buying back, we are providing subsidies. So for example, for the egg farmers, it's subsidized so that the cost of eggs now reduced to the consumer. And the buyback is taking place to help create a lot of the farmers market that consumers have so come to love, and they are moving on with that. So to date, for that activity, we have spent some 111 million, and this includes the egg subsidy of up to 6 million, but so far is 1.5 million that they have.
In total, how much have you spent already out of what would be the money you're using for production incentive?
In total, we have spent some 162 or close to 167 million.
And the total amount you will have to spend is 1.2 billion.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand the figures.
So the The original production incentive money that we got was $850 million. Right. 858 thereabout. And we committed from that money the 240 million
for buyback.
Right.
So you're down to 600.
So that is on the right. And with the 1 billion that we have gotten now, we have to specifically account for that with new activities. But it's still under the general production incentive program, but it's called the COVID.
So you will end up with 1.6 billion for incentives for farmers.
Yes.
And
how we are going to spend that, Mr. Chairman, we have actually started already. We have started, and tomorrow we'll be distributing seeds. We have started with seeds, and it's right across the country. But I have a breakout here in terms of the schedule, and what the areas that we are covering include. We're going to provide equipment. We're going to be actually doing land preparation in order to opening up new areas, getting farmers back quickly into production in farming communities, land preparation. All of this will be executed through the RADA, which is the outreach activity. So we are going to be ensuring that some implements are procured, and RADA already have tractors and that sort of thing. So we are going to be putting through some implements to support that activity. There are some infrastructure repairs that need to be done, some of the greenhouses, shade houses, post-harvest packing facilities, because that became quite of a challenge when we realized that the hotels were closed and the excess produce was there. And so storage and packaging in terms of support for that area is going to be strong. Specifically,
this program is going to be implemented through the ministry or through RADA?
Well, it's for some components the ministry will execute, because to procure and ensure that things are done in a timely way, and to ensure that we don't have any of the money.
RADA isn't here.
No, to ensure that we do not have any of the money unspent. And it will really appreciate the funds, is to get it to the farmers and to get them going. So we will dissect and ensure that the procurement team within the ministry secure what can be secured from that side, and rather secure from their side what can be secured.
So you're saying, I give an example. You say tomorrow you're going to start sending out some seeds.
Yeah, because from the production incentive program, some seeds have been purchased already. Seeds, fertilizer.
So what do you normally do? Just send X amount of seeds to every RADA office, parish office?
Well, it comes from the ground up. So there's the canvas of the farmers, we're starting especially with those farmers from whom a lot of the produce we're taking, the excess produce across the island. We have a comprehensive list. And so all of those farmers that experienced a very hard, where they had to be, experiencing the difficulty with the movement of the produce, we're targeting those. And then we're going to open up across the entire island to get farmers back into production.
I want to know how that program will be administered. Still, you keep touching on it and moving on.
No. Yeah? What's the question?
How the farmers, the production, to get them back into production. Because like in Manchester, even though you had the incentives of purchasing from farmers, there are quite a bit of farmers that lost crop due to drought conditions. Yeah? So, and the questions they're asking, what assistance? Now that they're getting a little rain, I'm asking for fertilizer, I'm asking for seeds, because they had nothing to sell, right? So you're saying that you have a program that is geared to getting farmers back into production. How will that be administered?
All right, so when it comes on to Manchester, we have had a major problem with drought. The entire Irish program that we supported out there, was thing. So there are two things for Manchester. Not only the matter of giving back seeds and fertilizer, and those things that you mentioned are there, but also, critically, we're responding to the drought situation through drought mitigation. So within this budget, there's a matter of tanks that will be distributed. There's a matter of repair for catchment. And there are some irrigation kits that will be provided for quarter acres. And we're looking at least 1,000 farmers to put that through in the first instance. This should cost about 191 million thereabout from our calculation. So for a procurement process like that, we just ask the ministry procurement team to put out the tender and to get the bids going so we can get it moving. But the administration of the project will follow the typical administration of our incentive program, whereby the assessment is done across the island in conjunction with the RADA officers on the ground, and then that information is fed through the system. So the assessment may reveal that there's need for production areas for watermelons and stuff. What's the total amount of acreage? Those are calculations that can be done, and the amount of seeds will then be distributed accordingly. As a matter of fact, that's a method that is actually being used.
All right, Member Rita. No, I think Member Rita, because I'm getting...
I want to find out what will be the role and involvement of the political representative, because we are always the first call whenever these challenges arise. And therefore, I can speak specifically to St. Elizabeth Southeast, which is one of the largest farming areas in Jamaica. And my office is bombarded as to what are the plans, what do you have for us, what will be done. So what will be our involvement in terms of the implementation of these
Just to support what you're saying, coordination is critical, and that's why I think RADA, we need to probably have a little discussion with RADA too, because where Member Witta is in Southeast, you have a situation where farmers will be coming to him. RADA may have a list. The board might have a list. I don't know who have a list. And then what happens now is that seedlings or seeds or whatever you say, they're sent in and sent out. You know, there has to be accountability for all these things. And it may be that the same person you send the seeds to is the same person that member is going to assist. And then you have another 100 over here that don't get anything. So whatever we're doing, there has to be, I think, coordination. And so the question that he asked was very pertinent. How this is now a major incentive program where the farmers across the country want this and are going to need it. We want to make sure it moves smoothly. So that's why it's important for us to at least be advised what is taking place. So you're saying that this program has started as of tomorrow. It would have been good at least to know what, and how much, what's the scope of this program? This one that's going out now. Are you not certain?
There's a schedule of how we're going to be spending for what over the entire period. It's vested in this document here. So it attends to the total amount.
All right.
The thing. So at different points in time, different things will be happening. In terms of the coordination, I assure you, Chairman and members, that the local representative will be a part of the process, as has always been. And if there's any weakness, we are going to be correcting.
You notice you said that you were sending out seeds tomorrow, and your member of parliament for Southeast jump up and said, but...
No, remember I said that first and foremost, the farmers from whom we took produce. I mean, when the farmers call out to the ministry...
No, reasonable.
So, huh?
I'm not arguing that you don't have a system. I'm just saying, and we don't have to belabor the point because we're not intimating anything sinister. We're simply saying that in all things, let's just ensure that the procedures
We will,
are
Mr. Chair.
correct. And I would suggest, members, that based on it, if we can get the list of the roads, it may be useful for us if there are questions to be asked. Could you send out that, give us a copy of the schedule? And what we can then do is determine whether or not it is necessary to have a discussion with RADA.
P.S. Can I just ask you, there was a Moroccan supply of fertilizer. How has that gone? Has all that been distributed? Because I was quite alarmed that from parish as big as St. Catherine, the miserly allocation which was made from...
Well, you got some? Huh? How much came in? You know, you see, that's the point I'm making. You know, that's not.
20, was it 24,000? 2,400 tons. That's how many bags? Roughly.
Tons. 2,400 tons. That's not like
24,000 bags. Let's go with bags. That's
okay.
24,000 bags. Remember, although it's a measly sum, when you look at the requests that came in from the banana, the sugar, the cocoa, the coffee. So, for example, we have organizations like JACRA that would collect and distribute to the cocoa farmers. That's how we do it. The banana board would deal with the banana farmers, and that's how it's done. As a matter of fact, earlier on today, they were still delivering fertilizer from down there. So when you look at it sounds like plenty, but when you look at the different organizations and the demand from the organizations, it comes down to, we're just trying to reach everybody. And so, but more fertilizer will come. So, I mean,
why don't you, to allay Mr. Campbell's fears, why don't you just give us a sort of
report.
Give us a report on the distribution?
Okay. Yeah.
Of it, including by parish and by organization.
Yeah. And we will, if I heard you, Mr. Chairman, you have asked for this report, you have asked for the roads, and you have also asked for the plan of spend.
Yes, because as I said, there has to be what we really should have, all of us, is yes. No, you can go in, Mr. Clark. We're trying. What we can do, yes, what I think we really want is, as these things are happening, that the offices have consultation with all that are involved, so that when the thing is being done, the parish offices, we have that coordinated program, because always we're involved in some things. You just spoke of irrigation. I've been trying to do an irrigation project in Truro for 3 years through RADA. Put aside money, everything. I'm about to give up now. But you have given me, yes, it just can't work between trying to coordinate with, yes, make a note of it, because I would like you to get in touch with the office and find out why after 2 years, because then they needed to get irrigation and underground water to put a tank just to run some water to the farmers. Eventually we give up. So I'm just happy to hear that you talk about irrigation, you put it back on the table. But we have a local reality that faces us. You're talking a different thing, but our local reality is somewhat different. And as I said, farmers now are under a lot of pressure, and whatever we can do to help is just a coordinated approach. Even so that when farmers turn and say to Mr. Witter, boy, nothing is happening, or to Mr. Stewart, you can say, no, these are the programs that are taking place. Or get in touch with the office because this is happening. We have to be properly informed.
Chairman, if I may, I'm happy to hear P.S. Spence that a list will be distributed and we will know what is going to be sent to the various parishes, because even this week, my farmers in South Manchester in the Duff House area, which you know quite well, they have been calling me, they have been hearing pronouncements and announcements on the radio about fertilizers, about drip hoses and all of those things. They're These are just, by the way, we don't know, and we are being bombarded, and and so we would love this thing to be done in transparency, so that all the farmers, genuine farmers, can benefit, and not just a few selected persons.
Moroccan fertilizer, yes, Mr. Don.
I'm in support of those points, but PS, you mentioned Jackra.
Hold on, wait a second. How many bags you said? No, wait a second. No. How many bags you said?
24,000.
Okay. You revised, you had said something about tons before. Yeah.
Well, I gave you in tons, and then I say it's easier to
Yes.
might be easier to relate to the 25,000.
Either of them. Cow. Remember Don.
PS, you mentioned Jackra. I would have thought that the small farmers or the smaller farmers would be the one who will be in greater need of the fertilizer rather than large regulatory organizations like Jackra.
Remember now that Jackra doesn't have any farm, so it is really the small farmers that are getting it. But we ask remember, Jackra, apart from being a regulatory body, they currently still have an extension component to what they do. So they have the extension officers, and in resuscitating the, cocoa industry, they are reaching the small farmers. Yeah. Remember now that they coordinate with RADA just the same, So it is RADA that is dealing with and verifying the distribution of the fertilizer. It is RADA that control the stores, and RADA that verify whatever Jack represents in terms of the farmers, and likewise organize the distribution.
Just one technical question. I don't know if any one of your member can assist. That slush thing, that the refuge from the sugar factories, is that a good form of organic manure? Just asking.
Yeah, yes it is.
It is?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Members, I think we have reached the end of the road, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Jarrett. It's been an ordeal. Yes, you have earned your pay today. Anyone who says that you are not doing your work as a member of parliament, tell them to write me.
What?
And I will respond accordingly.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
that's one local issue for PS. PS.
Yeah.
Yes. The Essex Valley irrigation scheme, how has it been impacted by the current realities as it relates to COVID?
There you go. There's been no major impact for that particular project. In discussion with finance, the critical nature of the project and where it's at, they didn't really make any major adjustment to that. And so the project managers assured us that what they have there can execute the components that they have to execute. So that is well underway. And thanks for your support in getting the Backside company to give us access. Thank you.
All right. Members, let me, on your behalf, thank the Ministry of Finance, FS, and Deputy FS who have been with us all day. Been a long day. And certainly the Ministry. The night watchman from Industry, Commerce, Agriculture, and Fisheries. Members, I am going to, for the record, I don't see the consultant or the clerk, but for the record, I am going to indicate that I would like them to get the report to us by midday tomorrow. Whether we send it out by email so members can see it, I'm not certain whether they are going to the Finance Committee at 1 or 2 o'clock. I don't know if anybody has been informed. No, in other words, the norm would be that we would have the sitting at 2, but you would start finance committee at 1. But that is the norm, but we have morphed into starting at 2 o'clock. And I suspect that the House, we only got notice for the House at 2, am I correct? So, but I'd ask them to get it, but I would ask members to try to be prompt and let us sign the report or send in something on for us so that we can table the report at 2 o'clock for Finance Committee. Or 1 o'clock, we'll notify in the morning. So to the consultant, and we have indicated if we can get the report by midday tomorrow. All right? Okay, members, you have earned your keep today. I'm proud of you all. Some have abandoned the ship, but for the most part, we remain intact. Thank you, and this meeting is now adjourned.